That's what everybody wants to know. Race Forward first Party Finder.
Well, the thing is, people are doing Party Finder right now, for sure. And there's loads of Party Finder groups up, and there'll probably be, I imagine that some Party Finder groups are working on Phase 2. I think that's quite comfortably, I think that's pretty fair to say. It wouldn't surprise me if there's maybe 1 or 2 that might be working on Phase 3 as well. So I'll be pretty shocked if there's any Phase 4s out there, but hey, I don't really follow Party Finder prog that closely. I'm more of a static guy myself. So
especially looking at the ultimate relativity here.
Yes. Well, it's all doable with logic systems, you know, and as long as everyone agrees with the logic system, this whole fight can be done without a single call being needed. You know, you just got to play the game.
Oh, all right. So it's the Alex strat of play game.
Yeah, play game.
Oh my goodness, we have so many donations. Okay, well, we're keeping an eye on the polls while we are in content that we have seen quite a lot today and even yesterday. We'll continue to read them out. Thank you so much for everybody who is donating, raising money, of course, for Games for Love, providing distraction therapy for children in hospitals. Really, really beautiful, wonderful cause. We have a $10 donation from Tayaka and Asu Hono saying, stay positive, everyone. Stay hydrated. Check your posture and message your silent friends sometimes.
Mood.
Best regards. Aw, thank you very much.
Very important to check in with your friends. Just say, hey, how's it going? That's sometimes all it takes.
Thinking of you. Yep. Always goes a long way. Especially if somebody's going through a difficult time. Sometimes replying can be really difficult, but just knowing that someone's thinking of you means a lot to somebody who may not be able to reply. Yep,
100%. No, what a wonderful message.
Yeah, that's lovely. $5 donation from Apsalar Tally saying, Jesse as Reen, Alex as Gaia, Mulk as Minfilia. Yes.
Oh, Mulk, how much for you to send the picture of you of Minfilia, man? Oh, dude, that would be jokes. Oh man.
Meras is Minfilia, as Meras is here.
Oh wow.
Just throwing Meras under the bus.
We'll just have to fly Mulk in to get him to come and play as Minfilia.
Okay, we need a picture.
Yep.
Oh, we have a $50 donation from Cillian Drake saying, as a former competitive raider, I simply cannot understate how much value Echo has brought to the scene through its coverage of the world race. Thank you for an excellent production and for supporting a great cause. Go Echo and go Team Unwind. Oh, wonderful message.
Yeah, it's very, very kind of you. And of course, it really, it's worth pointing out as well, the collaboration with Mogtalk has made this whole thing possible. So fortunate to be able to work with such a lovely group of people, first and foremost, and let alone all the wonderful work they do for us. So many, many hearts to Mogtalk as well.
I feel like the Final Fantasy community is so special, and coming together for such a spectacle as is an ultimate race is something that really does bring everybody together. And Mogtalk has done such a wonderful job, you know, providing coverage of everybody in the race previously. And the collaboration now, not only do we have our very first in-person Final Fantasy XIV event with the players at the venue, but we also have coverage of all the other teams as well. So it is wonderful to be part of this and wonderful to see what's done for the Final Fantasy XIV scene as we are getting very, very far into Phase 4 here.
Tanks going out right now to have that Oracle of Light bounce over there. Using a Living Dead, I don't know why they don't just take it back to back, but hey-ho, it is what it is, as they're now going to be having the two bosses group up. They want to be equaling out the health pools, and let's see exactly what strat they go for. It looks like two light parties, one tank on each side, and they're just going to be slammed with damage over and over again, but it seems like they're able to survive it. So here we go. They're going to be stacking up in the middle for Mornifar. No tether between them, indicating that they should be able to survive the hit. They have done it correctly. The damage going out was actually very, very low, unless they just mitted out the wazoo. They still have Limit Break available. This is the first time we're going to be seeing all 8 members going into this next crazy relativity phase with both heads of the dragon rotating around whilst dealing with an absolute ton of debuffs. Soaks are going to need to be done whilst also dodging all of these individual AoEs that are going to be going off. Let's see how well they are able to do it here. They do actually seem to have a pretty good formation going down right now. Unfortunately, not exactly what they require. Certain people are going to be going away. The crystal getting lower and lower. Half health apparently might even be dead now. Unable to find it on my screen at least, as these waves of light are going across the room. A few members still able to survive. The quietest damage coming in 2, 1. The room enveloped in the darkness, but the the Dark Knight just keeps going. They have got 4 seconds to soak a puddle. Otherwise, that's going to be the last of it, and it is the last of it indeed. An incredible pull from Lucrezia there again, just showing what they've got. Absolutely outplaying everyone everyone over the last couple of hours. An incredible, incredible pull.
That is absolutely wild, just how much is happening in that phase, and especially with the restrictions around the room. You've got players who have the ice debuffs, which will be an icy donut around them. You've got players with the wind debuff, and you saw somebody get knocked away, which is what happens when you go into the circle with a wind debuff. And you have the traffic lights exploding in a certain order, depending if they're sped up, slowed down, or just neutral. They'll be exploding around the room. You've got Soak the Dragons. Those with the blue debuffs have to go and cleanse their debuff by running into the circle left behind by the red player Soaks. It is absolute madness, and it's going to be wonderful to watch the teams figure it out and find their feet during that mechanic.
Yeah, it's awesome as well, because you know they started a little bit late, Lucrezia, but now they've just come in and they've just done incredibly well, managing to pull off the end of the Darklit Dragon song, something that we haven't seen yet, where they do indeed go into those two little light parties, one group getting hit by Shadow, one group getting hit by Light, and then for the Mornifar at the end, making sure the boss is at the exact same health or within a certain range of one another to make sure they aren't enraged, just to take that Mornifar together. Being able to do that alone was impressive, let alone getting the loose sort of movement needed for that next mechanic, which I don't know the name of. It does have a name, but I've only seen it in Japanese recently, so whoops.
Super awesome special ultimate relativity.
2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, basically, that absolutely mental mechanic is... they managed to survive for so long. Unfortunately, not being able to find one of those puddles on the ground did lead to our last surviving member falling down, but really, really good to see. I think they can take that information and take a lot of time. If we quickly head over to Lucrezia, you can see right now, full cook, rightfully so. And you're going to see them sitting there strategizing, trying to work out exactly what they want to do now that they are the front runners. They are the ones that have gotten to that the most clean. They have the most up-to-date, correct information that they can. Now's the time to really pull out a strategy to get even further in this phase, because the boss's health pools, if they slam damage out onto them, is in a position where, you know, you could start looking that maybe we're getting towards the end of the phase after that mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially as they got through the beams of Shadow and Light really cleanly, I think that's the cleanest we've seen any team get through. So it seemed like they completely solved that, allowing them to go into that final crazy relativity. And see a little bit more of it. But so, what an excellent pull from Lucrezia there.
Yeah, so they're working on that. I guess we can have a little look at Unwind, yes, that are currently the furthest. Everyone else is either in phase 1 or chilling out, or not pulling just yet. They're having a little break. So we haven't got a pod from Kryl as an example just yet. I think they are on a little break right now.
Excellent progress.
Have a little break.
Time for a break, mayhaps. I wonder if these crystals are going to come back into the fray at some point. They're still there. There's still a few clues through the ultimate that may or may not mean something. For sure. Crystals being a point, especially with the necklace. There's a puzzle with the necklace as well.
Yeah, so kind of to maybe explain that a little bit, like, do you want to go over what is necklace? How do? Someone who hasn't never seen Eden before.
So in the Eden story, when Gaia frees us and Reen, a piece of the crystal or the ice is left behind, and they turn it into a necklace, and Reen gives it to Gaia, and in the end, the necklace is what helps Gaia find her way back, and she wakes up and she's free from the darkness. Just kind of summarize it. Yeah. And the necklace appears in this phase if you don't destroy the darkness crystals. Yeah. And they talk about the necklace even when they both come together in phase 4. But if you kill all of the crystals, the darkness crystals as well, you get a unique dialogue box that comes up saying all of the crystal is destroyed. So you don't have any necklace. Right. So it's a point of, is this something? Is that something that's going to come into fruition later? Do you have to destroy the crystal? Because if this is Futures Rewritten, let's say, we are playing out as it was if we're keeping the necklace, you know, that's how it played out first. So do we need to destroy the necklace in this timeline? So it's just a point of conversation so far.
It depends on what the fight wants from us. Like, as an example, by... I don't want to spoil it. It's kind of hard to talk about other ultimates without spoiling it, but there's obviously that choice in DSR. Maybe I'll just leave it as that. If you actually chose the bad option, you know, which, you know, to kill the guy, the, you might think of that as the right thing to do. You getting rid of him and all the rest of it. But instead, it's turns out that's what you need to do to push the fight. So yes, getting that necklace so they can have lovely gifts and coffee biscuits together. That might be the nice thing to do, but it might be the wrong thing to do if we want to get into that last phase. So that's something that we'll have to work out. But you're going to have to do that without me, because that is indeed the end of my shift for today. But thank you ever so much for having me. Massive shout outs to you guys as a community for smashing through that $12,000 mark and getting all the way to 13.3. I'm sure Jordan and I believe you're going to be joined by Lithy.
I think it's Jesse.
Jesse. So you and Jesse can go through some of those donations. I'm sure he's going to be beaming. I'm sure he's going to look great in the dress.
He's going to be so happy.
I'm just going to look crap in the dress. I know it.
No, you're going to look wonderful,
Ali.
I'll make you look wonderful.
Oh, wow. Also, 8th Group 3, apparently all the way down to 29%. They're getting really far in Phase 4. This race is heating up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to some ads, and when we come back, it's going to be our lovely Jordan and Jesse with you. But that's all from me. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Wow. Okay, I need a break, bro. I don't need a break. I hit the stage and go until I hyperventilate. Shanice said you think you're sick. Well, come meet the doctor. Google these fools, I bet they listen like they see me hop. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Thinking about how and why. And now it's time, I hear the chime, and all I wanna do is see your face. And whoa, it's going so smooth, making all the right moves, saving that time, and looking so fine while I do it. And looking so fine while I do it.
Look, new metal posters from Displate are at your fingertips. Now you can catch new art with textured finish that looks and feels sensational, or simply Textra. But look, it's all about how you feel and how quickly you get bored. Mix your metal posters, get in touch with what you love, and make it Textra. Make your whole space Textra with no tools at all. Easy. See it, feel it, Textra.
Rewritten Ultimate. We've had an extraordinarily exciting day. It's been so much fun to watch. I am back for the second time today. I'm Jesse, joined by Jordan. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Hello,
I'm
everyone.
so excited to be here. Just a bundle of energy that's just irritating everyone.
That's different than every day. How?
So true.
You're so excited to be here watching Ultimate.
Yes.
See the progress being made. Buy Alex and I dresses. Hello.
Oh, I'm ecstatic.
Pardon me?
Oh my goodness.
How does this happen?
The wigs,
Listen.
the
The music comes back on for that.
boots.
I was so sure that you wouldn't be able to find dresses large
found
enough
them.
to fit gargantuan men like Alex and I, but she did.
I found them.
XXXX.
L women's, but it's no fit. I looked at the measurements.
Yeah, we had to do some thinking because they wanted to know bust measurements, and I don't know what mine is. I've never measured my bust before.
No, so just have to hope they fit. It's going to be so scuffed. It's
Yeah.
going to be the best thing ever. I'm
And
so
the length
excited.
was measured in centimeters, so hopefully it's covering enough thigh. Otherwise, I got a lot of thigh to show. So, chat, I don't know. We've been donating money to Games for Love, a phenomenal charity about which we will speak more. The primary purpose of which is to provide distraction therapy to children who are desperately in need of it. I worry a little bit that chat will be in desperate need of distraction therapy after seeing a large expanse of Alex and my thighs in these dresses. But you asked for it, you earned it. It's going to happen. We've had a jam-packed day. Don't worry. We're watching everything happening on the other screen. If they're getting anywhere near progress, we'll go over it with you. And we'll probably go over a few entire pulls, do a couple of real play-by-plays, so that if you're new to the stream or new to this Ultimate, we can explain the whole fight to you, such as we understand it to this point. But some news. While I was off, I saw Ether Group 3's been playing this sneaky kind of Giga Chad play. They are not streaming, and so all of yesterday we had no idea how well they were doing. And then this morning they popped on the radar saying, hey, we're actually ahead of all of you. And then they went dark again and slowly drifted down as everyone pulled late into P3 and then early into P4 and then midway through P4, and then they've apparently turned the lights back on just long enough to say, yeah, we're still ahead of you, and then turned it back off.
It's us, by the way.
It's us. Hi. Don't forget us. We are in the lead. So
They just give everyone else the chance to just be on top, and then they pop back in like, oh, we're still ahead. Don't worry.
Ether Group 3 doing extraordinarily well. It'll be interesting to see how this proceeds as the race continues. Obviously, they are offline. We can't keep track of their progress. We're all wondering what they've seen, but only they know. And unless one of these other teams can show us on stream, which could happen, we have currently been banging our head into the major mechanic of P4. Every phase has kind of had this like major wall mechanic, hasn't it?
Yeah, some kind of convoluted, really difficult mechanic to get through. For example, her light's rampant in Shiva phase, and now with the ultimate relativity and the additional, I don't think we saw
Is that what you mean?
the apocalypse as well, and the second relativity coming in.
Right, this kind of weird merger of relativity and dragons at the same time, and also light waves, apparently. So lots going on. It'll be interesting to see exactly how that gets resolved. That is currently what they're banging their head against in P4, and it looks like, you know, the major wall of P4 with the boss already at 50, 60-ish%. Hard to calculate percent, because the team that's gotten the furthest mechanically in P4 is Lucrezia, which have been doing an extraordinarily ethical approach to progress. When they reach a new phase, they don't do any damage. They just stand there and focus on moving, executing the mechanics, learning as much as they can, panning the camera around, looking around. So you'll see Lucrezia go into the pull, reach P4, and then they just start standing there. No one's pushing buttons other than healers. Even the tanks, I've noticed, will stop rotating their GCDs if they're not actively tanking and don't need that healing.
Well, exactly, because the mechanics are so intense and they need that solve, right? All of your brain power has to go into that first. The damage will come later.
Exactly right, exactly right. And so they're actually, I'm fairly certain Lucrezia is further into the phase mechanically than any of the other teams, but that's not reflected on the leaderboard, which can only kind of reflect health. And this is also complicated by the fact that we have a duo boss. We fight Reen and Shiva, then we fight Reen in the form of Shiva, and then we fight Gaia. And now they've both come back with different health bars, spawning at different times. So we need to, kind of average that health out to figure out actual progress through the phase.
And to throw just a complete spanner in the works, we also have the memory as well. Then they kind of keep it in. Do we have to keep an eye on the health? Does it inevitably die? Do we somehow have to keep that alive? There's just so many questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh.
What's a spanner?
A wrench.
Oh, okay. I just hate how British people can't speak English.
It might just be that you could have, just learned the correct terminology along with everything else. Good censorship.
Oh my goodness, censorship by the UK citizens. Well, the fragment of memory is really interesting because we've been being introduced as this ultimate progresses to the story elements that'll comprise the puzzle of how to solve it. We see with the Shiva phase that you don't actually take her all the way to 0, just sub 20%, and then we spawn these crystals of light and darkness. If you kill all of them, it creates this fragment of necklace.
Destroys the necklace.
It destroys the necklace, and you actually see a fragment on the ground underneath the boss.
Yeah.
And you get different voice lines. So now we're assuming that you're supposed to keep those dark crystals alive, but we're not 100% sure. Then that kind of grows throughout the fight until now, in Phase 4, we have the fragment of memory, which has a health bar that takes damage from certain sources, including the boss landing on it with a tank buster, killing it instantly. That doesn't seem to have any repercussions for the raid. In fact, it kind of helps the raid. While the fragment of memory is alive, it is pulsing damage on the raid periodically. There's 2 raid pulses that occur by the progress point that we've seen. So it dying actually reduces the damage you take, but it wouldn't be there if you were just supposed to let it die, right? There has to be something else. Are we trying to preserve the memories that Logrif and the Asian pairing are trying to get rid of? Or are we indulging their desire to remake this future?
Yeah, because the clue's kind of in the name for this ultimate, right? Which is Rewritten. So is that the timeline that we're supposed to go into? Yeah, there are so many unanswered questions. Or are they just there to keep everybody guessing, take up some brain power?
Yeah.
To take it away from other things.
Well, I think it's going to be there for a reason. The crystals were there for a reason. I think that the memory fragment is there for a reason. And most likely, my assumption is you need to preserve it and finish the phase before it dies in order to preserve the memories of Reen holding her away from fully incarnating as Gaia. But we're all in this puzzle together. Everyone's going to have to figure it out together and see what happens in this phase and in future phases as a result.
Exactly. And then talking of solving, these puzzles, you also have the convoluted mechanics. You still have to see the teams try and work out what on earth they're doing with that second relativity. With the dragons, you have the red and the blue debuffs associated with the dragons. If you ever played Shiva in Savage, for example, it was a mechanic at the very, very end with the reds going out to soak the dragons, leaving behind a debuff. A little pool on the floor that those with the blue debuff had to run into. While you're doing that, you have the traffic light system, and they no longer bait a beam away. They kind of explode in a circle on the floor in an order, depending on whether they're sped up or slowed down.
Yeah, kind of splits the room in half that you're then going to be dealing with these mechanics. But it's that, this circles us back to the original conversation, right, where we were saying each phase has its puzzle, and the teams have been hitting that puzzle and then slowly solving it over the course of hours. Each puzzle has been solved, right? Thancred had the tethers, that was relatively easy, they got through that. Shiva had light rampant, they got through that. We had Gaia's relativity, they got through that, although they've been working on getting consistent through that all day today. Hours and hours of working on consistency through Gaia, and now we need to do this dark lit dragon song rampant waves of light mechanic. And they will solve it too, right? They've got pieces of the puzzle, they have a full list of debuffs. Everyone will be cooking up a strat that resolves those debuffs. The only thing that I think is still a little bit uncertain about that, we know that there's the wind debuffs that are going to explode, they need to spread out. We know that there's the donut debuffs that are likely going to need to stack with a soak. We know that there are the debuffs that are going to be, and I forgot the name of it, a debuff from E12S Phase 2 that just does raid damage.
The little explosion.
Yes, yep. And then but the one thing that isn't resolved, and we haven't really seen resolved yet, as that phase comes to an end and the dragons finish rotating and the light waves finish going across, that is when the rewind debuffs expire, setting a mark in time that you will get teleported to 7 seconds after the last light wave crosses the platform. We don't know what's going to happen because they all died at that point. We don't know what's going to happen that forces you to be in certain positions at the end of that 7 seconds. That's still unknown and therefore uncookable. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Yeah, because it's going to come into play at some point. My initial thought, could we actually take a look at Lucrezia, who are back into that phase? Let's see how far they get. As we see Green.
Hraesvelgar coming down. Chat, look away. No. We call it Hraesvelgar. We didn't skip the cutscene like Roger did. For those in chat who don't know the inside joke, when Echo's old retired team, Scripe and Roger and Frago and I and Narco and everyone else were doing DSR, Roger could not pronounce the dragons' names, had never done the story, had never done anything in Final Fantasy XIV's lore, and read Hraesvelgar as Rafflegagger. And it became Rafflegagger for Echo thenceforward. But here we have Lucrezia successfully dealing with the little mini light rampant mechanic getting to one half of the room. The tanks are taking the tank busters one by one, and then that's going to lead us into this Morn of Fa mechanic where they're going to need to split into 2 light parties, each tank baiting a light beam on one party and a dark beam on the other. They get the little vulnerabilities. That dealt with successfully. We're heading into the huge concatenation of what the heck is going on. Here come all of the debuffs and the stoplights that are going to hopefully see how they resolve them here.
Yeah, because not only are you moving around the room in the fashion, you also have all of the debuffs that go out on the entire raid that they'll also be dealing with at the same time. You can see here
Everyone
2 players
alive.
afflicted with the wind, so they'll need to get out of the group and drop that wind debuff away from the
They
raid.
early soaked a dragon there, and I think... No, maybe not.
Yes, there's a few things that you're looking at here.
Look how low the memory fragment's health is. I think the memory fragment just died.
Oh, okay, so they did lose the memory fragment.
Yeah, they did lose the memory fragment in that. Now they're trying to go across kind of these exo-waves. You have a safe time to move across. Now the purple debuffs are expiring here, which is going to do raid-wide damage to everyone, exploding there for a lot of damage. But we still have a few people alive with the rewinds having expired. Now we're going to see what the rewinds take you in 2 seconds.
Yeah,
and what
let's
happens.
see.
Dying right before it once again.
We do have
hold on.
one of the tanks alive. They're Paladin, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my. Okay.
Okay.
It's a bit of
So, oh goodness. Okay, can we get? No, we can't get a replay of that. We need Alex, and Alex will probably be showing up here on the analyst desk in a little bit to show us what's going on. But the boss went up and covered both sides of the platform with a wing, and then went to different directions to do a knockback. It looked like, and it looks like that's what you need to be rewinded into the correct position for, perhaps.
Yeah, for the knockback. So you're dodging both sides of the room, and then you're relying on that position maybe to then survive the knockback.
Or if it wasn't a knockback, maybe it was ice on the floor.
It looked like an icy knockback.
Ice on the floor. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to need clips and replays, but that was the furthest any team we have seen, any team streaming, has gotten mechanically into the fight. They have not solved this mechanic yet, but they're limping further and further into it. And the pieces of the puzzle are there. As Jordan said, you have 6 stoplights, 2 of which opposing each other are going to explode in a sequence. First one set of 2, then another set of 2, which means that you kind of have a strip down the middle of the room that's not safe, rotating, and a safe strip on either side rotating around. You're rotating with the dragon heads, with the red soakers soaking the dragon head, dropping a puddle that'll be soaked by the blue soakers, while resolving all of your other debuffs, the winds and the donuts and the dark explosions.
Yeah,
So,
and what else?
and then the waves, right? The extra waves you have to dodge. So a lot going on. I don't have the cook for how to do this. I'm sure someone in chat's working on, and I know Roger's working on. There's also the lore involvement of we've got this fragment of memory. Going into that, it looked like it was about half health, and then something hit it, and it exploded. Is that inevitable? Is that important?
Is it inevitably going to die? Do you have to heal it up, maybe, to avoid it from... Maybe it's going to get hit by various mechanics. So you have to keep it topped, perhaps? It's unclear. Because, while you have those, let's say, more RP elements, you also have these complicated, convoluted mechanics as well to dissect. So I think they're probably going to be splitting into 2 different groups and rotating around the room in 2 different groups. And it's going to probably depend on what debuffs people have. You probably want maybe both of the wind targets to be in separate groups so they can bait the wind away from everybody. They're not really going to be taking it together.
My kind of envisionment right now is you have kind of 2 light parties that make sense in my head. Because you have one soak that's exploding at the same time as the donuts. It makes sense that soak and those donuts can just stand together on one side of the room. That's 4 people. Your remaining 4 people are 2 winds and 1 void explosion. They each need their own area so they can spread out around the back edge of the other side. And then 2 seconds later, you have another soak exploding. it makes sense to me that that would go with them because they're forced to spread, and that 2-second leeway gives them time to collapse. So I think that will be your 2 light parties, 1 on each side, rotating around. Now, how you do that while also soaking the dragon head, which does a large AoE when it explodes, and drop something that you then need to soak with the blue, that I haven't cooked yet, that I don't know. But I think that's the basic structure of the rotation that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, you'd have to divide the groups further and have perhaps the person, let's say, who has the wind debuffs, the group that has wind debuffs, and then also the kind of soak that goes off after, or the little explosion that goes off after. Maybe they take the first dragon.
Well, the thing is that because there's 2 dragons, there'll be a dragon on each side.
Yeah.
For a little while. They kind of start here and then rotate around like this. So for a while, it'll be on both sides. And you could also do quick soaks. You could do 2 soaks on one dragon and none on the other, and then 2 on the other and none on that one.
Yeah.
There's time because the dragons last for the entirety of the whole resolution.
Well, that's the thing. Do
Yeah.
you need to rapid soak them? Maybe you deal with all of the debuffs first, and then you deal with the dragons.
Yeah, that one you can just kind of fit in as long as you have. The only thing giving you a constraint to where you deal with those dragons is the fact that when you hit it, it does an explosion, forcing you to wait before you can hit it again because you can't get double hit. And of course, once you've hit it, you have a limited amount of time to soak the puddle it drops. So that, again, gives you time constraints. But outside of that, you're right. You have a long time of the dragons rotating to where you could kind of jigger and move when you want to deal with that relative to the other mechanics. But it's a lot to cook for sure. The only piece of it that I feel pretty good about is the 2 light parties based on those 4 debuffs.
And then rotating around
And
the
then
room.
rotating around.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got. Everything else we have to wait and see. But I'm most interested in the lore implications because what's happening here, the spectacle of an ultimate is, of course, telling a story, right? We've seen in DSR the most popular ultimate that Square Enix has put out, in my opinion. I think everyone would agree it's the most popular one. Not the most difficult, but the most popular. Was that it was telling this epic story, retelling what might have happened had history changed. And it said, okay, here's how history went. Now you save Harshfront. What would that do? What powers would Thordan have? What would the dragons do, right? That's something that I think that's replicating here with an epic retelling of this imaginary situation where Reen and Gaia don't successfully become friends to some extent, or Reen doesn't successfully pull Gaia away from her attachment to her long-lost soulmate, Asian, roommate.
Yeah, what if Reen didn't get to overpower Eden and Mitran overpowers Reen instead? Yeah. Okay, so we do have a replay of that clip from Lucrezia now available from the analyst desk thanks to our wonderful production. If we can pull that up, we can maybe start playing through it. Okay, so send it forward for now. Okay, we can maybe skip ahead, hit the arrow forward button a few times for me. Yep, keep skipping. All right, now let's watch. We're just finishing the Morna Fa light party hits, and we're gonna shortly get the debuffs and the rotating stoplights, and we can pause and explain each element to chat as we get them. Here's the cast. Okay. And how much health does the crystal have? So the crystal's not on
We
the
don't
enmity
know.
list.
It's not on the enmity
You
list,
can just
right?
see it from the bar.
Yeah, so let's hit a pause right about now. Okay, now back up just slightly and let it play forward until you see in the top left, we can see the health bar of the crystal. Just let it play a little bit. Get ready for the pause. The camera's going to pan over that health bar, right? 3, 2, 1. They walk forward. Pause. There it is.
Okay.
Okay, right there on the top, you can see that it's slightly less than half health.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Don't know.
Yeah.
It's been depleting from something. There's a couple of options. Is it depleting naturally every time it pulses damage? Did it take damage from other sources?
Because the bosses are also, I think there's an AoE cast on the raid as well.
And maybe that hits them?
Maybe that also hits the crystal?
I don't know, right? That I don't know. So the memory fragments at half health here. Later we're going to watch it die. The other reason we pause here is because you can already see the debuffs, so we can kind of explain what we're going on. The leftmost row of debuffs are the ones that are going to expire first, and you can see that a large number of them are expiring kind of at the exact same time, right? You have 10 seconds on the 2 arrow wind debuffs. Those are going to be a big circle that knocks back anyone too close. They need to be spread out. You have 10 seconds on that shadow debuff. That's a void circle. Needs to be spread out. You have 10 seconds on 10 and 11 seconds on 2 snowflake-looking debuffs.
Yeah, it looks like
Those
they're
are
a
the
little bit
donuts.
staggered.
A
I
little
can't
bit
see if it's
staggered.
13 or
That's
10
probably
for the
tick
top
rate,
one.
I think that's probably tick rate.
Yeah.
It's not staggered so much that I think it's really a different timer. I
Okay,
think
they
that's
probably
just
were
tick.
on the same timer then.
Yeah, except there's one different timer which is the water debuff, only at 8 seconds. It needs to be soaked first. So you have to, and earlier I think we saw it longer, so there may be some variance there. I'll have to double check other polls. So you're going to have to soak that water and then spread with your arrows and shadow. You have 2 seconds after the soak to spread, perhaps? Maybe. That's going to be the first set of things they have to resolve. Then you see another row of debuffs. Those are the dragon debuffs, where the 4 red ones have to go touch the dragon head, and the 4 blue ones have to then eat the puddle underneath.
Yeah, because those are also massively staggered as well. So
Yes.
you've got the 13 seconds. So that's actually really
You have
quick.
2 rounds, a quick round, 1 on each side with 13 seconds, and then you have, or they could be on the same side and just do it quickly right after one another, and then
Yeah.
another round at 38 seconds.
36 seconds
36
maybe.
seconds. So yeah, it's 36. So it's 2 rounds, 20 seconds apart. And then finally, the last row of debuffs is everyone has a rewind. And unlike the first relativity, this rewind is the same time for everyone, 29 seconds until you get snapshotted. And that's at the very end of this 30-second long mechanic. And that's followed by, I can kind of preview this, we'll see it later. After you drop your rewind that you're going to get pulled back to, that's a 7-second timer. So something's going to happen that 7 seconds beforehand, you need to say, this is where I want to be for that thing. Don't know what it is.
So there's going to be
yet.
something that you need to plan for so that you are positioning yourself
Correct.
7 seconds earlier,
Where you
ready
want
to
to
be
be
there
7
for
seconds later.
something that we haven't necessarily seen yet.
Yeah.
It could be, well, the exawaves seem kind
The
of easy
exawaves
to deal
finish
with.
right before
Yeah.
the snapshot rewind is placed.
It could be. So the ice, well, okay, maybe
We'll
the
look
icy
when we
knock,
get
yeah,
there.
yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
the icy knockback is not
what I
survivable.
wonder.
That could knock everybody off regardless.
And the rewind pulls you back.
Yeah.
That's possibly. That's a good cook. The last row of debuffs is only on our WE, KT, and CN friends, our Ninja, Astrologian, and Scholar. They have the quietest debuff. That's from E12S Phase 2. That's just raid damage in 27 seconds. Okay. Now that we've seen that, let's send it a little bit forward, maybe get a good shot of the stoplights, which is what Jordan was explaining, where you have 2 marked with yellow, 2 marked with purple, and 2 unmarked.
Yeah, so you'll see the ones that are marked with yellow are sped up, and then you'll see 2 of them are not marked, so they'll go off at a normal time, and then you'll see 2 of them are marked with the blue/purple, which means they are slowed down, and that's the order that they're going to be exploding in, which you can see the yellow ones going off
Pause
first.
here.
Yeah, get a little bit of pause. So they usually you have to bait beams that come out from the traffic lights away, but these ones will just explode. So it's indicating which way around the room that you're going to be moving. So in this case, it's going to be clockwise, because you can see that the yellow ones going off, and then the ones that were not marked are going off, and then finally the blue ones will be. So that's how you know where you're moving around the room.
And they've clearly come to this with a cook, because they have 4 people on each side of this kind of middle swath being wiped out by the light beams. You see 2 over here, 2 over there, and then another 2 over there and 2 over there. So they got 2 in each corner. Now I can't quite see because of YouTube resolutions and things. You have RL, and then is this someone B? Benny? What's this person's name? I'm trying to see.
AL.
RL and AL.
Yep, AL and RL.
AL and RL. So we have that means we have a donut and a win stacking together. Probably not going to go the best.
No, it's not a great combination.
But they have some kind of a cook where they have people split into pairs, and then light parties on each side further split. So they have some kind of a cook, and you can see on the debuff timer, most of these debuffs are going to be going off as soon as we press play. So we can send it and see what happens. And also watch the fragment about to get hit. The memory fragment dies right there.
So, okay, that's really interesting. Arc actually used the wind debuff.
To deliberately get knocked, but
Yeah,
they
because
got
it didn't
knocked, one
kill,
got knocked
but
the
I'm not
wrong
sure.
way.
It
Can
could,
we back up? Just hit the back button until we see that again?
it could be that you aren't supposed to use it, and it's supposed to be a kind of failure mechanic. But it'd be interesting to
Yeet
see if you are
across.
supposed to use it.
Yeah.
I think it's probably unintentional.
He got
but
a damage down. I don't know if that's just from getting hit from. Can we go back one more time?
it could
When
have
did
been.
the damage down get applied? Was it
Yeah.
from the wind, or was it from landing in the stoplight circle?
So not the
Nope,
wind.
that's a vuln.
Just getting hit.
Yep. So you can live that wind potentially. That's an interesting point. And then let's go back again. I want to. Can you maybe in the bottom right take it from half speed to quarter speed? I want to see what exactly does the damage to the memory fragment.
I imagine you're not supposed to ride the wind, but
I can't tell if their wind hitting it did the damage to the memory fragment, which you could have avoided, as opposed to the circle exploding under it, which you could not have. That's what I think happened. I think if you place right next to the memory fragment, that's what killed it.
All right, so you need to be careful where you're placing. So that it's kind of like the tank mechanic, where you're not smashing it into the crystal. So you also, you also have to be mindful where you're dropping your debuffs as well.
While we're worrying about this debuff resolution, there's the dragons going around each side as well. Not really thinking about that too much just yet, but those are going to be needing to get soaked by the people with red. In fact, KT's debuff is expiring along with AL's in 2 seconds. They need to have already soaked, and because they didn't, I imagine you're going to see some impending deaths on their part.
Yeah, 4 players will have red, 4 players will have blue. 2 of those red players will have to soak early, otherwise they die.
Pause here. Those 2 deaths were because they didn't soak a dragon. Those were 2 red debuffs that were expiring first, and those are our first 2 deaths. Everyone else lived. Now, we did see someone get knocked from the wind into a wall. I think that's the CN person, and they're going down next. But so you can see it's a failure state to not soak the dragon, just like with the Shiva fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it seems like the blues are all on the same timer, so they'll have to soak at a later stage.
Whenever
but really, the red debuffs are the concern right now, especially those first soaks.
Yeah.
As the Exa waves are coming in as well.
Yeah.
All right, the final traffic lights, I believe, exploding at that point.
The Exa waves, they seem to have a good dodge on, right? So you just wait for it to go off and then go into the animation. This is classic Final Fantasy XIV snapshotting. Move into the animation, and you're safe. If you want, you can send it forward maybe for me at half speed so that we can move a little bit further.
Yeah, you kind of just move through.
Okay, so interestingly, it looks like Shiva jumps to the side and sends the light wave forward. That's like an animation. Kind of cool to see.
Mm-hmm. And then that was
the quietest going off.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And now the positions are locked in.
Now she comes out and she drops wings on both sides. We have a couple people alive. How does this resolve and where does she go next? Because this was all brand new information. We had seen this before, but this is the furthest we've ever seen.
Oh, so she doesn't actually...
She doesn't do it there. She goes up to B and then jumps again.
Yeah, and it's hard
to A.
And then this is the knock back?
That knocked them for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, production, for that nice slow-mo replay. Lots going on there.
You're going to have to... What I think is you're going to have to try and work out where she's going to knock back from. That's going to be the decision-making as to where you are placing... Your rewind. So there's going to be some kind of tell early on to indicate where she's going to end up and knock you back from so that you can... position your rewind there, I suppose. Perhaps
that
on
could
A,
be it.
sends you back to A, knocks you across the platform, and you're safe because you've got that whole way to travel. Could be.
Unsure. Those mechanics are very reminiscent of other Shiva mechanics we've seen before, so it could be that we'll be, borrowing from our knowledge of that fight. But throughout this Ultimate, they've done a really good job in designing it in such a way that the mechanics call back and make you nostalgic for and are reminiscent of previous mechanics, but amped up to 11 with completely different solutions and needing completely different approaches to solve. So very, very interesting. Can't wait to see another team get there. It's obviously very difficult, and we're going to see lots of cooking. Right now, Lucrezia is not pulling. They got a vast amount of information there, and they're probably trying to put together a cook that resolves those debuffs and soaks the dragon heads appropriately.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to split into the 2 light parties, and they're definitely going to have to utilize the space that you have available from the traffic lights that are not exploding. I think it makes most sense to send all of the explosion debuffs, the winds, for example, and the small shadowy explosion as well, onto one side, and having all of the soakers on the other. But yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's the dragons going around the room, If it was, the debuffs are a lot to deal with, but I think once you solve the debuffs, it'll be quite easy. But then you have to think about the dragons.
Oh, the debuffs plus the stoplight is just relativity again, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've solved relativity. That the dragon edition makes it amped up to another level, but there's going to be a pattern in which you can fit those soaks, much like, in a way, you can visualize it as the dragons taking the place of the first relativity's baiting of the beams from the stoplights, right? In the first relativity, you're dealing with the debuffs and baiting the beams. And the second relativity, you're dealing with the debuffs and soaking the dragon. So it kind of substitutes in, so you have a different solution to different set of mechanics, but a similar role disrupting your resolution of those mechanics.
Yeah, because the first relativity, the ultimate relativity that you see, is kind of a 6-part process of the first set of debuffs going out, baiting the first set of traffic lights, second set of debuffs, second set of traffic lights. So if you follow that kind of same formula, that same pattern, and apply it to the later relativity, you're absolutely right. The dragons are the bait.
Kind of that role.
Yeah.
Yeah. Similar in the sense that you're, a couple people going out at a time on different timers.
Alternating, yeah.
Yeah. So we're keeping an eye. We are so privileged to have partnered with Mogtalk for this. We have 8 POVs plus Echo's POV here in the Clone Magenta SK facility, so we can constantly rotate to anyone who's making interesting progress. Right now, no one further than Shiva, so we're sticking with our POV here with Narlock, seeing them work through the earlier phases. This is where all of the predictions on day one, when they blasted through phase 1 and people are like, oh, this is an easy ultimate, and then they get through Shiva, oh, this is an easy ultimate. The deeper in you get to an ultimate, the harder it is to make progress, because any pull can be ended by Light Rampant, can be ended by Ultimate Relativity, and you don't even get to practice or see the 5 seconds of advancement you can make into the new mechanic that you're allowed to before something new happens and kills you all. And you have to go back to start and get through all those phases again. The more of those early phases you have to get through, the more difficult it is to progress.
And not only does it take a while to get back to the prog point, it's also you only have precious seconds to practice this brand new convoluted mechanic that could go wrong at any point. There are so many failure states. So you're trying to find your feet and know where you're going. And then you have so many different combinations. One pull, you might have a certain combination of debuffs. The next pull, you're going to have a completely different set. You have to do different things every single time. And more often than not, in Final Fantasy XIV anyway, you want to see all of the different combinations just so you know exactly what you're doing if you have that combination. And sometimes, you know, you can have a similar combination every single pull. And then that one pull, you'll get something completely new. And you think, where am I going with this? What am I doing with this? Oh,
Yeah.
I haven't had this yet.
Absolutely true. And also with these ultimate mechanics, they're multi-stage, and you can fail at any stage. So you see a little bit of the mechanic, you see a little bit of Light Rampant, you see a little bit of Ultimate Relativity, and you say, okay, I've got to cook for that. That cook successfully gets you 5 seconds in the mechanic where something new happens that inevitably wipes you instantly, and like, okay, we got 5 seconds further. Now we need a new cook. That gets you 5 seconds further, something new happens. That's going to happen again, because that point in the Darklit Dragon Song that we've gotten to, we still don't know what goes on with rewinds. We still don't know exactly what's going on with Shiva doing a knockback and an icy floor. So you're going to get there again after successfully resolving your debuffs and die again in order to glean a hard-earned 10 seconds of extra information that you have to go through 10 minutes of fight to get to again to practice.
Yeah, and they could come up with a strat and then they have to implement that. And you also have to factor in that they have to execute that strat perfectly to test whether it works or not.
Yeah.
And some people may or may not make mistakes at that point, so you may not necessarily know if it works. Is going to that location the correct solve? Oh, but I wasn't able to get there, so we don't know. We just need to do it again. Yeah, there's so much relying on those precious seconds, and then the amount of time it takes to get back there is cruel.
It is. It takes
In the
a lot
best
of
way.
focus. It takes a lot of focus. It takes a lot of practice. And a huge kudos to these teams who started the day today when we came in, kind of, barely making it past this crystal phase, getting into the Gaia phase, and wiping instantly to Ultimate Relativity. And from there, they've gone to multiple teams having successfully made it past Ultimate Relativity into Apocalypse, multiple teams having made it past the Gaia phase entirely into phase 4. So an enormous amount of progress made today over the hours by all of these teams continuing to work very, very hard, but it is extremely difficult. We now have Team Awkward Raid Time heading into a Gaia pull, and we can see if they have improved their performance with Ultimate Relativity, which even if you have a solve, even if you know, here's our 14-step raid plan for how to do this, it's very hard to execute perfectly every time. Every player needs to learn so many different combinations of debuffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is Awkward Raid Times. I think they've been here a few times.
Yes.
It's really cool to see the teams pulling side by side, and sometimes you have slight differences in how they tackle various mechanics, and it's really cool to see that, how they have the different solves. I mean, sometimes they end up, coming to the same solve, because I think most of the time...
That was interesting.
Oh? What did you spot?
I think that they're doing a little system to try to indicate which stoplight they're going to be baiting, so that everyone can see which one they're going to bait, instead of having hard assignments that everyone has to remember later. Let's see that that's actually what happens here as Mr. Happy resolves his mechanics. The rewind placed in the middle because he's got the water that's going to need to be soaked by everyone in 10 seconds. One more round of baiting. This is the one that he marked that he was going to go bait. He went and stood next to it and then went back into the middle. I think he was literally saying, this is mine. And everyone kind of says, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, at the very beginning of the mechanic, so that an outside raid leader or someone with a bird's eye view can say, no, you're wrong, you need to move over. And they can see there's one person standing by every stoplight.
And I feel like visually that makes things a lot less cluttered and much more efficient. So everybody can clearly see, okay, this is where I'm going, that's where that person's going, that one's free, that one's not
Yeah.
free. I think that really
I
helps
like
the
that.
team overall.
And there's a couple of seconds at the beginning. The game gives you a little bit of time to process which debuffs you have and what you're going to do. And in that time, Mr. Happy went and stood next to the thing that he knew he was going to be soaking so they could do this visual double check that they had enough. And it worked. They have successfully made it through Relativity, and now they're getting ready to start Apocalypse, which is very, very fun. They get 6 total debuffs, 3 sets total on different timers. So each side needs to have a short, a medium, and a long timer of these waters that need to be soaked. The first dark water going off now. And of course, since you need a short, long, and medium on each side, you have to have a priority system for swapping people back and forth if your side spawns with 2 longs, for example. But they successfully make that work. Then you have 4 people on each side finding the safe spot from this Apocalypse set.
Yeah, that's the thing, that they really have to react in the moment, right? Because it can go in any combination on anyone, and they really have to react and know exactly where they're going at what point, which you do see a lot of the teams struggle with on Prog, losing people from being on the wrong side of the room. They do unfortunately lose one of the tanks here.
Yeah, 1 tank lost and damage downs on almost everyone in the group. This was an extraordinarily good pull until the second Dark Water. You have 3 sets of those, where you have 1 on each side exploding short, 1 on each side exploding medium, 1 on each side exploding long. The first explosion happens in the first safe spot, the second explosion happens in the second safe spot, and the third explosion happens after the knockback. That second set clipped a bunch of people, getting you damage downs on most of the raid, killing 1 person, and because of those damage downs, they were unable to meet the DPS check, but still an extraordinarily good pull that they basically have proof of concept that they know how to handle this mechanic. I believe, in fact, that is the best pull Awkward Raid Time has had.
I think so, yes, which is super exciting for them. It must feel so rewarding getting to that point and then successfully seeing a little bit further in and then kind of nailing it in a way of like, hey, our strat works.
It was really clean, and I think obviously we don't have a full handle on exactly every nuance of how everyone's handling it, but there's been a couple of different teams approaching how to choose and how to assign which person is baiting which traffic light. Theirs looked really good, and I think it's the first one I've seen where at the very beginning people move out and signal physically which one they're going to do so that we have this visual confirmation that everyone is soaked and we don't have any double soaks. So that's really clean. I really like that. I haven't seen very many other teams doing that. For example, Echo doesn't do that. Instead, they just kind of have this rubric in their head saying this is the one I need to do and assume everyone knows, and we've had mistakes occur because of that where one doesn't go soaked. So that was really clean and good to see.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes, like not necessarily comms, but it can be quite cluttering, a lot of audio. So seeing something really obvious and visual like that would really help, because you can quickly rectify in the moment. If there's 2 people in one spot, you know that there's some kind of error. But if everyone goes out and there's 1 person assigned to each traffic light, you know, okay, it's maybe right.
Yeah, it was good, and it resulted in extremely clean Relativity. So I'll be interested to see. We'll watch this pull and see if Echo gets as far, and I think we'll see that they don't do that, right? They just have a rubric in mind instead. But first they have to get through all of the crystals of light, kill those in order to put vulnerability and kill the ice veil encasing Shiva right now. They need to get this below a certain threshold before this final Ice Age cast finishes, and you can see the ether of the Crystal of Darkness is empowering and shooting out these dark beams as a 50% hit comes in from those. Boom!
It's a very cool visual.
It is. I love that
They're
Gaia
empowering Gaia as well, yeah.
Yep, and she just knocks the crap out of that chunk of ice. So a clean entry into another Gaia phase, which they've successfully gotten past several times. Let's see if they can do it again. They have a strategy, but just as happened yesterday with a multitude of wipes in Light Rampant, even after they had a strategy, you can still see wipes in Advanced Relativity, Ultimate Relativity, pardon me, for the same reason. You can have a combination that you weren't ready for and fail that. So let's keep an eye on that. We'll try to follow along. It looks like we're going to be following MT and see which debuffs he gets determine exactly what soaks he will be doing.
Their health bars dropped so
I mean, that's kind of programmed in, right? It sets your health to 0 to 1.
Yep.
Yeah, so
a
nice LB
It always
farm.
throws me.
Yeah. Okay, so he's got a very active role here. He needs to go out immediately with the short explosion and explode. Then he needs to set his rewind in the middle, or on the edge for this explosion. Very good. Now he needs to go in the middle to get a soak. Then he needs to go bait his light and then get soaked in the middle with this 9-second soak timer going off. Baiting his light. And then 5 seconds left to get in the middle for soak. Very, very good. And then finally, he's chilling now until the rewind will pull him back out for his Shadow Circle explosion.
It looks so efficient and clean just seeing them moving in and out in their lanes with their traffic light that they'll be dealing and playing around. But it does seem like they all kind of just focus on themselves. They know exactly where individually they're going.
They're not doing any of that signaling. They just look at their debuffs and say, given this set of debuffs, this is my configuration. I'm doing the second round of baits, and I'm going to put my rewand on the edge next to my bait, and it goes very, very, well, very, very cleanly. So now they only have to deal with these tank busters into the apocalypses, and you can watch. This is a much simpler mechanic with precise positioning kind of being the necessary precondition to success. First, we're going to get a set of debuffs on 6 people, and they need to make sure that you have 3 debuffs on each side, a long, a short, and medium on each side, make any swaps that are necessary, and they pre-spread to make that possible. Here come the debuffs. Quick check. We have a swap between MT to make sure that they have the right durations on each side. And now we have light parties on each side. Now the apocalypse comes out, and you can see which way it's rotating to know where the first safe spot is. You want to be inward of the rotation. And once there, you need to spread out for these purple circles inside the safe spots so you don't get hit. Very good. And then rotate into the middle.
Yeah.
Now the second set of dark waters get soaked.
Yeah, you can, it's so clean. It's such a clean dance, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. After this comes a knockback, followed by the final set of dark water soaks, and they get knocked back into 2 different groups for the final set. Cleanly done. Everyone alive. Boss at 22%, so this is going to be a very leisurely push into the final phase of progress we've seen. Phase 4 coming up.
Yeah, they're absolutely
that was
blasting.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
that
very,
all looked,
very nice.
They made it look so easy.
They did. And that's something that I keep reiterating. When it goes well, it just looks so elegant.
Well, let's see what they've cooked up in this phase. Echo has successfully made it past the kind of like mini light rampant with dark lit dragon song. Let's see if they can get deeper into the Omega rampant relativity, whatever the heck we want to call it, that's been wiping everyone else. All of the things.
All of the things go.
But before we get there, now interestingly, you can see, like Lucrezia, MT's not pushing any buttons. He's a ninja. He's not going to be healing the group. Damage doesn't matter. Do the mechanics correctly. This is very ethical gameplay. Who cares how much damage you do? Let's just not wipe the group. As we head into this spell in waitings, and then the mini light rampant that they need to make the hourglass for.
Yes.
So, yep, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, right, so you have the 4 players tethered. They'll need to make the hourglass and also squidge, soaking these towers, while the 4 closest players also bait those cones away, making sure that they're not altering those chains. They can't break them. Grouping up.
Very good.
Nice. The soaks. Half of the room is also getting cleaved.
And then the tank busters come out. They did a really good job. The spell in waitings result in soaks later, so you end up in light parties around your 2 little chain groups, but they did that fine. And now we're going to be going into the Morn of Foz. So 1 light party on the left, 1 on the right in order to soak the dark and light beams. Mitigation and healing. Health bars bouncing a little bit, but they got through that just fine.
Yeah, proving a little bit of difficulty before earlier on in progress. Hits very, very hard, but they have their mitigation relatively sorted. Unfortunately, do lose Narlock.
Yep, our tank goes down, but that may have been on purpose if you had a... I'm not sure, actually. We'll have to take a look. Notably, I'm always looking at the Fragment's health, which is about 2/3 or 75% here. It did go down there when the AoE went off.
Yes.
Unavoidable AoE took its health down. Now, we now have the debuffs. They are splitting into... They don't know what they're doing, I think. Okay. They're trying to split into light parties, but this is only the 2nd or 3rd time they've gotten here, and they have a lot of Monka steering going on.
There is so much happening.
So much Monka steering. Shiva jumps to the side and sends out the light wave. She jumps to the other side and sends out another light wave.
Meanwhile, the dragons are rotating around the room as well.
Here comes the quietest damage. Narlock's still alive. Suki's still alive.
Positions locked in.
Rewinds are now locked in, and they're going to pop 3, 2, 1 now. That's when you get snapshotted back to somewhere.
Yeah, and that's also when the boss seems to teleport to one of the areas around the outside of the room and do some kind of knockback. I imagine from her position.
Or icy slide or something we don't know yet.
No.
That was a really good pull, getting some new information, and successfully making it to the Omega mechanic, whatever we want to call it. Not Omega, I guess. We had an Omega raid already.
Oh no, we are junctioning primals.
Yeah, we're junctioning primals. No, we can't do
ultimates.
this. Yeah, not the Omega mechanic. They saw a lot of pieces there. Obviously, no new information. Other teams had already seen that, including Kindred and Lucrezia. They don't have a cook that they were ready to execute. They may have had a cook, but since it was the first time getting there, maybe they were looking at the screen and saying, like, which side am I supposed to go to? Where am I taking my debuff? And that all fell apart very, very quickly. You can have no uncertainty going into that. You need to know where to go and what to do, and they didn't yet.
It is so fast-paced, especially with the rapid, dealing with the debuffs and the dragons around the outside of the room. They have to be so quick and clean with the movement. It's very similar to even Ultimate Relativity right here. There is not a moment for a pause or hesitation. You have to be in your spot every single moment, making sure you're baiting the traffic lights, dropping off your debuffs, soaking the debuffs as well, placing your position correctly, and facing away from the people with the eyes at the very end, which are expiring in 5 seconds. If you hesitate at any moment, if you're not in the right position, it can be very detrimental, either killing yourself or your teammates as well.
Yep, absolutely. We did pick up a Doom coming out on N about there to die, so we're just going to wall it here. The mechanics here are very interesting in that if you get hit by something you shouldn't, it may not necessarily kill you. It may just give you a 90% damage done reduction that prevents you from having any chance of defeating the boss in time. So it looks like we're going to have a nice replay here of Echo's most recent best pull as we're going into... Everyone's kind of like looking around because this is an information gathering pull. What are we doing? Where are we going? What is happening?
Yeah, you can see that they are splitting into two different teams-ish across the room.
They just weren't 100% sure where exactly the safe spot was going to be, it looks like. And also notably, I don't know if this was on purpose, but they did have at least 2 of the donuts next to each other, which would have enabled both of them to be safe from that explosion.
Yeah, because I think it was 3 people with the ice debuff.
Yes.
So you want to have them together. And I believe that's going off with a soak as well, the water soak perhaps?
Yes.
So you're going to have those players at least grouped up. So that'll be a reaction in the moment, noticing what debuffs you have and going to the right side of the room. All right, let's have a little bit of a look again.
Yeah, we did get Nara up in time for the cast, which is good. Crystallized time. Maybe that's what we should call it. Crystallized, the crystallized mechanic. It seems a little bit weird. It's not ominous as enough.
No. Crystallized
The laws of time are in chaos. In chaos indeed. As the fragment went to half health from that AoE, that was interesting to note as well. So it does take unavoidable damage, which is going to provide, if you're supposed to keep it alive, that provides kind of a time limit for getting through it.
I wonder if the traffic lights hit it,
I don't think the traffic light hit it. Let's try to keep our eye on that.
No
damage on
so.
That's
so
good. If it took damage from that, then all theories would be out the window. But the fact that it takes damage from you putting stuff on it, but it doesn't take damage from unavoidable things, reinforces my belief that you are supposed to be preserving the fragment by avoiding it with all of your explosions.
And that restricts even more space in the arena.
Yep.
It's not much room to work with already.
Absolutely true.
Let's restrict it even more.
Yep, let's keep sending it forward because the rewinds are going to place their snapshot positions in 5 seconds for now. And we can see that right after the snapshots are placed, right as the quietest goes off, they have 7 seconds at the end of which they'll get teleported to that rewind position. And you can see the graphical marker of where he's going to go. That teleport occurs at the same time that her wings kind of go off here.
So there's an animation here.
Can we go back 5 seconds maybe?
But it doesn't seem that she does anything.
It's right, but I want to see exactly what's happening. I want to go to that end of that again and see the cast bars of the enemy list. Okay, Finescaping's hard. We can just send it forward then. You can send it forward full speed, and we'll watch this one more time, and then we'll go to another POV. I like Raimi's POV. Let's keep it here.
Okay. So they're empowering the various traffic lights.
Yeah. I'm just watching the enmity list at this point, to be honest. They actually do cast those circles as well, by the way. You can see the Maelstrom cast they cast. Okay, Raimi dies. Does he get rezzed again? We need someone alive, so we have an enmity list. Good, perfect. Ara alive. Okay, we need Nar. That's the POV I should have called for. I'm sorry, production. Nar is the only one that'll work. He's alive the longest. I should have realized we needed a tank POV.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right, here we go. There we go. Nar POV. Let's watch it one more time from his POV. Yeah, that's the unavoidable damage on the fragment. He's got to win, so he's not trying to stay away from everyone else. Gonna yeet some people across the room.
Oh, also taking the soak from the dragon there. You can
Tank
see
POV.
The blue debuff circle that the blue players will have to soak.
Next, the debuff that you get, that purple one, that quietest, you don't really have to do anything with that. That's just raid damage. The individual responsible isn't doing anything as far as we know. Although, yeah, it hits the entire arena. So then he places Rewind.
Yeah, so the boss then is channeling...
She's casting Hallowed Wings. And then he died. The boss is casting Hallowed Wings, which is straight out of the Shiva Savage. But we don't know exactly how it does damage, where it does damage, when it does damage, and what role it plays when she teleports around and sends it.
Yeah, because it didn't seem like it necessarily happened as the animation finished.
It does look like the Rewind will happen at the same time as the end of the Hallowed Wings cast. That's when you're going to end up back somewhere that you need to be in order to live through whatever it is she's doing with those wings.
I'm sure it must be the knockback. It has to be.
If you in chat have already figured this out and you want to clue us in, then send in a donation to Games for Love. $5, $10, whatever you want to send, goes to a great cause, and you can explain, essaying to us on the couch here exactly what your cook is, exactly what's going on there with the Rewinds and the Hallowed Wings. For those who, I saw some people in chat asking, what's going on with Games for Love? Is it a trustworthy charity? Games for Love is a phenomenal charity. You can go to Charity Navigator, which is an independent third-party objective charity evaluating website and organization. They grade charities, and you'll see that Games for Love is a 5-star charity in the top 1% of all charities when it comes to financial accountability, the percentage of money that's going to the actual cause instead of things like overhead and salaries. They are the #1 ranked charity in the category of charities for children. So they're a phenomenal top-tier charity that's doing a really good job making every dollar work for the cause of providing kids the distraction therapy they need to not suffer so much when they're stuck in hospital for months or even years at a time, letting kids continue to be kids. And no one knows better than us on the couch and you sitting at home. You wouldn't be watching the stream if video games weren't an important part of your life. And you know how enriching they can be, how much joy they can bring. Imagine how much more important it is to children.
Exactly. Childhood being such a precious time, and being in hospital not being the best time. So trying to make that as comfortable and magical as it can possibly be through gaming, which brings us all together. So it is a wonderful, wonderful cause. And you guys have raised so much money so far. Thank you so much for everybody who is donating. Did you want to have a little bit of a look-see?
Maybe in a little bit.
Oh!
No. I definitely want to look at it.
Where are we?
No. Don't look at it. Don't look at the screen.
Okay.
We didn't do this. We're talking about charity.
What is this chat cover?
That was almost a caster curse, but not quite. Where are we? We have Midnight Donut working on the Oracle of Darkness. This is a POV I haven't seen thus far. I hired this bird to burge at you.
Well, that's what
Midnight
chat also
Donut
loves doing.
with a great chat cover. Currently working on Apocalypse. They need to find the safe zone from this Apocalypse and spread out 4 on each side. Right after this, they're going to go into the middle in order to soak the second round of Dark Water. You see 1 light party on each side. Dark Water explodes now. That's the soak. Now the tank goes and baits the tank hit, and the groups go close to get knocked back to either side for the final Dark Water soak going off right now. Very, very clean. Midnight Donut is having an excellent pull with the boss at 24%. They have a very good shot of getting sub 20% and seeing phase 4.
Yeah, needing to get her below 20% threshold here in order for that cast Memory's End, which is the Enrage, to not kill everybody as they successfully do.
That's well done. So
Moving
they're gonna be seeing this. I don't know. We haven't been keeping track of this team nearly as closely, so I don't know how far they've seen, but they're about to see this ASEAN duo at work trying to erase the memories.
This might be their first time seeing it, but
could be. Unsure.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to remember exactly
I see some
how
very
many.
unethical Astrologian play here. Sending Malefics for no particularly good reason. You're not going to kill the boss with Malefic right now. Stop pushing buttons and play the game. We do have a death to that. So I think this might be their first time. You have to bait that beam and then immediately move out of it. We had a death there to that. Now we have the Spell in Waitings coming out for the upcoming Dark Waters that will resolve after the miniature lights rampant, but they did die to that. This is a very early P4 pull for them. Congratulations to this team, because it's phenomenal that they are now joining the ranks of those working on P4. But of course, no matter how much you've seen, no matter how many guides are out there, no matter how much you've watched from other streams, the first time you run into something as difficult as Light Rampant or Darklit Dragon Song, you're gonna wipe. Right, you're just going to wipe that first time. Imagine you get to the first part of when we were doing Shiva progression, Light Rampant hits, and you're just like,
Oh my
Where
goodness.
do I go? What do I do?
I had heard about Lights Rampant since starting the game, and I had no idea what it was. I just heard reference to it all the time. And when that mechanic came in, when we finally did Shiva Savage, I was okay, I understand now. Oh.
Where are my sunglasses?
Yeah. It was, I can imagine the first time people seeing that, it was wild.
Indeed.
What an intricate and very, very cool mechanic to pull off. It was, very, very cool. Again, kind of really showcasing how the smaller, more intimate party size in FF14 works really well, because then when you're solving these mechanics as a team, it really brings everybody together. You really are working together, and I really love that aspect in the smaller group size. I also think the smaller group size is much more accessible, for example, as well.
True.
It's nice
It's easier to
manage.
muster 8.
Yeah. Much better for people to, for example, go into the ultimate, find 7 other people to play with and jump in. Because going into this ultimate, gear-wise, you're going in with the Savage gear and Tombstone gear that you're farming. So it's not necessarily this lots of hoops to jump through in order to participate. You can jump in and, you know, not have to really go out of your way to do anything too
Farm
extensive.
gear or do splits or it's true.
Trying to avoid all the trigger words.
The ultimate comes out kind of in the middle. No new gear available, no new raid tier available. So you're just doing it with the gear you've already acquired. So any team that's been doing Savage can jump in and do it. We should, because I have a fear that the only way we're going to get a chance to actually see the cinematic that plays when you walk into the instance is if we do it, because all of these teams keep skipping it every time they queue in.
There was one time I saw the cutscene, and it was a very funny moment yesterday where I think Shiva, like they got to a new part in Shiva, and the POV switched into the cutscene, and I got massively
thought it was a Shiva cutscene.
baited, thinking this is a transformation, but it was actually Mr. Happy rewatching the cutscene in the in room. Because then he then spawned in the in
their
room.
second entry into the raid.
So
well,
we were just watching the entry cutscene.
Giving it a watch. I haven't actually seen it yet. I did go unlock the raid so I could hear the wandering minstrel explain to me the basis for his ballad and the speculations he was indulging in order to create this fanciful flight of imagination. So unlocking it is worthwhile for that quest text, but I haven't seen the cutscene yet. I do want to make a group maybe and just walk in just to see that and wipe instantly to the first, Fate Breaker mechanic for fun. Don't worry, as we are yapping here, we do have an eye on all 9 of our teams that we currently have POVs for. None of them are near Gaia. Maybe in 15 or 20 minutes, we should do a run-through of the entire fight and kind of explain it to anyone that doesn't know what's going on in the earlier phases, which are also cinematic and very fun. But in the meantime, do we want to say thank you to some of our donations? Because I think we have many of those to run through.
We have many donations coming in. You've all been incredibly generous. Thank you very, very much. So many. Did you want to read some?
Oh, sure. I don't mind.
I was reading some with Alex.
Very good. So we have a $10 donation from Anonymous, $5 from Tilly saying, for the roommates rewritten. I believe that would be, is that me and Alex? Are we the roommates rewritten?
Yes.
Rewriting the roommates as giant dudes.
Friendly roommates ultimate.
That's the ultimate that nobody wanted, but we're getting anyway. Anonymous sending in $10 say, I'll be your queen bee, honey bee lovely. I'll be adored by workers near and far. I'll let you be my little drone honey, so long as you never cross me. I'm not going to sing it.
Who's my obedient bee? It's me.
It's not me. Anonymous sending in $5. Rage Quit Panda sending in $10 saying, hello, everyone. Been a fantastic time watching the Race World First, so happy we can bring together the community like this. Thank you so much to Echo, Mogtalk, casters, and production, as well as Cute Chat. Thank you very, very much for that extraordinarily generous donation. Yuna sending in $25. Thanks for a great show. Good luck to all the teams trying to clear. Can't wait to get to the fight with my static this weekend. Good luck.
Yes,
have fun in there. That should be very fun. $555.55 donated by Meatball Headache with a very important comment for chat.
Wow.
He says, I ate 65 frogs.
Oh.
Don't know what to say when someone donates $555.55 and then says they ate 65 frogs. I am at a loss for words.
Well, 6 times 5.
Indeed. Korn sent in $10 saying, my first time watching an Ultimate Race World First. Very exciting. Would love to hear Wayward Daughter during progression. If the song is available to be played and will not violate any kind of copyright rules, it is likely that production will indulge your request. $10 from Anonymous. Thank you very, very much. And believe me, guys, you are welcome to use your donations as a means to communicate with us. Tell us your cooks, tell us your theories, tell us that, we missed something obvious. Tell us about the cosplays you want to watch or that you've indulged in. All of these are great, but we also appreciate every donation, whether you leave a message or not. There's nothing more Giga Chad than dropping $10, dropping the mic, having nothing to say, don't elaborate, and leave, because it all goes to help children regardless. Another $10 from Gortholda saying, shout out to Gearman Ebenwave, the cutest bard in the whole world.
Aww.
You can do that too. $10 and we'll shout out your Static, your FC, your friends. Whoever you want. That's a great approach as well. Thank you guys all so much. We're at $13,698.53 raised for the phenomenal charity Games for Love, and that's all thanks to you guys.
Yes, and this whole entire event would not be possible without our amazing sponsors either. And as you've seen from the players, they all are kitted out with Corsair gear, and we do have a wonderful headset to show you.
Oh, yes.
We have the Virtuoso Max headset.
Can I open it?
Yes.
I want to open it.
Do you want to have a little bit of an unboxing?
Are you good at opening presents?
No, I'm the one that everyone stares at angrily because I take ages to try it. Yes,
you
but
preserve
it's
the paper.
No, just tape is hard.
I thought you were like preserving the paper.
Right, my family, okay, the wrapping is questionable, as is mine, so it's just hard to open it, okay?
Okay, well, we
just
have
calling out all my family.
we have the Corsair Virtuoso Max here in this, which is the headset I use at home as well. Many of our players are using it as well.
It is
a beautiful headset with extremely high quality. It has phenomenal noise canceling.
Yes, and you get studio quality sound as well, which is incredible, and it's wireless functionality.
Wireless with an extraordinarily good battery life. I love wireless headsets and microphones, right? Because there's nothing like being in a meeting, not having anything productive to say, wandering around your kitchen, vacuuming, doing dishes. Sam is looking at me because he knows I'm doing this during our meetings. Yep. Headset wireless lets you do that. You need a good battery life on it. These headsets have a phenomenal battery life. They also have really good noise canceling, which is the other crucial thing, particularly if you're playing in a LAN event or you have roommates or you have, a girlfriend or a boyfriend that games as well. You don't want to hear them shouting at their Apex game or something like that.
Who would do that?
Have the noise cancellation. They also come with thoroughly customizable audio profiles, completely set it up however you want, and it is a beautiful, beautiful headset. So check those out, Exclam Corsair, if you want to take a look at these amazing products or any of the other products provided by our phenomenal sponsors, Corsair, Secret Lab, Displate, Starforge, Elgato, and NordVPN, many of which have provided prizes for the winning teams of this Race World First. Obviously, we're here featuring the Echo team, but they may not win. So we've got prizes available for whichever streaming team does win the Race World First.
Yeah, we've got so many different POVs here. So any of these teams who take that World First win will be, win lots of amazing prizes.
Yeah.
There are some very unique displays as well for first, second, and third place.
Yeah,
they
some
get
exciting stuff.
They get 8 fully unique limited edition displays for their team.
With their own team names printed on it, the individual members of the team. They also get Secret Lab chairs awarded to the winners.
Yes, the Final Fantasy edition, I believe.
The Final Fantasy 14 edition, which are so beautiful. They get some Corsair gear, some Elgato gear, all of this provided by our sponsors for the winning team. So
there you go. I think got a little bit of a graphic.
Maybe not, because Sam was actually in here. Maybe in a little bit we can have the graphic. But some phenomenal prizes provided. Make sure you're checking out, if you're interested in any of that gear, Exclam Display or Exclam Corsair, to look at the products of your choice. Here you can see the full list of prizes going out, including 8 custom hoodies, 8 champion displays, and all of the Secret Lab, Corsair, and Elgato products as well. That
hoodie is absolutely, it's all beautiful, but that hoodie is just...
It's very, very nice.
It's so nice.
And the cool thing about that display is, obviously, we have I'm going to pick it up here, in fact.
Ooh.
We have the display available here for anyone to buy that has the Echo World First display that we put out for all of our Races World First in both WoW and in Final Fantasy 14. That's a good memorial for anyone that's involved. It's got our team's names printed on it. That's win, lose, or draw.
So I
was going to say, just like you had said, the winning team, second and third place as well, will get this display made with their team names on it. Champion, second place, or third place. Only a limited number of those, 8, will ever be made. So that team has a permanent personal reminder that no one else will have access to.
Exactly. And I think what's really wonderful about these displays is it's kind of like a memory of a really epic time. I have a display from all of the WoW races, for example, and they're so wonderful to look at and have. And now I have one for the very first, in-person Final Fantasy 14 Ultimate race. And that's such a wonderful bit of memorabilia that you can keep with you.
It is indeed. Check out our link, echo.com/display, where you can get up to 44% off for the Black Friday sale on all of your displays, including for the first time a sale on the texture displays.
Yes, the texture displays, which we do have some right down here.
Oh, that top one is the most beautiful one.
I actually have this one.
That one's so gorgeous.
It is so pretty. So the texture displays have a lovely texture and also a really nice finish, which I think you can see.
Yeah, you can kind of see the light shining off of the textures.
This one you can really see. The light shining off of it. It is so beautiful, that little bit of a shine and the twinkling of the stars. And yes, for the first time, there is a discount on the texture displays. So if you have been looking at them for a while, they have so many different designs. Have a look at the website. Loads of different games, including Final Fantasy 14 ones, and lots of pretty artwork. So go have a look. And you can get up to 44% on displays in general.
Yep. Check out Exclaim Display in the chat. Use our link and you can get an amazing discount on all of your decorative needs. Don't worry. While we're talking about our sponsors, without whom we could not put on the show and we wouldn't be watching all of these amazing POVs, we are keeping an eye on the screen. Currently, pretty much every team is cooking. Echo is cooking, Lucrezia is cooking, Kindred is cooking, Zenith is cooking, Midnight Donut is cooking, Unwind is cooking, Last Pull No Mulligans is cooking. The only team pulling right now is Awkward Raid Time and Constant Pressure. So we are not missing any action as we bring you messages from these phenomenal sponsors. Constant Pressure. Another team I haven't seen very much today, with a great name and a wonderful chat cover.
So that's what I put on my raid static.
Int pressure. Constant pressure. Yeah, the pressure to int is irresistible for sure.
Yeah, especially and resisting the call to the void of jumping off the platform.
Indeed. Well, I mean, you have to do that. I remember the first time I walked into a Savage Raid with Scribe and Roger, it was that platform, and I'm like, oh, can you jump off? Because so often in Final Fantasy 14 you can't. The game prevents you from falling off of cliffs out in the world.
Yeah, it's usually sprout-proof.
Right.
It's idiot-proof.
So I jumped off. It turns out you can die. Turns out you can wall. Turns out that there's a lot of ways to die in Savage that you shouldn't do. I've explored all of them.
We need to test them. It's very crucial, the science.
Yeah, Constant Pressure doing a good job here. Very, very good to see so many teams. Obviously, the Mogtalk team with whom we've partnered for this event does a great job of reaching out to all of the teams that are trying to do this ultimate relatively hardcore and says, hey, do you guys want to be featured? The top teams will have POVs made available to Echo for us to broadcast to you guys. They'll go up on the leaderboard and be eligible, because they're streaming, for the prizes awarded to the first streamed clear. So really, really wonderful to see the community come together, both raiders and viewers.
Yeah, and it's so nice to be able to keep tabs on the different teams that going through, seeing them get further and further, seeing them neaten up their pulls, discover new ways to get through the various mechanics that the Ultimate is piling onto them. So it's just wonderful to be able to take part and share in the race as a whole and have so many different teams competing as well.
Yeah, we've had some really spicy moments where we had a full 9 teams all progressing the same point at the same time. Notably during, for example, Light Rampant, almost every team was hitting Light Rampant almost every pull. So we could go from pull to pull. Now Kindred, now Lucrezia, now Echo, now Awkward Raid Time, now Kindred, now Team Cryo, and non-stop action. Now deeper into the Ultimate, everyone's kind of looking at this what did we call it? Crystallized rampant relativity omega, whatever. Everyone's kind of looking at this and saying, okay, how do we cook this, right? So we have a lot of cooking going on right now, but later when they're working on it, you can have some non-stop comparison between these teams, and that's so exciting when you say, okay, now this team's gotten so much further here. Now this team's moving further. Now this team's moving further. That back-to-back and head-to-head combat and competition is just so exciting to watch live at an event like this.
Yeah, especially when they went into that first relativity, and they also had that very, very tight DPS check to make, because you may see some teams go through the onslaught of mechanics cleaner, but then you have another team who it might not be as clean, but they've got more health percentage off of the boss. So it's kind of lots of different things that you're looking at that becomes the spectacle of, hey, who's closest to pushing it below that threshold and who's closest to getting through it as cleanly as possible. So yeah, you have all these different elements that you're looking at, and you're seeing the teams pull side by side, which just adds to the spectacle, and it really does bring everybody together, which is wonderful.
Yep, very, very exciting to see. We do have Awkward Raid Time currently going through their Light Rampant. I hesitate to say that because every time I've called out a POV going through Light Rampant, yesterday while they were working on it, they wiped, which I feel like is unfair to blame on a caster curse. Light Rampant was the progression point for every team.
It was inevitable.
It was important to look at every team's attempt at Light Rampant, and most of them were going to fail. I wasn't caster cursing, I was highlighting progress, but of course, chat insisted I floor POV because we were going from, oh, they're on Light Rampant, wipe. Okay, now they're on Light Rampant, wipe. Okay, no, they're on, no, wipe.
It was really funny.
Yeah, but it was...
And someone else pointed out to me as well, when you sat on the floor, we were the same height.
Yeah?
I was like, oh.
I mean, that's true.
I did not notice.
Some of us are IRL Lalas and some of us are IRL Rose.
Very true.
Chat can guess which one is which. I mean, we're not gonna.
I think it's hard to tell.
Here. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you can work it out, let us know through your donation.
Yeah, indeed. Let us know which one you believe. What race would Jordan and I be in Final Fantasy 14?
I think Merez got some FOMO because he offered to also dress up with Alex and Jeeth. But we need to figure out. No. Oh, no. We need to figure out who Merez can cosplay as.
When we were talking
and
about
join you.
When we were talking about reaching that $12,000 goal, and Alex and I dressing up as Goth and Glam, Reen and Gaia, Mears stands up and says, "Oh, I could join in.
I could do that.
You guys want to raise more money? I'll dress up as something. What should it be?"
What should it be?
Well, I would let him take my place in a heartbeat.
No.
The issue is that we ordered XXXXL dresses. And Mears, while a fine young man, is not as large as Alex or I. He might be dressed in a potato sack in those dresses, whereas I'm worried about Alex and I having skin tights, even in the 4X dresses. We need to find a different outfit for him.
I think we need another outfit anyway, because you can't get out of this, Jesse.
I was thinking that it would be appropriate, but I don't know how we could do it if we had him dress up as Thancred.
Ooh.
I think Mears would make a convincing Thancred with very little necessary makeup.
Yeah.
He's got the facial structure, and he's got a little bit the hair going on. Yeah.
So we just need to figure out an outfit.
We need a long coat and
we just... Okay, if we can find some kind of white trench coat, then... And then we'd have to style his hair like we could do... What about Thancred?
Chat, want to see Mears dressed up as Thancred escorting 6'3" Gaia and Reen around? If only we could find knee-high black boots with 6-inch heels for Gaia. Alex says he's 6'3", right? Which is something like 190 centimeters or so. How about we add 10 centimeters of heels on top of it?
Sounds good. It's not
Speaking
tall enough.
Speaking of IRL Row.
Yeah. It's transforming into... Elizon's taller?
Well, Elizon might be taller than... I'm not sure, but they're nowhere near as thick as Ephemero.
You guys are strong.
What do you mean, you guys? You just called me a Row IRL.
No, just...
He said you guys are strong about the Row.
Yeah, Rows are beefy.
Yeah, well, all right. Cosplay aside, we do have Awkward Raid Time making progress through this Oracle of Darkness, currently heading into the Apocalypse with 1 damage reduction on our Paladin tank due to a death, but everyone else doing full damage in their cooldowns right now as we head into the Apocalypse. First, we're going to get 6 debuffs, 3 on each side. They need to have 1 of each duration on each side. So they're going to need to sort that out right now. We'll see any necessary priority swaps occur as they head into the safe zones from the Apocalypse. So first, okay, we evaluate any swaps. Yes, we do a quick swap. Now, you keep an eye when the Apocalypse spawns. It's a beam of light, and you want to go stand next to the first beam of light and then go inward from the way it's rotating. It's rotating that way Oh, he's going all the way across the room to the other safe spot.
They're very visual gamers. Do you see how Mr. Happy also went to the starting point and followed it around?
Yeah.
Similar to how they dealt with the first
Well, the thing
Relativity, where they have that visual indication that they're doing with the players.
Yeah, a couple of deaths. What other teams are doing is they go to the first spot and then step to the side it's not rotating toward, because that's going to be the fully safe spot, but they rotated all the way around. We did get 2 deaths and dooms on pretty much everyone, so that's going to be damage downs on the entire team. We will not be able to get to the 20% necessary to prevent Memory's End from killing everyone. Still a good pull. Every practice pull you get that gets you through Ultimate Relativity and gets you some Apocalypse practice is worthwhile. But you're right, that's a good point. They are visual gamers like that.
Yeah, it seems like it works really nicely, especially for that first, for the Ultimate Relativity, just again, positioning themselves out like that, just to be very, very clear where everybody's going. It can provide that little bit of a confidence buffer in a way of a convoluted, complex mechanic, just kind of having that clarity of we know exactly where everyone's going, and then you can just focus on dealing with the mechanics. You don't have that extra panic of, am I in the right spot? Ooh,
yeah, it's true.
Uncertainty.
I loved it with the Ultimate Relativity, right? One of the biggest causes of wipes we've seen in even the really good teams, all of these teams are phenomenal, but even the teams that are most advanced on the leaderboard is in that Ultimate Relativity having someone not realize that they were supposed to soak a certain stoplight. One goes unsoaked and it beams through the middle. That's caused a lot of wipes. Starting the mechanic with everyone claiming their stoplight prevents that in a very clear, very visually clear way that any outside raid leader or any inside raid leader can look and say, okay, every stoplight has a person, we're good. And even the individual raiders can say, oh, there's a gap there. Maybe that's mine.
Yeah, and it could be that these teams don't necessarily have an outside raid leader, so they need to be able to work that out themselves, so it can ease the burden of the raid leader who's also playing, just to have everybody kind of in their spots so they can see if anybody's quite a little bit wrong. So yeah, it can help, those little tiny movements like that, and they do have time to do it, so
Absolutely.
It helps.
Well, with almost every team at this juncture on AFK screens, sitting in cities, clearly cooking at the moment, the very difficult mechanic we've run into about halfway through P4, I wonder if now production would be a good time for us to take a little break. Not very many POVs to take a look at, so if we can maybe go to some music while we watch Constant Pressure working on their Shiva and Gaia progress, this might be a propitious time for us to take a break in order to come back refreshed when more progress occurs.
See you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. If you are joining us for this evening, we are quite deep into the ultimate progression now. Who knows what's to come? There are many bosses that could still appear. There are many phases that could still appear. We have no idea until we get there, but this race has been a spectacle so far, watching all the guilds battle it out side by side. Statics, actually.
Not classes, jobs.
Yes, so far. And if you are here watching alongside us, we hope you are having a wonderful time seeing the glory that is an ultimate fight. As we see Lucrezia are back into phase 4 as both the bosses appear.
Yep, both the Oracle of Darkness and our Usurper of Frost. The merged pairing, which has led to a lot of speculation. What comes next? Is it the two of them actually merging? Is it some kind of amalgamation with Metron involved? Or is that what's coming after that? We don't know yet. We can speculate in tinfoil, but first we should pay attention because Lucrezia has had a series of excellent pulls making progress through the wall that has been phase 4 thus far. They're currently dealing with that Darklit Dragon Song, getting that done no problem. 2 Tank Busters coming out, and then we're going into the major wall, the Crystallized Time, which is a very weird name for this mechanic that involves relativity mechanics and dragon mechanics and all kinds of other things. I'm not sure I'm happy with it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite coordinate
capture it the
with
same way.
the mechanics that are necessarily happening, which is interesting.
But it is what it's called, so we're going to go with Crystallized Time. Crystallized Time coming out, which is a very complex wall that no team we have been watching has successfully dealt with thus far. It's going to put debuffs on everyone in the raid, much like Ultimate Relativity that needs to be dealt with. And we're going to have stoplights, much like Ultimate Relativity that has to be dealt with. And the addition, instead of baiting the stoplights, the addition is of these white dragons you see rotating around the room, starting from that other edge. Now we have 2 light parties with 1 separate person over there. They've got a cook here. There's donuts and a wind.
Oh.
They use the wind to get knocked across the room on purpose from the donut. But unfortunately, it puts 1 person in the wall and a couple other people into an exploding light.
It seems like they are very confident about splitting the group, and it seems like they're splitting the group based obviously on what debuffs they have, and they looked a lot more secure in who was going where.
That's coming out here from our Scholar on the Astrologian. Did we get it up in time? Astrologian has res immunity for 4 seconds, potentially see something new. The knockback coming out anyway, but we are going to see a little bit further.
Oh, there's
the second
another knockback.
It keeps going.
Okay, interesting. So it doesn't knock you back enough.
Yeah, it didn't
You
wall
can
him.
stay back. You can stay on the platform. You don't necessarily have to use that time rewind.
And they're not going to really be able to either, because the rewind snapshots you back to where you were when she first does the Hallowed Wings in the middle, which is before the knockbacks occur. But you're right that we have seen now an extra knockback that we had not seen before this point. So they did get a little bit of extra information there with the chain resin going out from the Scholar onto the Astrologian, which is very, very interesting to see. But yeah, that is the current wall, and we see Lucrezia trying a cook. They are trying a light party on each side of the stop lights, kind of double circle walling off the middle of the room. Once you split up, you need to figure out, okay, how are we going to handle having a donut explode with winds explode that do a knockback? I had thought that the winds would spread out along with the shadow guy and then do a collapse onto a soak on their side. And then the ice and a soak would occur on the other side, stacked on top of each other, but they're taking a completely different approach, putting the wind on top of the donut and trying to use that knock to skate across the arena.
Yeah, which we saw one of their previous pulls as well. And we was wondering whether it would be a case of, are we going to utilize this wind debuff to put us in a different position on the other side of the room? But it does give you a Vuln, which
The wind
could
debuff
be...
doesn't.
Oh, the wind debuff doesn't?
It does a little bit of damage, but the wind debuff did not put up a Vuln. The Vuln was applied when they landed in the circle on the other side that exploded on them. So it's...
So you could technically use the wind
could.
debuff to your advantage, and that's something I wouldn't have necessarily thought you were supposed to do.
Me either, right?
I would have thought it would be a kind of a failure thing.
Yeah.
Of you want to take this away and be away from everybody.
And it may still be, right? They're cooking, and we should let them cook, but it does look like using that knockback is scary, right? Because what direction are you exactly getting knocked when you have to have a very precise knock to end up not in the wall, which one person went right into the wall from the knock, and also not in one of the exploding traffic lights, which everyone else ended up in exploding traffic lights. So when you're next to that arrow debuff exploding, it seems to me that the angles of where you're getting knocked are very precise, and a small deviation left to right is going to send you very wide left to right at the far end of the knock. I guess that's my understanding of geometry and angles. And maybe I'm wrong there, but it seems like a kind of chaotic and dangerous strategy that may not be the ultimate solution, but it's very fascinating to see them do that because that's not at all the cook that Alex and I had been looking at potentially beforehand, and it's very, very interesting to see. I wonder, we've had a long period of cooking from Echo, who we are currently watching in Phase 2. I wonder if we're going to see something different from them.
Yeah, it seems guaranteed that they are definitely splitting everybody kind of into 4 little groups, right? Separating people into the initial 2 groups and then subdividing them depending on what debuffs they have further as well. Yeah, I wonder if they just kind of made a mistake or if they're testing using the wind debuff.
I don't think it was a mistake, and I say that only because the first time they did that, I was like, well, was that a mistake? They've done it twice now.
Time,
they're doing it on purpose.
And they went very quickly into those positions.
That was a deliberate cook. Yeah. Oh, this music is very evocative. Do you hear this?
Yep.
Yep. Yep. We've all heard this. I actually turned it off.
Did you?
Yeah, because it interferes with like the zone music, you know.
It does, yeah. I feel like it's quite, sometimes can be immersion breaking having mount music on.
Sometimes.
But, I mean, other times, especially if you have like a savage mount, for example, and it plays the raid music, that can be really cool.
Yeah, it can be.
It's a weird flex having a savage mount.
It is. I mean, imagine not having 5 of them. Now there's going to be people in chat with, 15 or whatever, but still. I can't not tell this story because it's so funny. You know that Echo with Roger and Scribe and me all did all the Eden raids, right?
Yep.
Each Eden raid, we did them in Shadowbringers, blind, minimum admiral, no Echo. Each Eden raid drops 1 mount when you kill the final boss.
Uh-huh.
I won the first mount.
Oh, nice. Easy.
And the second mount.
Oh.
And the third mount.
Oh, you were still rolling
I just
for
yoinked them all. Of course I was. Roger wanted them and I couldn't let him have them.
Get wrecked, Roger.
Yoinkity, yoinkity,
Unlucky.
yoink. My favorite of all of them is, of course, the Ramu mount.
The Ramu mount?
Yeah.
Is it the... It's Ramu? Is it Ramu?
You're riding Ramu, which is everyone's dream.
Oh. Is it?
No comment.
Yes.
Well, hey, look. Hey, phase 3.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is really good timing. So back into phase 3. Or phase 4. I don't know.
This is phase 3, right? Yeah, this is ultimate relativity.
Yeah,
all right,
phase 3.
ultimate relativity. We've seen a couple. It's so fascinating when you see the different teams playing head-to-head and see actual different strategies coming out. Echo playing by very much a rubric, an algorithm saying, I'm going to be soaking this traffic light. I don't need to signal in any way. I'm just going to trust everyone else does their own thing. But we saw Awkward Raid Time have a really nice little strat of signaling where they were going. But Echo's done this many times. Let's see if they can continue to resolve it. I think so far, so good.
That extra visual clarity definitely adds some comfort and security. I think that does a lot subconsciously and psychologically.
It may save some pulls, but of course, once you're 100 wipes into this specific mechanic, maybe you don't need those pulls saved. Narlock now baiting his beam and then getting ready for his rewind, which will pull him right to where he already was. A little bit of cheeky gameplay there. He was already positioned where the rewind yoinked him to for his explosion, but that's general relativity done. Now we're going to have a tank buster and then go into our apocalypse.
Sorry. I had a question that I was reading on the telephone.
Oh, yeah, we have a little teleprompter, and we had a message from it. I threw to you when you were busy reading that message.
No, that's fine. I was looking in that direction.
But yeah, we're now going into the apocalypse, so we have a light party on each side.
Yes, absolutely, and they will be getting the water debuffs as well on different timers. You'll have the shorter one, the medium one, and the longer one. They need to make sure that each side has one of each, so they can soak them and spread it out as well, as you can't soak too many to get the vulnerability, as well as positioning themselves for the apocalyptic stars that are circling the room, making sure they find the safe spot, place the circles.
Poor Nar, ending up there far away from melee range, unable to melee the boss, the uptime strategy.
Uptime. There you go, beautifully done. Oh,
that was, oh no.
Perhaps not. I don't think that counts as my cursing.
That is, in fact, a caster curse because you said beautifully done as 3 people got hit by the tank buster and died. Literally at the same moment.
Oopsie.
The boss is currently at 27%. We have 3 dead. We're not going to be able to take her down to the 20% necessary to prevent our wipe to this memory's end. You have cursed this pull, Jordan. But that's okay.
Oopsie.
You know what the silver lining here is that they have nothing to cook. They're just going to go again. And that means we can kind of talk about the whole fight for people in chat who have missed out on the phase 1 and phase 2 progression.
Absolutely, because there may be some people who are tuning in today who may have missed yesterday or want to recap in general. We have been skipping over the phases. We get naturally very excited about, the later points, but these earlier phases are still extremely difficult and extremely captivating to watch. So absolutely, we can go through from head to toe.
Indeed, starting here with the Fatebreaker, Thancred, who is sending out these protean waves that can alternate between... These are always going to send out lightning proteans. Kind of the way Thancred works is he does one base mechanic that happens invariably, and then randomly goes between either fire or lightning to layer on top of it. So here, for example, he's glowing red. That means the next mechanic that will happen will have fire going on at the same time. So they're going to find the safe spots from these charges, which is the Savage mechanic, and then have a light party soak inside the safe spot because it was fire. If it had been lightning, then they would spread instead. That's the theme of the fight. If it's lightning, you're going to do some version of spread. If it's fire, you'll do some version of stack. Yeah,
which you saw them, stacking up for that fire, as you saw there. And now the boss is now channeling the lightning as they're also taking the proteans. So they have to bear in mind while they're going through the various mechanics, which element is assigned, just so they know exactly what they're doing, as they will have the tethers. And they're going to position themselves. There you go, grouping up, stacking together.
Here's going to be a knockback from the middle, sending them into their light party stacks, each group with one tether. You might have to do some swaps there. One group might have 2 tethers, then you have to do a live swap to make sure that there's 4 in each party and not have 2 tethers in each party. That handled, they'll be heading into the most difficult mechanic of phase 1, which is tethers. They line up in a conga line, and there are going to be 4 tethers, 2 going north and 2 going south. The first one is fire. That'll be a stack. The second one is fire. That'll be a stack on the opposite side. The third one is lightning. That'll be a spread on the top. And the fourth one is fire again. So the south group has a really easy job. They've got fire twice. Fire means you stack up behind the bomb and bait a cone away from everyone else. Lightning means you spread out around the bomb and bait the cones out away from everyone else. But we did, unfortunately, mess one of those cones up.
Yeah, so they actually take a small vulnerability window once one of the tethers go off. So that's why you have to separate out. You have 1 and 3 on one side because you take the damage from the cones that come out from 1. You get a little bit of respite while number 2 goes out, and then when number 3 goes off, your vulnerability is dropped and you're able to bait the third set of cones. That's why they're alternating in that way. But then, of course, as the tethers are going off, they will need to change their movement depending on which element is aligned to it. So as you were saying with the lightning spreading out, but unfortunately they did bait the cones towards the other group, so that did lead to deaths.
And there's a couple of other little things that make that deceptively difficult. It doesn't look that difficult, but it is. 4 random people get tethers, and you need 4 people on each side. The 4 people that don't get tethers need to allocate 2 north and 2 south. How do you do that? The really clever conga line means that once the 4 people with tethers have run out of that line, the 2 northmost remaining people go north and the 2 southmost remaining people go south. Then once you're there, you probably didn't memorize what color the tethers were that you ended up going to because you were just looking to see whether you go north or south. You don't know if you need to spread or stack. So the person with the tether says, south next is stack. South next is spread. So a lot of moving parts there that can result in a wipe. Obviously, though, looking to get through phase 1 cleanly every single time. Unfortunately, wipe there. We need to move past it to get to our pro point.
Yeah, every moment of these ultimates are very, very intense. Even though it looks like an effortless dance, it doesn't mean that it's easy. There's so much going on, especially as talking about the convoluted conga line, for example. And all of this precise positioning, moving into the middle in a way that you get knocked in that tiny, tiny, narrow little window safely through those circles. It is precise positioning the entire way through, and it is rapid with how many mechanics get thrown at you the entire time. As you can see them now moving into their conga line, seeing who's getting the tether, seeing which group they're going to be going with. The first tether going to be lightning, so that'll be baiting cones away. The second tether, also lightning. Third being fire. And the fourth being lightning. All right, so this northernmost group will have to bait the lightning away.
Yep,
as will the other group. And now they have a fire, so they're stacking together, baiting this fiery cone away.
Perfect.
And the final tether being the lightning.
Well
there
done.
You go. Well executed.
Now they're through that phase. The last remaining mechanic of this phase is kind of a body check to make sure you did that correctly. The 2 tanks are going to have to take their tank debuff away from the group and explode, while the 6 remaining people soak 3 towers. The 3 towers require 6 people, either with 3 towers each with 2, or 1, 2, and 3 towers, or 4, 1, and 1. It can be any of those configurations. You see the towers over there? It looks like it's a 4, 1, 1. So again, you have to have a prio system to get knocked back such that you have 4 people end in 1 and 1 in each of the others. But of course, having done this several hundred times at this point, they have those prio systems locked down. This is the Enrage cast Thancred has, which In many previous ultimates, you'll see them kind of milk that since they have so much damage. They can push him before that phase cast even starts. But you can delay your entry into phase 2 by waiting for that cast to go a little bit and maybe get some cooldown timings back.
Yeah, it's all about kind of bringing forward cooldowns into the next phases, because while phase 1's very intense, it's not the tightest DPS check. So if they can sit in that cast for longer, they can wait for cooldowns to come up so they can then send them into phase 2, for example, which we have gone into. This is the Shiva phase, where they will have a lot of ice and mirrors to deal with as she summons her Heidelin clone.
Yeah,
into the arena.
This little clone that does either a cleave or a reap, which means you have to go either out or in while you drop these stars in the icicles that were latest to spawn so that you can get out before they drop on you, because those are on timers. Once those stars go off, you're going to get knocked into light parties on either side and kite around this series of bombs falling on the healers in a light party soak in such a way that you end up stopping right now, because now it's icy, and can skate forward or back behind these cleaves so you don't get hit by the swords. And these are a very tight snapshot. You watch them going right into the animation in order to avoid the subsequent slice.
Beautiful, because one singular movement catapults you forward on that ice floor. So you cannot move at all until you very much need to, because there's also a delay from when you can move again. So if you try and fix a mistake in your positioning, you may not be able to move for the time that you have to, which is that very, very tight kind of overlap of where she's aiming.
Yep.
As we're going into the mirrors, and she will shoot cones away from her.
Yeah, that gave them a little about 10 seconds of respite. Nice little break. Let's pop our 2-minute cooldowns, and we're back at it. The boss is going to do these light cones based on the 4 closest people and reflect that same mechanic from the mirror. So you, again, split into 2 groups, one dealing with the boss, the other dealing with the mirror, and then each group dealing with their own mirror. You have to bait those cones away from your other group, which they have successfully completed, which is going to take us finally to the major wall of the Shiva phase, the infamous, the eye-blinding, the ear-shattering Light Rampant.
Oh, that chain-breaking sound haunts us all, as you'll see 2 players with the golden orbs above their heads, and the rest of the players all needing to make it into their star pattern and soak in their towers as they rotate around. Their chains locking in, they cannot extend or shorten them. They have to be very careful with the movement here, dodging the orbs that are exploding, as well as soaking in their parties. Now the players with the 2 stacks have to go into the middle to soak, and everyone being on 3 stacks now have to bait these cones away in their clock spots or protean positions as well.
Either one works, and this is the kind of final mechanic to prove that you solved Light Rampant correctly. If you go into this with 3 stacks on everyone gets their final 4 stack, and you're fine. If anyone's dead, you all wipe. If anyone was at 4 stacks before, you go to 5 stacks and you all wipe. That's kind of the final body check to ensure you did it right. They did do it right, and that means that they're going to be able to take a look at the next phase, phase 3. You don't actually have to kill Shiva, just get her below 20% in order to survive that absolute 0 cast and go into our phase 2.5 intermission with these crystals. Yeah, kind of like an
intermission. Absolutely. It'll have dark crystals and light crystals forming around the room. They will need to destroy the crystal of light to make sure that they can DPS the crystal in the middle, and they have opted to leave the crystals of darkness alive as they empower Gaia, making her deal a large chunk of damage to the ice in the middle. So you can see them also baiting these cones away from the crystals of darkness, baiting these puddles from the crystals of light as they get all of them down, finishing that last final one. And you can see the crystals of darkness empowering Gaia, and she will take a leap into the air, shattering the crystal. But they need to make sure that they get the ice veil low enough, sub 50%, to make sure that it dies, which has not proven to be too much of a challenge.
Yep, they need to do about 50% of this ice veil's health in order to have Gaia do the final 50% and kill it, and they've got plenty of damage. We do have LB3, which we have been using in order to beat the Gaia DPS check thus far, but we have to wait and see. It might be useful for something else. Some teams haven't even needed it for the Gaia DPS check, but having defeated Shiva and broken her out of her ice veil, Michan is now summoning the full power of Gaia, Shiva, out of the ice shell. Gaia coming out, I am Logrif, servant of Zodiark, entering into this phase 3. And now that we're going to be dealing with, just like we had the infamous Light Rampant with Shiva, we're going to have the infamous Relativity with Gaia.
Yes, two very highly anticipated mechanics, very famous mechanics from the Eden Savage raid that we are seeing in some kind of form in the Ultimate, as this is Ultimate Relativity. You'll see the traffic lights forming in a cone with these clocks in the colors indicating which of these traffic lights will be going off first. They all need to be baited at the same time. Everyone has debuffs that they'll be dealing with. You'll have these shadowy fires that they'll need to go and take out so they don't explode on anyone else. You also have the ice rings that they can't cleave anyone else with. We're taking those out as well, the one player that gets it. And the water debuff that they will need to stack and soak together towards the end.
Yep, and all of that is done as well with the rewind debuff that snapshots you back to a position in time that you need to place at the correct place so you end up in the right spot to resolve this. There go the rewinds. We did have one mistaken resolution resulting in a stack of doom going on 3 different people that is accompanied by a damage down. In order to successfully beat this phase, you need to get Gaia below 20% by the end of her Enrage cast, and they might have a difficult time doing that when you have 3 damage downs going out at the exact same time as their 2-minute cooldown windows. So that was very unfortunate. We'll have to keep a close eye on the boss's health, but they are opting to see if they can get that done, so they have to go through one more mechanic, which is that Apocalypse.
Yeah, so we're going to be having a little look. They're getting themselves into their light parties.
Yep.
There you go. And now they'll have the water debuffs that have 3 different timers. And they need to make sure that the short, medium, and long timers, they have 1 of each on the side. So they need to adjust for each other. If you have 2 of the same on one side, they're moving into position. They've soaked that very, very first one. You can see the apocalyptic stars moving around the room, getting into position. All right.
Very good. So that means that they have safe spots on each side to spread out with those orbs. And then they collapse into the middle, to be safe from the continually rotating Apocalypse, doing their second soak. Finally, they have a tank hit into a knockback, and they will have their final soak in those knockback light parties. Now it's time to burn. She's going to do one more raid AoE and then go into her Enrage cast. Boss is at 35%. So we're going to wall it, because with all of those dooms resulting in 90% damage downs, you cannot beat the timer. But that was a great opportunity to kind of outline the whole course of the fight. And I believe that I am being ushered off the couch at this juncture.
Yeah, I think this is sadly Jesse's time up, as we have a new caster joining
Indeed.
on the couch.
So I will say farewell, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Hope you had fun, and enjoy your time with the wonderful Jordan and my inestimable replacement coming up soon.
To all of my children in whom life flows abundant, to all of my children to whom death hath passed his judgment, the soul yearns for honor and the flesh the hereafter. Look to those who walked before to lead those who walk after. Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe the lamb's alive, so believe.
Well, hello and welcome back already, ladies and gentlemen, and of course everyone in between. My name is Livy. I was sent here to replace Jeef, but since I am very well aware I could never do that, I'm just gonna take his spot on the couch at my side, and still looking as good as just before, the ever lovely Jordan.
Hello. Yes, I'm still here.
You having a good time?
Yes, it has been wonderful watching them go through, seeing that second relativity slash whatever we're calling it, all of the things looking absolutely chaotic. Trying to decipher how on earth they're going to get through that.
The secret is shipping the entire party via Aero Express to the other side of the map.
Yeah, we've seen Lucrezia take that approach, actually. I was wondering if that was going to have to be, you know, part of the strat, or if that was going to be, you know, a mistake that they were testing that they wouldn't have to use.
Maybe. We don't know. Alex and I have been cooking, though.
Oh.
I've discovered the joys of being in the kitchen with head chef Alex himself. It was good fun, and I mean, we have a little bit of a replay ready that we can take a look at, and why don't we talk about what we have come up with? We'll see if that actually works out or not, because there are a few things to it. So, we are going into this beautiful, beautiful mechanic with a lot of stoplights, and we can pause it right here. Oh no, wait. Is this... No, this is first.
Yeah, this is ultimate relativity.
This is ultimate relativity. We're talking about the
There's
wrong
a
one.
lot
Never mind.
going on
Just
here.
keep it rolling, production. We'll talk about the other one in a second. Aha! That one also looks like Gaia. Wait.
Music is epic.
Oh, yeah.
And
I love
meanwhile,
answers.
while we're having a look at the replay, don't worry, none of you are missing out on anything. A lot of the teams are not pulling right now. There is a lot to cook with this crystallized time relativity mechanic that are holding the statics up at the moment. So you're not missing out on any of the action as we go through the tension point for today.
It was a lot of contention around this one. So much cleanup to do, so much kind of just muscle memory to be gained in this mechanic, because there's a lot happening. It's really all about the different debuffs and be at the right spot at the right time with your active debuff, right? And if you're not having a debuff at the moment, well, you better go bait one of those hourglasses. And at the end, the rewinds are locked into place. Everything working out just fine. And it's really one of those mechanics that Echo over the course of this day has really nailed down.
Yeah,
very consistent.
Isn't it satisfying to see how much
Oh, I love it.
they clean up these mechanics that have proven to be really hectic, stressful? Because as we left day one, it was this ultimate relativity that we just watched. That was the prog point. That was the convoluted mess of debuffs and baits and explosions that now looks so clean.
And of course, after that, you move into Apocalypse. Lots of watermarks, but with a little bit of a time delay twist. In the meantime, we'll get the actual replay sorted, because we do want to talk about that. Was it crystallized?
Yeah, it's called Crystallized Time. Crystallized Time.
Ooh.
So it's a play on a few different mechanics that obviously exist in Savage.
Yeah.
You know, relativity being the key word, but it to be called Crystallized Time is interesting.
And at the very end, we're sending some waves in as well.
Yeah, the Exa waves. We've got the dragons as well.
I love Exa waves.
Yeah, it looks very satisfying seeing
Yep.
the crashes of waves of light crashing through the entire room. I mean, there's such a spectacle, right, with the
Yeah.
ultimates. And I feel like in general with Final Fantasy XIV raiding, it's such a visual spectacle.
Yeah.
All of the mechanics are so thematic. They look awesome. And it can be so good for playing, viewing, just wonderful. But you're absolutely right. The Exa waves are fantastic animations to watch.
Yeah, I bribed the mods had them enable Exajol earlier today. I'm
I saw
so
that.
happy about that emote. It's by far one of my favorite Final Fantasy 14 emotes.
I saw it because you
It's
told me
the
about it,
best.
and I
It's
said, "Oh,
the
I haven't
best.
seen it yet."
Yeah.
You showed me it. It's great. It's glorious.
It's fantastic. So the fact that we get Exa waves just makes this even better. The really funny thing about these Exa waves is the fact that Reen is standing behind them summoning in. Fun little detail is she locks in her position for a rewind at the same time whenever she summons a wave. And right after that mechanic, once we get the replay sorted, we'll dive into that. We've seen a bunch of knockbacks, so...
Yeah, because me and Jesse were discussing it, how the rewind and the position locking is going to come into that, because it seems like the debuffs resolve, the traffic lights resolve, and then you're left with the rewind after the waves, and how that's going to be relevant, how that's going to come into it. But we did also see that she does a knockback. But it seems like it doesn't knock you back enough to guarantee pushing you off the platform, where you have to utilize the positioning to go back. So it'll be interesting how that's going to come into it. We're not quite sure yet.
It is. It is going to be. So we'll see. We'll see how things get sorted out. We're currently looking at Las Polno Mulligans as they are discussing things. Fatebreaker, the next target. I think Lucrezia is taking a little bit of a dinner break, lunch break, breakfast break even. I have no idea what the local time is in Japan, but I think it is very early over there.
I think it's 8 a.m. actually. I
That
was
makes
wondering
sense, yeah. That
if it was a break timer, but I think that's the local time on their screen.
no, I think that's a break timer for another 22 minutes. So they'll continue at 8:46, and it's currently probably 8:24. That's at least
makes
what
sense. Big brain.
what I'm trying to make sense out of here.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, yes, we have had a little bit of news. The Echo team are heading to bed. They're going to take a little bit, well, I was going to say a little bit of an earlier night. It's actually very late here, local time.
Yeah, I think
What time is it? Maybe.
it's just past midnight, so we're encroaching on 12:30. And quite honestly, this was a very, very engaged and stressful day. So
Very intense.
Production.
So
Can we go to Mr. Happy? There's cat on cam. Look at the cat.
Oh, so cute. Look at that floofy.
So adorable.
So cute. But yes, Echo are heading to bed, but we are going to keep going until 2 a.m. We have the external team streams. We have still teams pulling, so we will keep bringing you the coverage and following the race closely and keeping you company.
Of course.
As we go through.
Exactly. Well, of course, we got replays, we got everything. We got all the stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you and Alex have figured out with the crystallized time, relative, ultimate chaos.
It's a
All of the words.
I think it's a really fun mechanic. Because we were sitting and chatting, and at some point Alex just said, "Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't cook this. This is too difficult. This is like the first ultimate mechanic in this fight." So we sat there for 15 minutes, and then we saw the Lucrezia poll and saw the Aero Express shipment.
Yeah, the
We're like,
knockback.
This is it. That's it. This is how everything works.
That was the key
It was.
component. Yeah.
And it just makes sense. Once you have the idea of the Aero shipment, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Lucrezia try that from the very, very start. The first time they did it, we wondered if it was an accident, the Aero not quite getting into position, the person that they were standing with getting knocked, and perhaps by accident. But then the second time they went into it, they went with confidence. They split.
Oh, yeah.
They also got into position very quickly, which indicates, they knew exactly where they were going, knocking the 3 other people that they were standing with across the room. So it seemed very intentional at that point.
Indeed.
The music being
Confidence.
epic.
Which track is this?
See, it's Heaven's Ward, and it's
is,
the
right.
Foundation theme. I'm sure it's the reoccurring overall theme, but it.
Isn't it?
I think
it's a boss track, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Is it
is a boss
Thordan?
track, but it's also that bit every time I teleport to Foundation. It's always that glorious. It's the drama of the city in general, the grandness of it, and then you get hit with that really, really, really epic music.
True,
And
that
you
city
cry
is
every time.
that city isn't good for anything but epic music and drama.
Yeah,
Nothing else comes of it.
absolutely. But yeah, we do have a few teams pulling. Last pull, no mulligans. Currently
Working their way into P2.
furthest into the furthest team into the pool right now. A lot of the teams kind of sitting around. I mean, there is a lot to work out at this point. So if we, let's say, put it into perspective, as we ended day one, we had seen Ultimate Relativity, and that's what the teams have spent today kind of getting through, and also beating that extremely tight DPS check. And now seeing this next variant of the relativity called crystallized time in this case, there is a lot to decipher with this mechanic. So I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps this is an overnight cook kind of session where they're going to be spending the time, come back fresh tomorrow, which is, you know, I think what Echo have opted for. Come back fresh, because Echo, when they got their sleep buff this morning, they went straight in. Their first pull of the day was their strongest pull bar, and it was very impressive.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of fatigue at this point in the day. I mean, they've raided a lot and gotten some really solid progress all throughout this day, and honestly, for a few moments or I think an hour or two, were with a solid lead at the top of the leaderboard as well. So the Echo team has done really, really good work over the course of this entire day, and just getting some good sleep and resetting and letting the analysts just figure things out a little bit further, because I feel like this is one of those mechanics that even if once it's figured out, it's really mostly about executing, getting in there, playing it correctly, and the sooner you can go in and play at max focus with a game plan that should, in theory, work out very well, you're in a position where you can make a rapid progression. I feel like we've gotten enough information, thanks to the pulls from Echo and Lucrezia, to just know how to handle things until the point after these waves. So,
absolutely. And not only are they playing for extended periods of time, we also have to bear in mind how long this fight is so far. That is a large amount of time to keep focus, and it's also a very, very intense playstyle as well. You know, you're fighting for, I don't know what the combat timer is by the time they get into phase 4, but I think it's maybe around 6 minutes perhaps into encounter time, and that is 6 minutes of very very intense, very specific positioning, convoluted priority systems, for example. Okay, it does seem like we've got the replay here we go.
We pause this here real quick. So we have a couple of hourglasses. We have 2 yellow ones, 2 blue ones, and 2 normal ones. So the yellow ones go off fast, basically immediately. The 2 slow ones obviously go off last, and the 2 neutral ones somewhere in between. The key ones here are the slow ones. You always want to orientate yourself and how you play this mechanic based on where the slow ones are, because you have a couple of debuffs that need to go off. The very first one that goes off is the Dark Waters. That is going to happen.
Yeah, because you can see
which is basically
the
at this
debuffs.
point in 4 seconds. It's a bit of a soak. It is one you can, with a bit of shielding and a little bit of Monka S, you can soak that with 2 players, but ideally you take it with a few more people. The Vuln stack you get from that also only lasts a single second, so should be fallen off by the time the big explosion afterwards happens. I keep forgetting the yellow arrows, what that debuff is called. I just can't get the name into my head. The other thing that goes off right after is a large combination of blizzards and the arrows, as well as one of the darkness explosions that you don't want to have in your group because it kills everyone. It's not a big radius, but it's a decent size. So the goal here is to have 2 of the blizzards close to the yellow hourglass that spawns the dragon heads, because they need to soak these Dragon Heads since they have the red debuff in the second row, which is basically more or less a doom mark. If you don't soak the Dragon Head by the time this that expires, you're dead. So those two Blizzards will always need to soak the first two Dragon Heads directly after that yellow Hourglass explodes. They circle around the arena, so you run into them immediately. Hourglass goes off, Blizzards soak the Dragon Heads. In the meantime, near the southern, other side, yellow Hourglass, you have the two arrow players positioned on the right side and on the left side. One of them standing close to the slow Hourglass, the other one standing close to the medium Hourglass. Next to the medium Hourglass, you also position the player with the Darkness Explosion, and please forgive me that I'm not remembering any of these debuff names. It's very late. But basically, you position him far enough away from the arrow that it doesn't kill the arrow player, but the arrow, since that AoE is a little bit larger, the arrow kicks the Darkness player north.
Ooh, that's very clever because
So-
they are riding the knockbacks.
The goal, yes, exactly. It's all about riding these knockbacks, and the goal is to kick all players into a safe position, which is the slow Hourglass, which is, depending on how these things spawn, the slow Hourglass is either left side, top left, bottom right, or top right, bottom left. Those two sides, mirrored based on RNG. So, arrow kicks Darkness to the top left in this case.
Yes, you can see the fast traffic lights exploding
Exactly.
first this time.
They're exploding. At this point, you want the Blizzards to stand underneath the Hourglasses next to it. Please pause again here. Or actually, if you can rewind by like 2 seconds before the second Hourglasses explode. A little bit further. Nice flashbang there. So, this is good. One of the Hourglasses, rather the two yellow Hourglasses, which are at A and C, those are going to go off, basically, in this very moment. The Dragon Heads are going to get soaked by the Blizzard players standing on the Hourglasses on B, and I think that is 1 on the top, in the very top middle of the screen, that red marker. So you soak the Dragon Heads, get rid of the Doom debuff. The Dragon Heads will continue to travel southward. On the bottom left, bottom right Hourglass, you have the arrow player standing, and on the slow Hourglass of the bottom ones, you have the entire rest of the group standing. One of the Blizzards, one of the arrows with a long doom, because it's two arrows with a long doom and it's two Blizzards with a short doom. Those are always connected. Together with the yellow arrow, sorry, don't know the name of the debuff, and they're all clumped up because they're all soaking the Dark Waters together. They soak the Dark Waters, arrow goes off, kicks them top left to the other slow Hourglass, so they are in a safe spot. They group up with the Dark debuff that's also getting kicked by the arrow players towards north, which leaves you with the two arrow players that just kick their entire team to the top left via Arrow Express.
Bye-bye.
They move further south, complete the round, and stand where the first yellow Hourglass has already exploded. Stand in that safe spot because the either right or left, depending on which it is, the medium Hourglasses go off in this very moment. Afterwards, the Dragon Heads already have arrived basically in the south spot where the arrow players that still have the Doom can soak them and get rid of their debuff. And that's that part of the mechanic done.
All right, then just do that then.
Yeah, basically.
Oh my goodness.
Basically,
There are so many layers to this mechanic. You have as we were saying, the traffic lights exploding in an order, every player having to deal with their debuffs while also soaking the second part of their debuffs as well. Depending on whether they have red or blue, they're going to have to soak the Dragon Heads if they have red.
Exactly.
You've got 2 different timers. You're going to have 2 of the red debuff players soaking first, the other 2 second, and then everybody with the blue debuff needs to cleanse that debuff by going, you can see the little diamond, the little blue diamond here. That's where they'll need to cleanse their blue debuff as well. And even after all of that, you have these extra waves crashing across the platform. You've got two of them as well. And you have the time rewind. And it's we don't really necessarily know how the time rewind is going to come into it and feature yet.
I should have added in that disclaimer. Our cook works until the waves spawn. After that, we have no clue. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, thank you for taking us through it. It's extremely convoluted, extremely complicated.
It's tricky to explain without the graphic. So I apologize for the utter confusion, but I'm doing my best.
Oh, no, it was great. You went through all the different components. So we know what the different debuffs do, right? The yellow being the stack, the water also being the stack, the arrows shooting the other players across the platform, which they're opting to do.
Yeah.
And then also, you have the red and blue debuffs with the dragons. So we know how it all works. It just needs to be put together in that elegant way that these Final Fantasy mechanics tend to look.
It's a real whirlwind of a mechanic.
Oh, hey. All right, looks like
Sorry.
a lot of the teams are still taking a break. We do have
Indeed.
Constant Pressure, if we can take a little look at them. They are in the Shiva phase right now, furthest team along. Oh, Unwind, actually.
Yeah. You can definitely tell
in P3. There we go.
that day 2 has taken a lot out of a lot of these teams, right? There's a lot of teams taking breaks, going to bed, shutting down for the day because they've done so much work. We were talking the entire evening a little bit along the lines of progress is going really fast on this thing. Are we really gonna break through so far so quickly? Might this actually die? I don't know. Thursday night, Friday night, probably not Thursday night, now that we're realizing, okay, this thing is actually a lot more spicy than we thought.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
I know.
gonna last.
Yesterday, getting to P3 yesterday was, not necessarily worrying, right? We don't know how difficult the rest of the phases are, how many there are. There's still everything to play for. I think top, for example, P5 was such a humongous wall. We haven't hit P5 yet, for example.
Exactly.
We don't know what's to come. But we did get through yesterday. But one mechanic, one part of the fight, proving to be a roadblock for all of the teams today.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting to consider that basically the entire second day was spent on cleaning up P3, understanding and really locking down P3. Yes, we've seen a good chunk of P4, but I also want to say the fun side slide rampant at the start of P4 isn't necessarily the craziest thing we've seen in this encounter. So that teams get through that so quickly, not much of a surprise. So tomorrow, maybe it's another day where we push through a phase, clean up phase 4. If we're lucky, maybe we see the end of P4 and into P5 by the evening of tomorrow. If we're not,
How many
maybe.
phases do you think there are
So,
going to be?
From just combat time, I think Alex said this earlier today, going into P4, I think we are at 11 minutes, roughly, which would mean somewhere around first, second trio of P5 in top.
Okay.
So, in theory, pretty deep into this fight already. I'm personally thinking, after P4, which is, I don't think, too much longer than the waves mechanic, I feel like in the budget of the design budget of this fight, there is enough room for one big get out phase after this that's really gonna hit, and then finish it off with a victory lap, and it's over. So I think after P4, one more, and then the last phase. So I think 6 phases overall.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And then P5 packing a hell of a punch. Because when they put the design into these fights, they try so many different things. There's no real consistent rule. For example, top having an extremely difficult phase 1 that caught people off guard. And top as a whole being extremely mechanics heavy, being very, very difficult. And then DSR, for example, having very intricate puzzle solving points that were very thematic, saving him. That kept guilds at on lockdown for, I think, a couple of days, if I remember rightly.
It did.
And yeah, there seems to be just they tried lots of different things, and I think that's very cool. So it seems like maybe this is quite a end heavy fight where the first couple of phases, while being really high paced and intricate, by no means easy, but a lot of the very convoluted, challenging, tough, layered mechanics being in the back end of the fight, which is, considering, as you're saying, 11 minutes into the fight to get to these points is very tough.
You need a lot of really good play and really good consistency. I have a little question for chat. Maybe you guys can help me out. Top was designed by Mr. Ozma, if I remember that correctly, right? And someone else that now did Fru. Do I remember that correctly? I think so, but I might be wrong.
Could be.
Could be. Could not be.
I think you're correct.
I think so as well. I just wanna be sure. Oh, DSR was Ozma, Top wasn't. Okay, so I have it the other way around. Gotcha. Top wasn't Ozma. Top was the T guy, if I remember correctly. All right. And Fru's a new encounter designer. Well, there you go. That's
very
good to know.
cool.
Interesting. So,
all right.
thank you, chat.
So you're thinking 6 phases.
Yeah.
So what are we yet to see? What do you think?
Well, the fusion.
Yeah, the fusion.
Yeah.
Of both Gaia and Reen, or Logrith and Mitron. And I wonder if they'll kind of form a new boss model.
You know how one of the voice lines for, I'm not sure if it's Gaia or Reen saying this at the start of P4, is time is in chaos?
Mm-hmm.
I think there is a very distinct angle of possibility that after P4, since time is in chaos and their powers run rampant a little bit, we travel back in time to the time of the Ancients, where we fight original Logrith and Mitro.
Wow, that would be very, very cool.
It would be cool.
Speaking of which, looks
Speaking
like
of
we
cool
are
people.
joined.
Speaking of cool.
Speaking of cool, looks like we're joined by Alex
Hello.
over on the desk.
Did I explain it correctly, or are you here to correct my
halfway through
my
your explanation? I started having a nosebleed.
Oh my god! Oh no.
Pretty sure part of my brain started shutting down. The mechanic is far too complicated for me. I got invited to talk to a friend about it, and I was like, nope, I'm okay. I don't wanna. I mean, no think anymore. Just wanted to talk about the wonderful leaderboard that we have here.
Oh.
As you can see, that Kindred obviously on 27.2%. Now. That particular poll, I'm not sure if you guys saw it at the time, as to how far that is. It's at the exact same combat time as getting into that phase. That just means that we're doing big damn. I imagine that's what Aether Group did as well. It's not necessarily indicative that maybe Aether Group did get further. I can't say that because, of course, they're not streaming. But every team that's gone into that phase has basically just gone, don't touch your keyboard. Just sit here and do the mechanics properly. It seems that Kindred went in, actually did a pull with Big Damn, got into that phase that we're all struggling on right now, and died just like the rest of us. So, the percentages right now, I just wanted to kind of let you guys know, just in case you're like, oh, we missed a crazy pull of Kindred or anything like that. Oh, don't get me wrong. It was a wonderful pull and everything, but no further in terms of overall progress in that one spot that we're stuck at.
I see. Thank you very much for that information.
Yeah, that's very interesting because, often you look at boss health percentage as an indication of how far people are into the fight. And in other games, that can be a very good indication. But as you're saying, we've seen when the teams have got to those points, they are hands-off keyboard, just do the mechanics, don't worry about your damage. And that DPS optimization comes when they feel comfortable with the mechanic, they know where they're going, they know how they're solving it. So yeah, you can see the HP of the boss not necessarily mattering. But yeah, very interesting that Kindred had a pull where mechanically they were at the exact same point that everyone's at right now, but they had a real good DPS go. Yeah,
as far as we can tell, there might be a small opportunity. It kind of gives a little bit more framing to the shape of the phase as well, that if the bosses are both down to a roughly that percentage, that chances are coming out of that particular several knockbacks of 8 million mechanics going on phase, the crystallized time phase, that we're probably looking at maybe a few small mechanics whilst nuking down the bosses, and then we're probably done. So, phase 4 is probably not long for this world. It's one trio mechanic from disappearing, and then probably looking on towards maybe a final phase 5. Who knows? We have to see, because this is going down quick. So I thought I'd leave you with that.
Yeah,
I'm now going to
Alex.
slink off into the night.
Oh, Oh.
Have a good night, sir. Thank you
Ciao.
very, very
Thanks,
much.
Alex. Bye, Alex. Oh. Nothing
Destroys the
happened.
headset on the way out.
Oh, leaks. Leaks.
I'm not leaking anything. That was on camera.
As he sneaks
No, it
off into the night. Yeah, we must have missed it. I've been keeping my eye on the different POVs, and it didn't. I must have missed it from Kindred. I apologize, but yeah, it seems like they had their best HP percentage pull. You know what I think that is? I think the teams are looking at going to bed, and Kindred wanted to go to bed
As number one.
as number one. So they went in,
Very
got
valid.
the DPS in, got the boss to 27.2%. Boom, drop the mic, time for bed.
I mean, hey, if it
Giga
works,
chats.
if it works, it works, right? Get in there. But of course, there's always the danger of Lucrezia coming back from dinner break, or rather breakfast break, because I see things moving on that screen. Not yet in the dungeon, but I think it's about to happen. And that's gonna be. I think that's gonna be the exciting portion of our shift for the rest of the evening, if Lucrezia actually starts pulling again,
Could
because
be.
they're the team for me personally that have the biggest chance to make it all the way through.
Is that who you're betting on?
Oh yeah, I mean they've been looking the best so far. In terms of the P4 mechanics, absolutely.
Yeah, they've been playing incredibly well. I wouldn't be surprised if they also think about perhaps heading to bed, even though it's 8 to 8 a.m. for them at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a bed angle for them too. They have been gaming out of their minds all day, probably looking to get some rest, but they may take a leaf out of Kindred's book and place themselves a little bit higher on the leaderboard before doing so.
Indeed. Why not after all, right? In the meantime, we got Last Polar Mulligans in phase 3, working on relativity, which seems to be
Yeah, can
very
we...
good. Never mind. Don't even swap. They're dead.
Okay, so there's no evidence that you curse them, because
Indeed.
we're still looking at Unwind, who are very much alive going into phase 3.
Big damage coming out, and the healer's gonna just take care of it. I
Here we
gotta
go.
say, the more often I see it, the more I like P3.
Yeah?
This is a very nice phase. Yeah.
Is that your favorite phase so far?
No. P4
No?
is my favorite phase
P4?
so far. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a spectacle seeing them both out. Yeah, and then having the very convoluted, crystallized time, relativity, ultimate chaos thing.
Yeah. I'm taking I do like to design some bosses in my spare time.
Oh.
And I'm taking a lot of notes from this. It's very fun to see. Yeah.
Yeah, this is very, very cool. Especially, you know, with every little thing going wrong, having very precise positioning from even here where they're placing their fires that explode, the way that they're baiting the beams so they don't overlap with anyone who's going out to drop their debuffs, for example, keeping the middle safe so they can soak together, going in and out as a nice fluid team. It is really, really convoluted.
It is. One more res coming through. Shockwave Pulsar. You kind of want to be in res protection for that one, and it is working out quite nicely. Good save. Tank Buster coming through. That's going to be taken, I think, with immunity. Oh yeah, the tanks are at the bottom of this UI. There we go.
Yeah.
Who sorts their UI with tanks at the bottom? That's a completely new one for me.
Yeah, there are some priority systems based on party frames positioning, especially with the traffic lights in Ultimate Relativity, for example, where they see who has what number debuff, and that's the traffic light that they're going to be soaking. So it could be that in order to get uptime, the DPS do the less think, and the supports are at the bottom of the list because they then have to adjust slightly more, allowing the DPS to get more uptime. It could be, I don't know for sure, but...
Less brain cells for mechanics, more brain cells for button pressing. I like
Yes.
it. Very good. As a DPS main, that is very favorable in my mind.
Yeah, because we've seen some kind of priority system of, okay, well, you're taking the northmost tower, kind of going around in a clockwise motion. So there's 3 traffic lights to soak. If you have... if you're top of the list, you're soaking the northernmost one, or going counterclockwise, whichever one would be like 12 to 11. And if you're second, you're going to be the one in the middle. If you're third, you're going to be the one soaking the most clockwise. So if you're at the top of the list, you know that you're always going to that northmost position, and it can be a lot easier to decipher where you're going. I suppose the people in the middle have the hardest job. Because you know that you're not the leftmost one or the rightmost one. You're kind of looking to see where the middle is, for example. But yeah, it could be that. It could be just an ease of priority system. It is quite a tight DPS check in that phase, so, you know, letting the DPS blast. I'm always a big fan. Yeah,
Let me just move that back up so we get a nice little look at this beautiful, beautiful innard of this lovely Starforge PC.
Yes,
I
looking
think
very
you guys
fabulous
can
in
see the
purple.
display a little bit better as well. There we go. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Also, I'm starting to discover the pleasantry of sitting next to this PC, because sometimes, depending on how effective the AC is at the given time of day, sometimes it's very warm in the studio, and sometimes it's a little bit chilly. Now that it's considerably cozy, I get this nice little waft of air
Your nice
from
little
the
fan
PC
there.
fan. It's very nice.
Very
yes.
comfy.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, no, I'm being pretty comfy. So, Jordan, I'm curious, because before we started the shift, for some reason you asked me about Savage Bosses. What was your plan? I'm slightly scared.
Oh no, I was just going to ask how you find the various Savage tiers in 14, because I started playing for the very first time last year, and I've been making my way through the various Savage tiers. I started with Pandemonium. We went through on mine. I was semi-blind, had a raid leader, was supposed to watch a guide, but kind of ran around like a headless chicken.
The classic.
I very much enjoyed Pandemonium, and that was my first taste of 14 raiding. And then just before this Ultimate released, I went through Eden with some of our lovely casters.
Oh, lovely.
We also went in on mine, and I have to say the Eden raid series was, even though I haven't done all of them, I absolutely adored the fights in Eden. They were high-paced, all gas, no brakes, constant bombardment and barrage the entire way through. They were so overstimulating in the best way, and it completely blew me away when I went through Eden. I haven't done all of the fights yet. We did 1 to 4. Then we went straight to Shiva, and then we did E11 and E12, P1 and P2.
I see.
So we have a few that I didn't do, but I just noticed straight away Eden was my absolute favorite raid series. So I was going to ask you if you have a favorite raid series.
Okay. Well, allow me the bonus question. What are we ranking them by? Fights, boss models, or music?
Well, we could talk about all of them.
Okay. All right.
Because they all offer different things. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think music-wise... I almost think... I want to put... no, I need to put Alexander out of competition. That's just not fair. I think it's going to be Pandemonium, just on average.
Yeah?
The most banger tracks. Although Eden has some really, really good ones. Landslide is incredible. The Titan one.
Yeah.
Shiva's is amazing as well.
I personally really love Ramu. That is such a good track.
It's so different.
Yeah, it's
so
like
nice.
drum and bassy. And I really enjoy it.
Yeah. That's pretty nice. That is indeed the case. Mechanic-wise, so... I started in Stormblood, and when I was through MSQ and caught up with the game and everything, I think it was the second tier of Omega that was current content, and I didn't really jump too far into raiding at the time. But Omega always kind of has a little bit of a special place in my heart. Just doing the normals and looking at things, it was very cool to see, and the music was also pretty good. But I feel like Eden going into my first Savage bosses, like Leviathan, and I gotta say, I've watched and casted a lot more Savage bosses than I've actually progressed myself, because I just didn't have the time to progress as much. Eden was pretty good. Eden was pretty damn good.
They're such a spectacle of a fight as well. I feel like you can actually really appreciate how much of a visual spectacle they are casting them. Because they very much are, especially Shiva. That's such a standout fight with lights rampant.
I gotta be honest. Since the second tier of Eden was the first one that was ever kind of broadcasted. That's how I've realized that the FF14 World Race was actually a decent sized thing. And I hit up the Mogtalk team afterwards. I emailed Frosty and was like, "Hey, heard you all talking on the broadcast that you're looking for casters and people to work and help." And
oh my goodness! Wait,
I just
Zenith.
Realized. Wait, what?
Oh, on Travelites,
We're just chatting. Sorry,
Going
guys.
Savage. Zenith are making incredible progress here. This is the prog point for all of the teams so far today. This
still
second
alive.
Relativity. We do have a lot of players alive. Well, we have two. Ooh, just a healer. We go. We've got
More
the
knockbacks.
coming in now.
One more.
With Reen repositioning, ready to
And
knock
the damage is too much.
everybody across the platform. Wow, that was fantastic. Call that a little bit late.
Whoops. Sorry, guys. I'll be very honest. This is the first time this entire event that I've seen Zenith, so I wasn't ready to have a team in front of me that is going to blow us out of the water like this.
I love how many teams there are. The barrier to entry for, I feel like, Endgame 14 content is so low. Anybody can really get involved, and there's not this big convoluted mess and hoops to jump through and these barriers and these obstacles to kind of keep you from doing the content that you enjoy, right? So when you go into Savage, you'll have your gear can be crafted, and then you have your BIS kind of ready before you even go into the Savage raid. And then in the Ultimate, if you've played through the Savage, which has been out for a couple of months now, it's been a couple of months now, you are going in with the gear from Savage and tomestones, which you just farm every week on a weekly basis. You cap your tomestones, you buy some gear, and you're going into the Ultimate with that. There's not too much, and because you have the smaller group sizes, right, with only 8 raiders, it allows for more teams to exist. So I really love the fact that we're seeing all different names. We're seeing different teams every day. For example, Const Int Pressure that I've noticed today that we have, and now Zenith. And it's great to keep track of everybody who are going through at all different times as well. Because this is global, you have teams from all over the world. You have players from all over the world all battling it out. And you can really have that 24/7 coverage.
Yeah, it's one of the most wonderful things about the Final Fantasy World Race. World of Warcraft obviously is such it's a 2 to 3 horse race, right? You have Echo, Liquid, of course, and Method doing their best to stay up on top, but there's never really too much of an upset, no big surprises, no teams that come out of nowhere and just really take the cake. But in Final Fantasy, we've seen that again and again and again. Of course, some teams, like for example Echo over the recent years, have been dominant for a few tiers, but generally it's almost the rule that every now and then some team comes in out of nowhere that no one has expected, that no one even knew was raiding, and just smashes a tier out of the park and grabs a world first for themselves. Because the raid size is just so approachable. There's a solid number of really good players in the world, and with an 8-man sized raid team, you can get a lot of groups together. Especially when people kind of say, okay, I don't necessarily want to be an analyst for this team. I'd rather prog myself. You grab some capable friends and allies, and suddenly you have a world first contending team. And suddenly you're at the top of the leaderboard, or like Zenith on our broadcast, just completely smashing everything.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an excellent pull from them. As it seems like they are doing a little bit of cooking. That could have been the first time. I don't know if it was the first time. As I said, that was the first pull we saw from them. It seems like they got quite far into that mechanic. They could have just limped their way through, but I think it could have been the first time they're seeing it. So I can imagine there is a lot to talk about, regardless of how many times they've seen it. There are always new things to learn, to try, to see what works, see what doesn't work, and new things that you notice every pull as well.
Exactly.
So they'll be working things out as much as the other teams were when they first saw that phase.
Also, something very exciting for us. Lucrezia's back. They're
It
back
seems
from
like they
breakfast.
are in the raid, yes.
So we'll get some good
Standing
pulls
on the
in.
platform, see if they go into any more pulls and see how far they get. They've been playing extremely clean so far, as you were saying earlier.
And
One
of
to
course now
watch for
with
sure.
food buff. How are you with food buff? Are you better after food or worse for a bit?
I just play bad no matter what, you know.
Oh, that's a
I'm kidding.
mood and a half, honestly.
I actually don't know. I'm pretty consistent. I feel like when you're raiding, especially at a high level, being consistent is really, really important. So that is something that I did work on, especially when I was playing in WoW.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would say I think naturally you have more energy at the start, but there is also that second wind of you don't want to get tired or you don't want that fatigue to set in and you don't want to hold the rest of your team hostage. So you find that energy even towards the end of the day as well. But yeah, maybe if I had to say something, probably stronger at the start, perhaps.
Okay. Okay, well, that's fair enough.
Because you get excited. The day's starting, you've had a night's rest, or, you know, you've eaten and you're now sitting down for your raid in the evening. And it's fresh, it's exciting. You're ready to get stuck back in.
You've cleared your brain. Your brain has digested the information it's received on the previous day or the previous proc.
Head is empty.
Head empty. Head empty, fingers active, just gaming. That's what we like to see. Of course, Midnight Donut working nicely through the relativity. Now facing the apocalypse, and I'm confident they will just nail this mechanic without any issues. They're already in the right spots for the detonations to dodge them. Lilia really cuddling with that wall of death.
Yeah.
That was spooky to say the very least, but they've cleaned it nicely. The detonations are going off without a hitch. No one caught in it. The knockback is fine as well. Everyone in the stack and soaking that water splash. 2 dooms, 3 dooms though on people. I don't think that is as intended. Do they get removed? I don't think so. I think so, right?
No, that's 2 minutes. So they unfortunately will have a few players doing less damage. And this is a very tight DPS check. If they can get her below 20% before this cast is going off now, which unfortunately don't. I don't think they can afford to have any dooms or any damage downs in this phase. That DPS check is very, very difficult.
That is unfortunate indeed. But good effort. Very nice, clean execution on the mechanics. So if they just optimize the DPS a little bit more, they should be more than fine. And here you can see
look at the gamers.
The Echo Squad standing around Head Chef Roger's PC, cooking mechanics. They probably just saw the pull from Zenith and are just analyzing a few additional things. Maybe working with the extra information they might have gotten out of it.
Could be. I can imagine they're probably cooking up. Yeah, I think all the teams have seen, well, a lot of the phase, right? A lot of information. They made it through to the knockbacks, I believe. But yeah, you can always, you know, see how much information the other teams glean from a poll, for example. They may try something that you have an idea to do and you see, hey, that actually doesn't work as well as we thought, so let's not try that. Because polls can be really, really precious. It takes you, you know, about 10 minutes to get to that prog point.
Yeah.
And when you do get there, you have these precious seconds before everything goes wrong to try your best at implementing a strat, testing things. Should we use the wind knockback? What angle are we going for? You know, you only have precious seconds to implement these ideas. And then, you know, once you've tested it, you then have the 10 minutes to get back to that point again. So it's mostly about maintaining as much, let's say, uptime.
Momentum?
Momentum, uptime on your kind of theories and your strats. Making sure that you are making the most out of those pulls, for sure.
It's really a lot about just repetitions, muscle memories, and uptime. Obviously, you want to get the practice in because if you're cooking something, you're standing around an hour, then you try and you barely get to that phase. Maybe you get to try something, but the longer you wait in between pulls, the more you wind down. You lose that edge, you lose that adrenaline, and over the course of the day, I think you lose a lot of time to Pulse, just trying to get back in the rhythm, back in the mood.
Yeah, and with how intense the rest of the Ultimate fight is, right? Even in this phase, P1, there is so much happening at every single stage.
Yeah.
You have to remember exactly where it's safe to stand, for example. You can't be wrong in any of your positioning. Even here, you can see them running into the middle, getting knocked back, and that is such a thin gap that they have to cross through. It becomes muscle memory, but if you step even a toe wrong in either direction, you can go into the circles, you'll explode. So at every single point, you've got to be playing out of your mind. You've got to have your brain focused 110%. So you're just constantly on. You can't have a moment of respite. You can't
It's
just think, oh, you know, we're back in phase 1. I'm going to relax. I'm going to conserve some energy. Oh, no. Even with this, you get the 4 tethers that go out. You have the priority system. We have to try and decipher who's going where, who's going what side. And that's a very convoluted step of kind of thoughts going in there as they get into position in the 2 different groups.
Yeah. They're doing this quite nicely. Obviously, Mr. Happy and the team have been at it for quite a few hours. And every now and then, quite honestly, if you're raiding so much, you should get up, stretch, make sure to hydrate. And I feel like that's a very important point, because when I got onto the couch here, I completely forgot my water. So how do you feel about two quick minutes of water break? We'll get some jams in, and then we'll be back for P3 for people.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah?
let's take a little bit of a break. We'll get some tunes
Alrighty.
on for everyone. You can jam together, and we will see you in a little bit.
If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove.
We are not interrupting you, Gagagoo. We are joining in with it. How wonderful to bring that to another race. The Wide Nessies. We love seeing it. We saw an incredible pool from Lucrezia, so we rushed back on the couch. And as we got onto the couch,
They died.
they died. I don't know if we can be held accountable for that.
No, we can't.
But if you do want to blame us, I'm OK Mage, and I'm joined by the wonderful Liffy. Hello, hello.
Hello there.
We are with you in the late of the night as we still have teams pulling, getting further and further into the Brew Ultimates. We still have many teams going, so we'll be keeping you company for the next 45 minutes or so.
Oh, it's going to be fun. And after that, of course, the stream isn't over for the night because we'll send you over to the Mogtalk, a late night crew, thanks to the crew guys and girls over at Mogtalk, who we are collaborating with. Blah, 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 blah. You can tell it is getting late. My English skills are leaving
I've got
me
my
slowly
cup
but
of
surely.
tea.
Oh, nice cuppa.
Fancy a cuppa?
Beautiful. Very, very wonderful.
But yes, we are providing 24/7 coverage for all of you at home watching. We have teams around the world, players from every single destination playing at the highest level to combat some of the most difficult content that MMOs have to offer in their ultimates. So don't go anywhere. Once we are off, we do have the lovely Mogtalk coverage with the casters over there as well.
Exactly, and as far as I'm aware, and I should be, I made the caster shifts. It's going to be Rewritten, so someone with a big brain who actually understands Final Fantasy XIV and is a head chef of one or two groups.
All right, so it looks like you'll be in for some good cooks overnight then.
Oh, absolutely. Very much people with knowledge on the desk. And Samtalks is going to be there as well.
Yes, very, very awesome. I remember watching the previous Savage Race one first. Actually, and the one before that. I think it must have been the final tier of Pandemonium. Yeah, that was my first Savage Race that I had ever watched. And it was wonderful watching Mogtalks.
Yeah, you actually joined us for one of those.
I was a sprout at the time, so I offered kind of that noob perspective, asking all the noob questions that people may have in the chat. Because there are a lot of people watching who may or may not have played Final Fantasy XIV before. If this is your first Ultimate, let us know. If this is the first time seeing Final Fantasy XIV as well, if you're not a player, are you tempted to play? I mean, look at this convoluted, complicated, very rewarding set of mechanics. What's more tempting?
Yeah, I've heard that Echo usually does like a bunch of WoW stuff. Apparently, another one of those big MMOs in the space. So yeah, maybe some people finding their way over from that other MMO that I totally haven't been playing for the last 20 years.
Echo should know that it's illegal to play more than one game.
What?
It
is?
Illegal move. Yeah, red card.
Oh no! How many red cards have you farmed then in the last?
I actually played
this year.
League of Legends the other day.
Oh
so
my god!
I'm triple
Banished.
dipping.
Banished.
You
Get
know,
out.
on my PC here at the venue, League of Legends is the only game downloaded.
Pre-installed.
It was pre-installed.
Which is not
written
surprising.
in my contract.
Which is not surprising because we're at the SK Gaming Magenta facility here in Cologne, Germany, and I think the caster room is one of the training rooms for one of the league teams. So,
yeah, it could be. So it makes sense.
Definitely makes sense that there's some League of Legends. What's your poison? Which champion did you go for?
Oh, I play mid lane. So I've been playing a lot of Orianna and Syndra. And LeBlanc as well.
LeBlanc?
Yeah, she's my favorite champion.
No Lux? No Morgana?
Not Morgana. Not Lux for a while, though Lux is really strong at the moment. But you mostly see her playing in support. But yeah, I'm really enjoying... I'm very aggressive.
Okay.
So I like lane bullies.
Okay, yeah. You listed some of my favorite mid laners as well.
Oh, hell yeah. What do you play?
Well, depends on the lane, really. I've played League way too much, but very close and dear to my heart are my top lane bruises. So
nice.
I play a lot of Riven, a lot of Aurelia.
Have you played Ambezi yet?
No, I haven't touched League
oh my
in
goodness,
over a year.
So busted.
I haven't touched the League in over a year for a reason.
That's a
My
good
wallet is very
choice.
grateful as well. I have so much more money.
Can't believe there's League talk and Medic isn't here on the couch. Although he sent me a DM where he has downloaded Final Fantasy 14, sent me a picture of his character that he made.
Bless.
So we have got another one. One of us.
One more Sprout.
Sprout.
As long as he's
so
not
cute in the
not
game.
as long as he's not really a bean sprout, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, he is a bean sprout,
Oh,
that's
no.
for sure. So when I started, I think I noticed how much the community in 14 cherishes Sprouts. And having gone through for over a year now, I see why. Sprouts are the most endearing, cute, adorable beings ever.
Sprouts.
And they just have this like sprout behavior and movement that just makes them so cute. And I get really bad cute aggression. So when you see them just being really adorable and lost in the sauce, it's just too much.
Yeah. Cute aggression. Maybe you'd make a good mentor.
Well, maybe.
Mentor roulette.
Yeah.
A little bit of cute aggression because you're in a party with 3 Sprouts.
With the mentor roulettes, you get there's some kind of rewards for.
Yeah, there's some extra stuff. I think there's some
a
extra
mentor.
tombstones, and I think there's a mount somewhere at the end. I wouldn't know. I'm not a mentor, so I can't tell you.
I'm still a Sprout.
You're still a Sprout.
Yes, I identify as a Sprout. So.
Oh yeah, no, that is fair.
But you've
I'm
played Savage.
I'm an eternal returning player. I always have this flower
Oh,
next to
you
my
have
name.
the flower. Oh, nice.
It's a very pretty flower.
Yeah, I'm
like
going.
it.
I'm going through blind Arcadian prog at the moment. We got to M4, but I sadly had to hold my team hostage because I'm away for the race. So, unfortunately, but we were progging Speen, or as I call her, Speen, blind.
Speen.
Yep. The voice line changes. Have you heard
Oh,
them? They
yeah.
are excellent.
They're awesome. They're awesome. Yeah. Generally, Wuklamat's voice actress has done an incredible job with the character. I'm personally not a big Wuklamat fan, just because she's everywhere and things like that, right? But I really can't fault the voice acting. She's so good.
Yes, and then change voice lines just add so much. It kind of felt like before there wasn't necessarily a connection with what was happening.
Yes,
so the line delivery didn't quite suit the situation.
It felt a little bit like it was voice direction without the proper context.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
A little bit of a misfire, but massive kudos to Square Enix for addressing that and getting that re-recorded. And
So-
now it's actually pretty solid.
Have you gone through the Dawn Trout MSQ?
Absolutely, I have. Yeah.
What did you think? Are you a Dawn Trout enjoyer?
I mean, I'm done with the MSQ.
Yeah?
There were some good parts about it. There were some parts I didn't like too much. It was like somewhere between the chairs, I feel like. So probably needs some more context. I really enjoyed how they set up the country and the cultures and all the intricacies they offered. Just getting to learn about all the different cultures and their way of life and exploring Tuliolal and its surrounding countries with Ruklamat. That was awesome. The battle content, excellent. Really solid dungeons. Actually, some of the best dungeons gameplay-wise we've ever had in Final Fantasy, in my opinion.
I agree. The dungeons are incredible. Especially some of those first bosses are incredibly difficult. It's the dungeon that's that dark carnival. I can't remember the exact name of it, but you have the ads that are kind of dolls.
Oh my
and
god.
the hitbox of those as well.
So
catch me off guard every single time.
I'm trying to remember because when I was at Gamescom and we were casting on the Gamescom stage, we were doing everything in German and we only had the German names for the 2 expert dungeons. And I'm trying to recall the German name for the Ghost Dungeon. I don't even recall the English name.
No, me
Do you
neither.
remember?
I know what I can't remember either. But
my brain.
when you're going through there as well and you have the Ferris wheel kind of fall, that completely jump scared me at the time.
It hit me
it was
straight on the
I
forehead.
love how they throw so much immersion into the dungeons.
Yeah.
It really felt like you were going through this haunted, abandoned kind of
Okay,
adventure
what
park.
was your reaction going through Cactor Valley and getting to that last boss?
Oh, I really enjoyed that dungeon.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, and that last boss was also very difficult.
Stray Borrowed Deadwalk.
There you go. Thank you very much, chat. The all-knowing.
I think it was the Merowing Promenade or something in German.
Ah.
I don't remember. Die Malingen Promenade. Yes, thank you. Chat. See, I don't pull up chat often, but whenever I do, they're very smart and helpful. Thank you, chat.
We did it.
You're the real heroes. Die Malingen Promenade. There we go. But yeah.
But yeah,
Cactor Valley. First boss. Oh. The Sabotender, the big buff Sabotender. Oh my god, that was so good.
there's a couple of mechanics in 14 that are kind of memory based. So in the Cactor boss, it would throw me because you'd see the telegraphs of the cones and they would extend and I'd have to remember.
He poses and then he flexes and then you're dead.
Yeah, and I'd have to remember every time that I'm not safe here. I need to actually get to the real safe spot, which is only revealed when it's too late. So you have to pre-move into that spot. And then you have the cactus with the flowers that then also expands. You have to find the ones without flowers. And yeah, it's very good.
No, it's pretty awesome. No, the expert dungeons were amazing. I mean, in general, all the dungeons were awesome. Especially the 97, the first cyberpunk dungeon, the Bulwark. Was it the Bulwark?
Gosh.
It was so good.
That dungeon was incredible. I remember going through that for the very first time during the MSQ, and it blew me away. And
the song is a banger as well.
Yeah, I feel
so
like
good.
the music and the instance content is just so incredible in Dawn Trail. Absolute kudos. And I'm a Dawn Trail enjoyer. I really enjoyed the MSQ when I was going through. I had a lot of fun. I had some of the most fun. I also cried very heavily at various parts of the MSQ. I really enjoyed Dawn Trail. I know.
I'm glad.
I know that was not always the most vocal opinion online, but I was a Dawn Trail enjoyer. I had a wonderful time.
No, that's good. No, as I mentioned, I think I got a little bit sidetracked with the battle content. There's some really cool characters in there, but sadly also just a few things that I didn't like too much. Some of the writing choices, some of the pacing just bugged me a little bit. I feel like it could have been much more interesting to have the entire Rite of Succession and Uklamat becoming Dawn Servant kind of be the end of MSQ, so to say. Kind of be the big goal of the expansion and then move on towards the rest of things. Could have been interesting. but also maybe in the other direction, kind of maybe even delay the Rite of Succession and let it be interrupted by the happenings of the second half. But
we did a lot.
We did.
In 7.0.
We did a lot in Dawn Trail.
Lot.
Yeah, you definitely got your money's worth if you bought the expansion. You had a lot of hours to get through and a lot of hours of very solid MSQ entertainment. But ultimately, I think the MSQ, no matter what I thought of it, just left me at a point of I am incredibly curious to see where we go next and what things happen next. And obviously, we'll not talk about, was it 7.1 was the current one?
Yeah, so neither of us have done 7.1 yet. I'm saving it for after the race.
I was going to weasel out of this by saying we're not talking about spoilers, but no, okay, you've admitted it already. No, we haven't gotten around to playing
we'll try
it
and
yet.
keep things spoiler-free anyway, because I know there's a lot of people who may not have necessarily caught up with Dawn Trail, so we're trying not to do our best. So that's one thing that I'm learning as well, going through and trying to protect the story and spoilers and trying to phrase things in a way where we can talk about it and share in the enjoyment of current content without kind of ruining it for people, with the story being so important and precious in Final Fantasy XIV. But yeah, there's a lot of people who are watching the race who are very interested in giving it a go.
Yeah.
With Final Fantasy XIV.
You know, I always need to control myself when there's talk about spoilers, just as a joke, to throw out one of the most major Harry Potter spoilers as a meme. Because it is...
That he's a wizard?
What?
Oh, I'm so
How
sorry.
long have you been keeping this information secret?
I've just spoiled it
What
for
is going
everyone.
on?
I am so sorry.
You're a little lizard, Harry.
Oh, I can't believe I've done this. Get her off.
I was not expecting that. That was good. That was good. Yeah, no, but then I was thinking, what if just now there's someone in this chat reading Harry Potter for the first time? They're like, I don't know, third, fourth book or somewhere along the lines, and I'm just
like
yeeting
where do
it
you
in
draw
there.
the line, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's funny because I played through, I've been playing through the older FF games because I never played any of the Final Fantasy games growing up.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy XIV was my very first one, and after playing 14, completing the MSQ with Endwalker before Dawn Trail came out, I was very interested in going back and seeing the previous Final Fantasies, especially as 14 does a great job of incorporating references to other games. And I really wanted to go back and kind of experience that. So when I was going through post Endwalker, I actually stopped, played Final Fantasy IV, and then resumed the MSQ. And it actually enhanced. Obviously, you don't need to play Final Fantasy IV in order to appreciate the post-Endwalker MSQ. But I have to say, it did make certain moments, no spoilers, certain moments hit even harder and be even more epic when you see what that transformation was a reference to. Hopefully that's enough of a clue to the people who know and not ruining it for people who don't know. Yeah, it just made that even more epic because you kind of get the reference and you go, whoa, you know, and hearing music, for example, from previous games. But yeah, I went through FF7 and there is a very famous cutscene in FF7, probably one of the most iconic moments in gaming history, and I had no idea. I went into that cutscene and went, wow, a cutscene, because, you know, these games have aged like a fine wine. They were so ahead of the time. Those cutscenes being absolutely incredible, especially playing in 2024 and still appreciating it. So every time a cutscene came around, I was very happy. I was like, ooh, a cutscene. This is very exciting. And that changed within a split second when, you know, the contents of the cutscene happened. Again, no spoilers. It was a very different reaction.
You're talking about the one where Cloud dyes his hair black and goes to fight Vegeta, right?
See, I don't know what that's referring to because I haven't gone further than OG7, but I'm going to say yes. No, I'm kidding.
I was about you had me for a half a second there. I was really considering if you how familiar you are with Dragon Ball,
Not very. Oh well, but in terms of Dark Hair Cloud, I'm a little bit familiar. I need to play.
Wait, Cloud dyes his hair black at some point?
Yeah, he also goes ginger, and then he becomes a wizard.
Oh no! Oh no! Not the wizards,
Have
man.
you played any of the previous Final Fantasy games?
No, none of them. I have not touched any of them.
They
No,
have
okay,
aged.
not quite true. But growing up, I was never one of the Final Fantasy players, especially because we didn't have a PS1 at home. But my dad also, because my dad is actually one of the main reasons why I got so deep into gaming. And basically, I just played whatever he bought and what we had at home. And Final Fantasy wasn't one of those games. So
What did you play?
lots of jump and run games.
Crash Bandicoot?
Crash Bandicoot, Jack and Dexter, Ratchet and Clank.
Ah, awesome.
That's what I grew up with. But then also a lot of PC games like Command and Conquer and stuff along the lines.
I loved Command and Conquer. I put so many hours into Zero Hour
Oh my
and
god.
General Zero Hour. Oh
Generals.
my god.
Oh, let's go.
I still cycle back around and play it, and so does my dad. And my dad, every so often, will go, I beat 3 hard armies today. And I'm like, good job.
Heck, yeah. I just put a bunch of bots on lowest difficulty and just built massive bases full of towers and especially like the allied laser turrets.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd
those are
always
so
cheese
good.
it with the laser general because those defensives were so OP, especially if they sent the Tomahawk tanks, which would fire the missiles. They would usually get through the defensives of the other generals, but with the laser general, they would just snipe the missiles midair. It's just untouchable.
There was so many awesome things in there. If you have no idea what we're talking about,
yeah,
we're
sorry.
very sorry, but that's okay as well.
We are keeping an
but-
eye on the team. Some of them have opted to go to bed. Some of them kind of cooking up strats, staring at the boss. We do have awkward raid time here out in front. The furthest team currently that we have available through the fight, they are going through the apocalypse. So we'll keep an eye on when they get to the relativity. Having seen, what's the furthest that they've been through in the fight so far for awkward raid time? I think they have seen...
Number 4 on our leaderboard. They've been
okay.
to P4, so they're
They have
struggling
seen
with
it.
the same mechanic as almost every other team we've been watching for the last few hours. And, well, they just got to make the damage check here. No LB available, so this is going to be a lot of damage they need to do in the last half of a Caspar of Memory's end here. 28% still left on the board, and I'm going to be very honest with you, Jordan. We're going back to the start 07 and see ya on the next attempt, Mr. Happy. Good effort, though.
Yes,
Good
that
effort.
is, again, a very, very punishing DPS check there.
Yeah.
As you can see, they were
So,
a little way off.
the first Final Fantasy I actually ever played was Final Fantasy 13.
Oh, was it?
Yes, and I didn't even finish the entire thing, but I played a bunch of it. It was my
That's
first...
one of the most beloved and popular Final Fantasies in the whole franchise.
13? Is it? Because I remember hearing a lot of the opposite about that. Any Hope fans out there?
And whenever you ask people what their favorite Final Fantasy is, that one's one that comes up all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
I somehow don't believe you.
No, I haven't played it either. I haven't played a lot of them. I'm very excited to play Final Fantasy 16 as well. That's going to be after. I'm in the middle of Final Fantasy 8 at the moment because we were doing Eden, and
Yeah, I heard
Eden
they
has a
had,
lot of references.
Oh yeah. I heard the producer for Final Fantasy 16 was a pretty cool guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I heard the same thing. Yeah, pretty cool.
Oh no, but what I originally started out with was Super Nintendo and Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. That was my very first game ever.
I'm really ashamed to say this, but I've not played a Zelda game.
Not a single one?
No, because I spent my childhood being a Pokemon addict.
Oh.
And I used to get so into it because
I'm so sorry.
I'm just a sweaty nerd in every game apparently, and I have to take all games really seriously. Managed to make Pokemon competitive, which, to be fair, if you got into the battling, it was extremely competitive and convoluted. Creating team comps, you'd have like sweepers, walls, stallers, like you'd have all these different kind of roles on your team. And then you'd have all the hidden values. I can feel anyone who watches my stream, their eyes rolling, because I spent 3 hours talking about breeding IVs with Pokemon and EV training, and I'm not going to do it. Don't worry, but that's how deep into Pokemon I was. I used to IV breed and sell them at school, and then I bought a Nintendo DS from what I made.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's incredible. I've only ever really played Ruby and Sapphire
Yeah,
and a
good
little bit
gen.
of Emerald
Yeah.
later. That's
Good
the only
gen.
Pokemon I've ever played, and I've not touched it since, and I do not care for it as well.
Yeah, there are a lot, right? There's a lot of gens now. I played Violet recently. I think that's the most recent one. It was okay. I actually really enjoyed Arceus. I took a little bit of a break from Pokemon. I played Pokemon Arceus. I thought that was awesome.
Honestly, I just saw at some point that they basically turned a table into a Pokemon or something, and I was like, oh, sure, why not? But yeah, interesting games. Certainly a fun little thing to do. I wonder when we are getting minion battle for FF14.
Yeah, because you have minion battling in Final Fantasy XIV, don't you? But it's not like pet battles in WoW. It's slightly different. It's in the Gold Saucer, like a minigame.
What's the Gold Saucer?
The Golden Saucer?
Yeah, what's that?
That's the only place I spend my time. What do you mean, what's that? I never leave.
Oh, it's the big casino thing
Yeah.
where
I thought
Preach
you were
always loses
memeing on me
at-
there.
No, I was.
Because it's inevitable, right?
I was
Oh,
more.
right,
I was
okay.
more alluding to the fact that I've been in the Gold Saucer like once or twice.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my! I spend every day in the Gold Saucer.
The only way I made a bunch of MGP and bought all the things that I wanted in terms of glams and other stuff, and I think people are gonna just facepalm at this. I got a golden ticket from Chloe, and I traded that for MGP.
Oh,
that was worth it. It was so good. I
oh!
got all my stuff.
I mean, that's the ultimate Chad move, I think.
Yeah. Hindsight's 2020, right? So I know I'm not a smart man.
No, I think that's very smart.
You think so?
Yeah. It's
Glam?
worth it.
I mean, glam is peak, right?
They just added a lot of new rewards into the Gold Saucer as well, right? So there you go. Worth it, MGP.
Maybe I should go check. Generally, I'm very happy. They've been breaking up so many of the gender locks for a lot of gear. There's so much stuff that you can combine now that just makes some really, really fun glams. That's always how I play Final Fantasy. I see an item and I'm like, I need this, and then I play a bit and then I get my item and that's it again. Really,
Yeah.
it's good fun.
Unfortunately, Midnight Donut not quite getting enough damage out at that point to beat the Enrage, as they will be sent to the very, very start of the ultimate fight.
You know what you need in that case? You need a little snack, a little bit of a sugar intake. How about a midnight donut? I mean, it's late enough after all.
I see what we did there. I like it.
Yeah, no, I mean, Lucrezia has done exactly that, right? So Lucrezia has gone for, okay, it's not a midnight donut, more like a breakfast donut, because it is almost 10 a.m. for them at this point. And I think they really just literally started like 8 p.m. and then just straight all throughout the night, all throughout the morning, and then go to sleep at lunchtime.
Yeah, they've been going really hard today. They've been playing for a long time, and it's so cool to see how amazing they play this for long periods of time and still maintain that consistency.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, all the teams are still going to wipe at various parts of the ultimate. That's always how progress is, right? It's not linear, and every single step of the ultimate is very convoluted and very challenging, with a lot of in-the-moment priority decision-making happening at every point, including Lights Rampant, which you're seeing now. It can look like, a very smooth dance, but it's by no means as easy as it looks when you're actually playing through and you're making these micro decisions of where you're going and remembering if you have this combination of debuffs, for example, I'm going here if I have that one, I'm going here if I have that one. Do I have an orb? No, I don't. Am I tethered to an orb? No, I'm not. And then positioning yourself to form the Star of Lights Rampant. There's just so much that goes into it that you can't truly appreciate just from watching. But yeah, they've been playing incredibly well.
It's been one of my favorite experiences of the being here at the race so far, and that is sitting in the caster room with everyone else and cooking strats and just breaking everything down, looking at everything, looking at debuff timers, making timelines, grabbing rate plans, and drawing graphics, and thinking about where people need to go, what is happening, what is going to happen, and what needs to be done, and just figuring out how a mechanic is supposed to work, and ultimately see that what we've cooked up in like 4 or 5 hours, Roger and the crew have done in 1 hour, and they've been at it. They've been at trying that for even longer. So, yeah, no, it's fun.
I think
It's
that's
really
part
fun.
of the spectacle.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes Ultimate so enjoyable to watch, because they are very convoluted puzzles in most cases as well. It's not just puzzle solving, it's also execution. The level of play required from every single raider on the team, you know? It's not like you're relying on a few players to play really, really well, because only a few people have to deal with mechanics at various times, or some people have a harder job than others. No, every single player needs to be able to perform at all times.
Yeah.
So it can be very, very difficult.
Indeed. As we see Lucrezia transition into P3. We got Ultimate Relativity coming up in just a little bit. The first big mechanic of Gaia entering the arena, which is going to be totally not going to come back to haunt us that she's around, but she's looking very pretty.
You can see their Dark Knight has one of the new art contest weapons. It's the real bright pink, amazing sword.
The new swords?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's so pretty.
I think it's really cool that Square run these art competitions, and then the winners, their designs get entered into the game.
Yeah.
That was such a wonderful, wholesome thing that I found when I started playing.
Yeah, the art contest winner designs are always something special. The Endwalker ones were super cool. I'm still using some of them, I think, on some of my jobs, and this time around, I mean, they're a little bit more specialized. They're not your
fun this
everyday
time
epic weapons. They're more like really cool kind of little gimmicks or some fun items, like the chef's knives this time around for the ninja?
Yeah, you've got some cutlery, some knives and forks. Yeah, they had a lot of fun with the designs. And then I really, really love the Dark Knight one as well, which you can see the tank for Lucrezia wielding.
It's a very pretty flower sword.
Yeah, I remember I was watching a video that was showcasing all of them, and I was like, oh, the Dark Knight one, this is going to be really edgy, and it's just bright pink and flowery and glorious.
That's what you get. Flowery and glorious and very clean. Not quite exactly how the relativity went here for Lucrezia, but they got a res out. Slight damage reduction, of course, on the Monk, which might come back to bite them, but they got 45% left on the boss HP bar and the entirety of the Apocalypse mechanic to work through to burn that down. And if we know something about our Monk here, they do a good chunk of big damn.
Yeah, they absolutely do, as well as the Pictomancer absolutely blasting, having some insane burst with their limiteds, let's say. Doing a lot of damage, absolutely. All right, Lucrezia.
They're really hammering it in.
I see what you did there.
Mm-hmm.
Very good, very good.
Right up. And of course, we get a little bit of water soaking going on here. These stars were dodged expertly. Very tight timing on the movement towards the very end there. But, oh, the tank got slammed. And the water soaks also looking a little bit spicy. One more healer down. It's all falling apart a little bit. Damage down on the other tank, 27%. As we're hitting the Enrage cast. We don't have an LB3. I'm not sure if they just sent that. But they're trying to bring in all the damage. Look at the buttons being hammered. 23, 22%. Lucrezia not able to do it. Just a little bit too little, too late. And with that, they will be sent back to the start. And just like that, Jordan, we're back in the studio. And our shift is slowly but surely coming to an end.
Yes, that is us for today. We hope you have had a wonderful day so far with us. we are going to hand it over to Mogtalk very shortly, where we have casters who are going to be going through all the action throughout the night or day, whatever time zone you're in, and keeping you company, watching the teams throughout. It has been a fantastic day today as they've been getting through phase 4, solving the relativity now at the second one, the crystallized timeline.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna have some cooking, see what they come up with tomorrow for that.
A lot of waves, a lot of resets and rewinds. Do you think we're getting through that mechanic tonight? Lucrezia will be going for it a little bit longer.
Perhaps. Yeah, I think we might see maybe a few teams break through. Could be. But what I imagine is we're probably going to see the most significant progress probably tomorrow when the teams start waking up.
I think so as well. I think so as well, yeah.
Just allowing that time to kind of figure out what they're doing as well overnight and then come back fresh.
Yeah.
And then put those plans into motion.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's when we're going to see a big significant portion.
I very much agree. The Echo team went to sleep a little bit earlier, getting some good rest in to start fresh tomorrow morning and really kind of work out an advantage for themselves and get going and get rolling with their progress. But in the meantime, as you mentioned, we're headed off over to the Mogtalk night shift. It's going to be Samtalks and Rewritten be here and hold down the fort for you guys and accompany throughout all of the progress. In the meantime, I think one last thing to say is a big thank you and a shout out to all our sponsors. We got to thank NordVPN, Elgato, Starch4 Systems, Displayed, Secret Lab, and of course Corsair for all the support and making it possible for us to be here at the Magenta facility in Cologne, Germany. And other than that, I think that's all there is to be said, right, Jordan?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. We will see you tomorrow, and we'll be joined throughout the night by the wonderful casters that we have over on Mogtalk. Take care, and we will be back with you after these ad reels. Bye-bye.
That was great.
I know.
That was great.
I think it was good that we
Took a quick break.
Better. Wow. Okay, I need a breath, but I don't need a break. I hit the stage and go until I hyperventilate. Shanice said you think you're sick, well come meet the doctor. Google these fools, I bet they listen like they see me out. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Everything's going, all is flying, thinking about how and why. And now it's time, I hear the chime, and all I wanna do is see your face. And whoa, it's going so smooth, making all the right moves, saving that time, and looking so fine while I do it. And looking so fine while I do it. So smooth.
Look, new metal posters from Displate are at your fingertips. Now you can catch new art with textured finish that looks and feels sensational. Or simply Textra. But look, it's all about how you feel and how quickly you get bored. Mix your metal posters, get in touch with what you love, and make it Textra. Make your whole space Textra with no tools at all. Easy. See it, feel it, Textra.
Oh, hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mogtalk portion of the Future Rewritten Ultimate World Race. A big thank you to the amazing team, the amazingly talented team over in Cologne, Germany, for all the hard work that they did today. But if you are now joining us, or if you're curious as to what is happening, it's the usual Mogtalk World Race coverage with a little twist. That's right, we partnered with Echo to bring you an awesome 24/7 broadcast. So it's going to be happening all night, every single day. We're going all the way through 24/7 until someone beats this race. And so now you're watching the Mogtalk portion of the show, where we cover various teams from the community while the Echo squad is sleeping. So it's been a lot of fun. We had a really great time last night. We had the cocktail hour, we had the analysis desk hour, and we're going to be continuing a lot of those going on into tonight. I don't think it's the analysis hour. I think it's the lore desk hour for tonight. So again, a lot of really cool stuff upcoming. But my name is Sam Talks. Joining me is none other than the big brain Rewritten themselves. And Rewritten, we're on day 2 now. How are you feeling, my friend?
Hello. I'm pretty pumped about this fight. It's shaping up pretty good, I think. Been kind of watching it on and off throughout the day, and we've seen some really nutty stuff, and I think a lot of teams are doing the old switch out. Some teams are going to bed, some teams are, hitting their stride for the night. So I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, we're hitting that peak gamer hour now, right? Where everything is starting to coalesce after you've been at this for so very long. I do want to remind everyone that as well, we're also raising money for charity. Games for Love, a nonprofit charity that eases suffering, saves lives, and creates sustainable future for kids. And of course, remember, $1 equals one child helped. And I cannot help but see down below that we have raised $13,778 $1.53. So that is a lot of children helped out there in the world. And I think too, Revan, I was hearing on the grapevine that I think it's Jeeth and Fat Boss Alex are going to be dressing up as Reen and Gaia cosplay.
Yeah, I was actually watching during that part, and they were trying to figure out, like goals and stuff like that. And, Lifty and Rook started with their like cosplay goal, and they smashed that in, less than an hour. And then they're like, all right, well, what's the next goal? And they got to talking around, and, Jeeth and Alex are like, we could dress up as well. They're never going to hit that. And then, lo and behold,
here we are.
Goal.
Here we are. We
so
hit the goal.
I don't know if that's tomorrow or what, but in the near future, you could see some of those goals come to fruition, I think.
And the best part about it is we have a lot of time, right? Because we're still kind of we're getting further along the ultimate, but there's still a lot more teeth yet to be bared by this ultimate.
Yeah, definitely. We're starting to get a little bit further in. I think some of the teams the furthest in are hitting a bit of a wall with some of the mechanics. There might be some shenanigans going on, some talk of maybe the hidden mechanics might need to start showing up or whatever. Other than that, it's very execution heavy, a lot of very precise movements and stuff like that. Very precise like mid plans and stuff like that for some of the hits. Yeah.
And I'm starting to notice here, I didn't get a chance to watch very much for today. A lot of holiday preparations that were going on my end. But I am noticing for DN, where we saw them use the caster LB3 here a lot, it's now been deigned that's not needed. And so instead, let's just go ahead, push it, and hold on to this LB3 to take it into Ultimate Relativity, which we have been able to get through for a lot of our teams decently, consistently.
Yes, they are definitely seeing a lot more of it. That mechanic in itself is very visually intense. I know a lot of teams have kind of figured out some strategies to kind of get around it a little bit. Some very like set patterns and stuff like that, or ways to deal with the different debuffs and whatnot. Here it comes right now on our screen with Team DN. I actually haven't seen this particular team handle this, so this will be good to see from their point of view.
It's been very dicey for them in a lot of different instances, and when Em and I were watching last night, they had a really fun conga line going on before the traffic lights themselves came out. But yeah, you're seeing it, getting the baits of the laser beams out just right, also managing through the majority of debuffs that they have on top of them, and obviously needing to go inside of the traffic cones themselves, right, to make sure to handle everything correctly and getting it out of the middle of the group.
Yep, they're doing it pretty good. I don't see anything bad going on. Little bit close on one of the baits. Think they might lose one. Yeah, they're going to lose their Picto. The bait was a little askew, but it's fine. Never mind, I lied.
Yep, okay, it was fine. Things are
was fine.
A lot less fine, but that's okay.
They got the healer LB,
yep.
And they're going to keep going.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Everybody's back alive, and we're all good to go. And now we get to continue through some more of this progress for DN. At the very least, getting to see and getting through as much of this as they possibly can. Now, this is where things have gone off the charts for me, right? We see the sextuple apocalypse come out, and from that point on, the mechanics, I am lost. This is new territory for me.
They didn't really hit this a whole lot last night when we were casting, but basically there's you're forced on the light parties. There's 3 stacks per light party. That's what the little yellow indicators are above them. They're spell and waitings. They're going to come out eventually. When the AoEs start pulsing, they have to do the spread. They have to dodge the AoEs.
Right.
They have to do another light party stack in the middle here. The one tank is leaving in order to bait. She's going to do a knockback into the final light party stack. Pretty good on that. They're looking good on that. The mechanic ends with just a huge AoE hit from the Shockwave Pulsar. So, looks good there. They're not going to hit the enrage check, though. They're at like 35-ish right here, and this is the enrage. They have to have her sub 20% in order to survive this hit. Otherwise, it just auto-kills them.
Oof. So that moment earlier where they had to expend the healer LB3 to bring everyone back alive, that's a lot of missed DPS to be able to hit that check.
Yeah, you really need to be able to do that cleanly. I don't think you could probably do it with Des. I know a lot of groups are still using that LB3 on a melee DPS to just burn her down and get her under the point until they get a little bit more comfortable. Maybe they don't need the DPS LB for her later on once they're more comfortable. But for right now, it's definitely just, rip it and send it and see the next phase kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a moment where they have to... You know you're not going to be able to get it, but at the very least, you're getting your reps in, right? You're progressing a little bit further through the fight. Even though you know you're not going to hit that enrage timer, you're still able to experience that fight and get everyone comfortable with the rest of those mechanics they need to get in their mind.
Correct. We're starting to hit like the 10+ minute mark. And, if you can't practice these mechanics, you only get a shot at them once every 10 minutes. You might as well make the most of it if you can use the healer LB. Get everybody up, practice a mechanic or two, and go on with that.
Hey, chat, by the way, real quick, we got Lithy in here. Let's give a big clap to Lithy out there in Cologne, Germany. Did a phenomenal job today. When I did catch the stream, they were on it and they were doing amazing. So is Rook and so is the rest of the team over there because, it's been a lot of fun to have a live event to go along with the remote broadcast portion of the world race, and it's been so cool. And again, it's 24/7 coverage, Revin. We've never had this before. At the very least, we've never had it with casters on the entire time, giving us the explanations, giving us the analysis, and helping us to understand bit by bit, piece by piece, every single aspect of this incredibly dense fight.
Yeah, it's been nice having that availability, especially with a lot more European presence, and we're following a lot more of the JP streams, and of course everybody here in North America, we're able to cover for all of them, and it's been a fun ride. So looking forward to more.
I'm having a lot of fun myself personally, especially with getting back into Ultimates. Ultimates have always been my favorite world races to be a part of, just a little bit more than the Savages. Something about having these super long fights, seeing the endurance that you need to have, along with the puzzle solving aspects, along with the precise mechanical nature of Ultimates, and knowing that any misstep, any mistake, even when you've been through it 1,000 times, right, it's still there, it's still at the back of your mind, and you can't take anything for granted.
Yeah, definitely the two different difficulties are just different beasts altogether. The most previous Savage, that was done in like 10 hours or something like that. Very quick, very fast, in and out kind of deal. The quickest race that we've ever had for a Savage, and usually they'll last for a day and a half anyways, so it's still pretty quick overall. Every single Ultimate, you might as well lock in for a week at that point. So it's a different beast, the endurance, like you were talking about, is very, you have to keep on it. You have to keep on your morale. You have to pace yourself, sleep plays a part into it. You don't want to have tired raiders for 16 hours a day. You're just going to be bashing your head against the floor kind of thing. So a lot more goes into it, I feel.
100%. You're going at it, like you said, for 16 hours a day. You've got to space out your sleep. You got to space out your breaks, right? You got to make sure your raiders are hydrated. They're eating not only food, but like eating correctly. I know it's fun to say, where I'm going to eat whatever and have a good time with my static group. But it has been proving, if you eat good foods, proteins, stuff like that, it'll give you that just a little bit more. That little bit of an extra edge to help keep yourself alive, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's very true. Like, and it's fun too. Like the couple of days like leading up, like the Sunday and Monday before a patch, you'll see a lot of these streamer guys, they'll do like cooking streams and stuff like that, and it's just like it's a different change of pace. They're like, I'm pre-making all this food, all this like high protein, stuff for like attention and stuff like that. I'm like, this is awesome.
No, it is, and I think even Echo is like using the Final Fantasy 14 cookbook. So hey,
yeah, that's so fun.
if you want some inspiration, chat, on how to keep yourself healthy while eating some delicious food, take a look at that Final Fantasy 14 cookbook. It's those cookbooks are a lot of fun. I have a couple of the video game style cookbooks like that, and the recipes in them are it's really fun how they take the inspirations and make them digestible. And not only that, but they also have different levels, right, of difficulty for said food. So get your food buff IRL, get your food buff in game, and then go in and take out everyone.
Now, I missed the cocktail hour last night. I'm going to try and catch the one tonight because, most of us in America have the day off tomorrow. But speaking of that cookbook, it is actually canon lore based on that cookbook that all of the potions, all of the damage increasing potions are alcoholic. So I don't know if they're going to have some of those on your cocktail hours, but that would be very interesting to see.
Revan, wait, are you telling us that all of our static players are getting drinking it up on stream, right? Everyone
they got a little bit of the liquid courage in them. Let's say that.
Wait, what? This is news to me.
Yeah, all the potions in the game, they're alcoholic, 100%.
You know what? This explains a lot. This explains so much. I think I'm just more surprised that our Warrior of Lights are so good at holding their liquor, I guess, because I'm sure they're chugging thousands of these every minute, every hour, it feels like at this point. So yeah, that's very scary to think about, but also at the same time, a testament to the, again, endurance of the Warrior of Light and our raiders. Yeah, that is true. That's why they have a cooldown. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't want to go through them too fast.
That opens the door to a lot of different questions, though, because I feel like instead of increasing my mind stat, it would decrease it. Crazy to think about here. But also what we get from the perspective of Kindred, who is our current forerunner on the leaderboard, right? They get to do the crystals that are now coming down onto the ground. We see here that it's just all about making sure to take care of the light crystals, letting the dark crystal stay up while keeping the straight lines away from the circular, the circle zones on the ground.
Yeah. So there is a lot of talk about this particular intermission, based on there might be like a puzzle mechanic or something that's hidden that we haven't seen yet. And I'll come back to it later in our shift, but if you want some tinfoil hat stuff, this is where it's going to be. And I'll give you my tinfoil hat a little bit later on in our shift. Not right now. I'm going to let the suspense build. But
it's too early for Revan to take us off the rails.
Too early. We'll keep it straight and narrow right now. But later on, that's going to get crazy. But they have definitely, because of the way that the fight has progressed, in the later phase, some of these memory crystals start showing up. So it guarantees the fact that you have to leave those dark crystals alive. You have to have Gaia break the crystal, because otherwise you don't get that interaction that lets those crystals spawn. Now, what we need to do with those crystals in that phase, people haven't figured that out yet. And I really haven't figured that part out yet. If we see that phase with Kindred here, which they have a good chance of, they are our front runner, we could kind of point out a couple of things when we get there. There's a lot going on in that phase, and it's both bosses at the same time, so we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about saying there's a lot going on in that phase when there's also a lot going on with the phase in front of us, but where we were struggling, seeing our teams, our statics struggling with it so much last night. Now, well, okay, never mind.
Okay, so that wasn't a good example.
Well,
they had an oopsie on the bait, so... Oops.
Anyways, a little. even the best, you know, they maybe drank too many potions before going into it. I don't know. But yeah, we'll take a look at Kindred in a little bit there again when they hopefully reach that point again. I'm not going to say anything more than that. But for the rest of our groups, we're seeing a lot of similarities happening across phase 2. But DN is the one who is about to reach into phase 3 yet again. So let's go ahead and pull up that perspective. Remember, Revan has some tinfoil hats going on for the light and the dark crystals, but we're not getting there just yet. However, for DN, it is time to step into phase 3, where fortunately for Kindred, it got nuked into infinity. Hopefully for DN, can step a little bit further along.
Yeah, I've had a good time watching these guys. They get pretty consistent pretty quickly, and they raid a little bit later. So more so my speed, you know, I can't catch a whole lot of teams in the morning. That being said, I did enjoy watching, you know, Echo and the other guys who started early today doing their thing. So here's the relativity coming out. It's a huge hit. They got a lot of mitt going out, a lot of shields going out, and then they're going to be looking for all the debuffs that just spawned on the players. Traffic lights come out. You've got the yellow ones that are going to go off first. They're going to need a bait first. The blue ones are going to be later in this part, so you don't got to worry about those right away. They're getting their bait set out. They're getting their time rewinds placed, so at the end of this mechanic, they can handle that.
So far, so
more baits. Yep, more baits.
More baits. It's all about doing everything correctly, because remember, we have to reach a certain percentage point. We got to make sure that we're doing that correctly. Unfortunately, a healer does go down. We've lost one, but hopefully able to bring them back up in short order, as quick as we can, once the traffic lights are resolved, which is where we are at now. Healer is indeed back up. And thankfully, for DN, cleaner transition going into here.
Yep. Hopefully that doesn't bite them in the rear on this DPS check here in a little bit, but they didn't. I don't see any damage downs anywhere else, so they should be fine. They still have their LB3 ready to rip, and they're going to start setting up for the huge apocalypse phase that's coming on. They're lined up in their light parties. There's a swap going on to get the correct timers and the correct amount of people on both sides. Just a real simple priority on that. There's a spread for her jump right there. You don't want to get hit by somebody else's hit, and they're getting in position to do a spread in the safe spot with the circles. Very close. They made it though. Should be fine. They're going to collapse in, do another light party stack. Okay, no big deal. There's a tank running out to bait the jump, and then a knockback into another light party. Looks good on that end. And then a shockwave pulsar to wrap it up. Now they still have the LB3. They can try. They're ripping it now. They're going to try and get her under 20% before this enrage cast happens. And it looks like it's very small for me, but yeah, they've done it. So they're going to go into it.
Got a little scary there at the last couple of seconds, but like you said, they did manage to do it. So pushing forward just that little bit further along for DN here. And now we go into what is now okay. This is where things get lost for me, Revan. So you gotta help me out here, buddy.
So this is new today. Here's that crystal that just spawned. Both bosses are going to come out. Reen is going to start on her dragon phase, which we knew from Savage. Whenever the dragon spawns, it baits these AoEs on the ground. You have to get out of the way before they start firing. They'll pulse a couple of times, and now both bosses are out. They're casting an ability called Dark Lit Dragon Song, which is a combination of some spell and waitings. You got the light rampant tethers coming back out. They're forming the bow tie, which is what they need to do in order to solve these towers. There need to be 2 people in each tower. There's also those cleave baits. And now her right side, where the glowing wing is going to be an AoE. And they didn't quite do the maneuver correctly. They broke a tether right at the end there. That was very close. They almost did that all the way through. But yeah. No, I hadn't seen them get to there yet, so that was pretty good on them. That was a good pull.
So is that the Is that the beginning of phase 4, or
That
is that
is
still?
That's kind of what I'm calling like the phase 4, because like the ice phase, that's like an intermission phase, right? I don't really count that as a full thingamajig. Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, so if we count the ice as like an intermission type deal, then we're kind of cracking in on the 4th full phase. So we'll see the 2 bosses there. There are additional mechanics after that. We've seen some groups hitting the mechanics after that. Some of the forerunners like Kindred and I believe Echo hit that earlier, where they saw the next mechanic after that. And that one is a mess, and I haven't been able to really like parse that myself. I was kind of looking at it before we got to casting, and it's still it's kind of all over the place. I don't think anybody has gotten there with 8 players yet.
Well, that's part of the fun of the Ultimates, right? Is getting everything correct to make sure that you are cleaning up towards the eventual successes that you'll hopefully be able to reach. I do want to mention, though, while we are waiting to get back into P3, that we did get a couple of donations going in since the start of our shift. We had a $50 donation from Blake. Shout out to Static EDG. Thank you to the greatest raid leader, Eisen Crow, who carries us weekly. And then there's also a $5 donation from Don Stylo. How is everyone doing so far after a long day? Since you guys offered that people can share random stuff via donations, I may as well share my Red Mage Lamp. It's my favorite. I don't actually know if that's possible, but we'll see. But I do appreciate the donation, Don Stylo, and the sharing of your charitable nature towards helping out children. Hey, there it is. It's on stream. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. I like that a lot.
That's pretty cool. I know they were doing like song requests on stream earlier for donations and stuff like that. They were playing like the Final Fantasy music that they wanted and stuff like that. It's a pretty good glam for a red mage, I have to admit. Maybe not enough red. I do like the color red, so.
Red mage, it's in the name. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Looking good, though. Yeah, awesome.
Yo, glam request. I don't know. Can we? Are we okay with doing glam ratings on stream while we're waiting for particular crazy actions going on here before we deal with our whatever that's going on here? Actually, Kindred used one of their LB3s here at the beginning of the traffic lights.
Yeah, so they're doing that to get the LB building back up again. If they know for a fact that they're going to be using LB3, especially at like the end of the phase, they might as well rip it as soon as they get into this, and then they can start charging up another one in case they need it later on in the fight, especially with, you know, the double bosses and stuff like that. There might come a point where you might need a tank LB or something like that, or there might be like a crazy mechanic that requires an actual caster LB instead of like what we had guessed was a caster LB before, or maybe like because there's two targets, a fizz ranged LB might play a part in this to kind of, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you probably have to get their HP down at the same time, and you can't like overkill one over the other, and like a ranged LB will do a lot, you know, the same damage to both bosses.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's kind of a moment where you just let it rip because you know you're going to get it back in time by the end of that double boss.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's kind of you have you have it. You may as well just go ahead and use it, and you know you don't need it for anything up till this point. So again, it's all about those good optimizations from Kindred. Let's just get the boss's HP to 0. GG easy. Now we get to have
boss forehead.
Yeah, just hit boss forehead. Now we get some more of this fun stuff. You see that we have the spread coming out here before re-engaging back in towards the boss for that light party stack in the center, making sure not to overburden yourself or the rest of your squad. One tank goes out to bait them before they get a very fun little knockback to go over into the light party stacks on the left and the right side of the boss. And Revan, Kindred, it's happening. Something is.
Yeah, they're doing. This is a really good pull. They're already into their rage. They've already got her under 20%, ready to go. You know, they're already back at a bar and a half on their LB, so kind of honing in on that point that I was making earlier. So they're already halfway back to having another LB3. And then, yeah, they're going to start hitting this.
Okay, we're going to have our 2 bosses coming up very shortly. And this is where we have all of the crazy amount of mechanics going on here. I'm still a little wibbly wobbly about what's going on, but you see the giant AoE circle in the middle needed to get out of there.
Yep.
We have more apocalypses going on, and then eventually into the lights rampant. There's a lot of different bits and pieces of action happening for the bow tie.
So with the tethers, they need to make the bow tie, which was a strategy for Savage when this was originally out. Now they're spreading out for her knockback thing. They're going to dodge this wing cleave, indicated by whichever wing is glowing. They did the light party stacks. The tethers are done. Here's another bait on the tank. This is her classic Savage tank bait thing that she would do. She would jump on the furthest tank, and then the very next hit would be on the closest target, so the second tank would run in immediately. This is the Akmorn stacks. This is from Savage as well. This does a lot of damage, and then I hadn't seen that before with the tether. That was interesting to see.
So the 2 bosses themselves were tethered with each other?
Yeah. They had cast something. I missed the cast, but there was a tether there. I haven't seen that tether yet.
Someone in chat is saying gotta spread them.
Gotta spread them. Yeah, that's usually what that means. If they're like tethered together, you would put one on one side of the arena and one on the far side of the arena, and they wouldn't. Usually, if there's something like that, if they're too close, they get like a buff that reduces their damage received, kind of thing. Or if it's like a hand of pain check where they have to be within a certain percentage of each other, like chat's talking about, that prevents you from just dogpiling on one and ignoring it when it gets low and then focus firing on the other one. So you kind of have to keep them even a little bit.
Yeah, that little mechanic where, that one's always been tough for me in MMOs, where you need to make sure that you're keeping enemies' health even with each other when you take them down, or in instances like this where you have to have that at the back of your mind the entire time and you can't just go full DPS brain blasting away at them. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Now we're moving into that. But for here at DN, again, with the transition about to be happening into phase 3, and you got to think about it too, right? It takes so long to be able to get back to the points where you can progress. It's that mental aspect that hits really hard, because everything so far has been condensed so cleanly, and so it like, when I say condensed, I mean just like so many mechanics, one after the other after the other after the other.
The pacing on this has definitely been interesting. I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm very excited to get in there myself and do this. But you know, you were talking about, you know, having to get back to your prog point. We're starting to hit like the 10-minute mark, so you have a chance of only seeing your prog point like 4 to 6 times an hour. That's not a whole lot, and especially when it gets further into the fight, where you're hitting the 15-minute mark and the 18-minute mark. You know, if you look at DSR as a total fight, that was 20 minutes. You might only see your prog point once every 3 times an hour. You know, that does a number when you're running. You know, you're running the marathon. You're not running a sprint. So you got to pace it. You got to keep up the momentum and stuff like that. It's a lot going on.
And now it makes a lot more sense too when you go into seeing the static groups going into the different arenas to practice the movement just necessary in order to survive through these, right? Because you look at the other teams who are in the lead, you start mimicking what they're doing to be able to survive, and then all of a sudden, you're able to go back in there, because man, if you're only hitting that proc 3 times an hour out of what, a 15-hour day? I'm not doing that math. That's not a lot.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot. We have seen more teams use, it's mentioned in chat right now, turn 4 in coils. Very unfortunate on this pull. But, you know, that arena in Coils, very free circular arena that even, I believe it was Lucrezia earlier this morning was going in there practicing moves. You know, they're not on our leaderboard right now, but they were running through all of the mechanics very cleanly. They just weren't pressing their buttons. So the boss at HP wasn't going down, but they were seeing mechanics a lot quicker than a lot of other teams. So our leaderboard is a little unbiased because of that. It was fun to watch them earlier and to have them practice the mechanics and then go in and start chewing through them and getting them really clean. So that way when they start pressing their buttons, they're ready to go, you know. Different strategies. It's neat.
Yeah, I'm also really happy too about what we're getting, because right now we have Ottermania in phase 3. Let's go ahead and pull them up. And if Ottermania falls here, we can go and take a look at Unwind. So our teams are, you know, they're getting through these phases up to this point decently enough, and we're actually not getting nuked immediately either. So even more chances to experience what's happening in Ultimate Relativity. And well, not too much more maybe after this. We do have the opportunity to. Yeah, okay, never mind. All right. Anyways, thankfully we have Unwind. we can swap over that POV immediately. One team wipes the floor and the other team comes up onto our screen. The Endless Ice Age. Ooh, maybe.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah, we're good. We're fine. It's all good. It's okay. You fear the caster curse sometimes, even in moments where you know they're gonna be fine. You just still have that like nagging suspicion at the back of your head.
Yeah, it's like, do I talk about something random to kind of, you know, not invoke the caster curse? And I'm like, oh hey, look at this team. Ooh, never mind. Sorry.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Sorry.
Yikes. All right, no caster curse here. Unwind is a static group currently playing Future Rewritten Ultimate, and they are on the 3rd phase of said Ultimate, where they are playing the video game Final Fantasy
They're playing
14.
the video game. Don't look at them. No, but at the start of this, you did see that LB go out. It's good to see other teams doing that. I think they're starting to realize, you know, get that LB charged in. You might need it for something else later on, that kind of thing. I definitely think you're going to need more of it. I'm always of the opinion, like, especially in these long-winded fights, if that LB is charging, you need it for something. And then usually it's about the time that you get it, you know. I think it's a little, not like weird, but it gives me a pause that you sit on the LB for so long, because this LB3 comes like 2 phases earlier, that kind of thing, you know. They did get through.
Almost.
I'm just looking at something. Yeah, they almost got through something right there. They lost one person. They got a couple of debuffs going on.
Oh, we're hanging on by threads right now, but the threads are still intact. They haven't been cut for the moment, and it looks like the ability to recover is going to happen. We have the sextuple apocalypse on the field. Our way through that. Then we start getting into the fun running around, getting the spreads out evenly while making sure that our timers are on the right side and the right spots.
There's a little bit of shimmying going on. They might not be as ready for this.
Ooh,
yeah, they were.
yeah.
There was some uncertainty there. Yeah, and then the stacks just kind of went awry. Unfortunate.
Yeah, we saw two players were stacked on top of each other with that spread, and it was like you said, it looked like they were some confusion about what was supposed to be happening on that instance. And the good news here for Unwind is that they're able to go just a little bit further, even with some of those lost members, and we got to see some of that fun phase 3 progression for that team. And across the board, we're seeing Ottermania and DN continuing their phase 1 attacks, where Kindred is part of the way through phase 2 now. They get the vertical soap taken care of, and then, if I'm remembering correctly, we step into the mirrors.
It gets mirrors? Yeah, the mirrors just spawn. So they're going to be pulling the boss over towards these blue mirrors. They go off at the same time that she does things. It's going to be a scythe kick every single time. There's also going to be baited proteans that you saw there, the baited cleaves on each player. And now they're moving over to the red mirrors. The red mirrors fire second. Same deal. They're baiting these things away from each other. No big deal. And they're going to hit the light rampant soon.
Always a lot of fun. Well, while we're going through Lights Rampant, I do want to remind everyone that we are also raising money for charity. It is Games for Love. A lot of really cool opportunities to be able to help them, where $1 equals one child help. Games for Love has provided gaming consoles fully loaded with games to more than 200 children's hospitals and facilities worldwide, positively impacting more than 3 million kids every year. We have raised $13,863.53 so far on this broadcast alone. So a lot of good that has been done and a lot of good that can continue to be done. Type an exclamation point, donate. Go check out the Tiltify link and get in on that. Get in on the excitement to helping make the holiday season better for someone out there in the world. And hopefully for Kindred, I get to be making some better progress on the boss.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing pretty all right now. Nothing too off the wall. They're going into the intermission phase here. The crystals are going to spawn. They're going to be doing their cone baits. They're going to be doing their circle baits. I have. You know what? I'm not going to cast the curses. We're going to look at something else.
We're going to look away just for a
second.
Oh man, I'm looking over at chat. They're saying they cleared it day 1. Hey, look at this amazing
there's that glamour again. Yeah, no big deal.
Hey, if you want, during some of the downtime moments, if you want to show off your glam, just put in a little donation over there on the exclamation point donate. Go take a look at that. Put in your glam. We may take a look at it. We may not. Who knows? It's a possibility. There's a lot of downtime and a lot of repetition of what's been happening in this Ultimate so far. And I would love to take a look at how the creativity of the Final Fantasy XIV community is when it comes to making themselves look cool. Which I think is a appropriate thing to say considering we're on ice right now, Revin.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. I try my best.
I got what I'm picking up what you're laying down. Don't worry.
Well, hopefully we're not picking up Kindred from the ground. I'm very fingers crossed.
Crossing my fingers. I want to see some more prog. I want to see some more good pulls into that last phase that they're working on. That kind of thing. I definitely feel like that they've got good working strats. It's just a matter of getting there, getting the reps in, and practicing the positioning and stuff like that. Because it's one thing to just look at the piece of paper and be like, okay, I have to go here, here, and here. Easy mode. And then they get into this, and it's like, oh, geez Louise, what is all this mess? That kind of thing. So getting all them reps in and getting back to the prog point consistently is going to do wonders for getting used to that kind of stuff.
All I gotta say is if you're writing this down on paper, I don't think you have a piece of paper anymore at that point. You probably just drew the equivalent of the Mona Lisa.
I've definitely seen some interesting notes set up, sticky notes all around the monitor kind of thing, and then like a reference sheet, like, okay, yeah, here we go. And then, I'm the classic notepad writer down person. Like I'll have like a 400 line notepad for some of this stuff, and I'm like, where am I? That kind of thing. I get lost in the sauce all the time on that.
I don't know, but all of a sudden I just want like a piece of merchandise, like a shirt or maybe even a cool disc plate that's just Raid Leader notepad with just all of the notes on it, and big X over or like a target over the static members or something like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So yeah, we've managed to solve Ultimate Relativity again here from Kindred, and now moving into some of the more sketchier parts of Phase 3. Well, we have bow ties, we have apocalypse is all over the field and everything blowing up all around us while making sure that we are having our timers correct to go along with it. So big time concentration moment, even for a team like Kindred.
Yeah, they did their lineup with their light parties. I didn't see the need for any swap. I think they were good. Ooh, unfortunate. They lost their red mage almost immediately. That was an oops on the spread. I think they can get back up and fix it though. Nah. They're losing. They're losing people. It's very unfortunate. They're getting there. They're still going to try and see like the rest of the phase kind of thing, but they're just losing people left and right kind of thing.
I still think they got it, Revan. I believe in them.
This
is doable. It's winnable.
Doable. It's winnable.
Yeah, it's winnable. It's doable. This is fine. This is easy. You know, all you need is a will, a hope, and a dream, and someone who's still alive, right? That's all that
they
matters.
might actually meet the DPS check. Now, if they survive, that's the difference. No, I don't think they made that.
Nah, man.
Unlucky.
Ah, man. It was close. Okay, Chad, if we had a little bit more faith in them, they would have easily done it. That would have been the pool. We were cooking up something. And
close.
for DN, yeah. Let's hope they're not overbaked for DN. That's all I'm hoping for right now.
Yeah, they look like that they're doing good on it. Yep, they're at the end of that. Just a shockwave pulsar, no big deal. Shield and mitt, easy peasy, no problem. And then they're gonna get into Tank Buster first, and then they're gonna get into the mechanic that we just saw with Kindred. And hopefully they don't have any missteps or anything like that. No big deal, no pressure, you know? Go here, do this.
It's quite simply just do the mechanic, right? It's not that's not too bad. It's easy peasy. Okay, so the timers are here. You can see one player rotating around with another over onto the other side to make sure that everything is correct when it comes to these timers. You have a small little spread out for a moment before regrouping back over for the AoE circles that are going to be placed down on the ground, regroup together for that light party stack in the center of the arena. But unfortunately, the tank and the DPS got a little too crazy getting in over to there. We got some revives going out, but it's kind of a similar situation to where we saw from Kindred, which is trying to limp across the finish line before death incarnate happens.
Yeah, there's the healer. He'll be getting ripped. People are still just going down. It's just kind of going all over the place. And then there's the enrage timer. So, unfortunately, not this pool. Maybe next pool. It just goes to show, like, just the focus that's needed. And even, like, one misstep, because I believe it was just, like, somebody ran in just, like, a half a second too early and clipped the other player. Just that small little tiny misstep, and it's just dominoes. It's a house of cards going down kind of thing. So
everyone's dead, and having to keep track of all of these timers in your head, right? The positioning all in your head is not only yourself but everyone else is a monumental achievement to me, and I think probably one of the examples of the pinnacle ideas of what humanity is capable of. Remembering where someone is in Final Fantasy XIV Ultimates. Now, while we're in this Phase 3 intermission, just for the moment, I do want to mention a couple of donations that we had come in. $10 from Vane Striker. Earlier, as a song request, I accidentally put football. I would like to say I would like to request footballs. Big difference. Mungo Fungo with a $25 donation, and Arcadius14 with a $50 donation. Always so proud to be a part of this community when this event comes around. Let's get this DPS up and more money raised for the kids. I could not agree more. We're at $13,873. Chat, we are so close to 14K, and I think we can do it before Revan has to leave for their shift in just an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes. I think we can do 14K, Revan. I'm feeling good about that.
I think that's pretty doable.
I mean, we won't dress as Breen or Gaia like the cool Echo people over there, but
yeah,
maybe.
a little bit harder for me.
Now, why do you say that? Frosty, I could, but who's gonna do it for me? You expect me to do my own makeup?
Just just draw it. Just draw it. No big deal,
Yeah. All you have to do, Revan, is just draw it. And I guess that's similar strategies to makeup, I guess, right? You just draw the makeup on. I'll do that. How hard can it be? That's what, eyeliner and some blush? Let's do 14K and you uninstall WoW again? That's a bold assumption. I even have it installed right now. It's a good assumption, though. How hard could it be? I draw a better face on your face? Hey, wait a minute. Did you just call? Aw.
Wait a minute.
Aw, that, man, that could make me cry, chat. Anyways, we got mirrors. We got a couple of things over here. Ottermania and Kindred. It's phase 2 yet again. So many times, so many ways. Along with phase 1 for our bottom 2 POVs. We have Dean, looks like, about to start their own pull and unwind a pretty decent amount of the way into it. And this is, like I said, right, Revan, where a lot of the excitement is that where one team falters, usually another team is getting really close towards that phase 3 again, and the opportunity for being able to see hopefully some more of those progression points.
Yeah, it's nice kind of having like the stair step effect where it's like one team and then another team and it's like back to back to back to back. It kind of happened with the most recent Savage race. We had a photo finish for like the first time ever on a Savage race. We had 4 teams clearing within like 5 minutes of each other. The first 2 teams, I think, were within like a minute or something. Frosty was literally like zoom in Hackerman inspecting like the timers on the screen. Be all like, okay, this team was like 2 minutes on this direction. This team was 1 minute in this direction. It was so close.
Frosty,
and so awesome.
Frosty's using some form of zoom tool to...
No, just a
wait, what?
Just a
Frosty?
nice magnifying glass to look at the time on the screen. Nothing crazy. We don't zoom in. We don't zoom out. Just get an ultra wide. Pay to win.
Pay to win. Ultra wide. Hey, I used an ultra wide at one point a while ago, and that really does feel like you're hacking the game.
My friends that have the ultra wide and then they stream to Discord, and I'm like, no wonder you know what's going on. You see everything. I don't see all this crap. Like, you're cheating. Stop it. Give me one.
And that's the cool part too about having an ultra wide, right? Is that, a lot of people are like, well, I feel like I had to turn my head a lot. No, you just put everything in the center of the screen. You put all the important UI elements there, and then you just turn your head occasionally every now and again, or just get better vision. That's a better vision plan. More pay to win.
Wish I could do that. My eyeballs are going bad. I need new glasses every year.
Oh boy, you and me both. You and me both. It's okay though, because we don't need to see good to play good, right? Maybe, I don't know. That's up for a lot of debate. I mean, if you think about it, glasses are technically add-ons, Revan.
I mean, I've definitely rated with some blind people before, and I'm talking like legitimately blind. Like, what? How are you even here? How are you doing this? There's some black magic happening here.
I don't know.
Like, I've had people be all like, you know what? I legally cannot drive, but I'm in your raid, and I'm like, huh?
What?
Yeah.
What? I don't know if Final Fantasy has something similar, but there's a guild in World of Warcraft comprised of, I believe, deaf people, and they've it's really cool and really heartwarming to hear when they clear the hardest content in World of Warcraft, the mythic raids. And I don't know if Final Fantasy has something similar. I'm sure they do, right? This is an amazing community, awesome community. But it is really cool to have more of these accessibility settings coming out in video games to allow players who have these different disabilities to be able to enjoy the game, even at the highest level.
Yeah, I'm not sure specifically. I mean, I know of a deaf person that plays in my particular FC, and I don't feel like that they have too many problems. They just have to be more aware visually. They have to look for the visual cues, like your debuffs, your visual indicators on your characters and stuff like that. But it's kind of, just like anybody else. You prep a certain way, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's hard to compare it really well because I'm not deaf, so I can't really speak too much on it. But I mean, there are deaf people that play this game and people that succeed. So, you know, and obviously I got the blind people in my group, so you know they're good to go. We're good on that end.
Hey, you guys are doing it. Everything is fine. Well, everything was almost fine for Ottermania. They had a couple of rogue laser beams in the center of the static, and obviously things really go downhill from there when you're blowing everybody everybody up.
Yeah, it's those laser baits are very, very precise timing. You know, you still have one set finishing up while you have to go set up the next set. It's a little daunting, especially with some of these strats where the lasers are pointed in the same direction as each other, and you have to squeeze in there and do like a mechanic, drop something off. You know, it's very precise on some of these baits.
Oh, there's also we do have someone in chat saying that they're a game designer. I have to think of ways to convey information while thinking about accessibility all the time. It's so cool, right? The more ways that you can help players to be able to enjoy your video game, and I am always a big fan of accessibility. I think one of the cooler things that we have accessibility wise is our ping systems that are becoming more prevalent inside of video games. And Final Fantasy doesn't really have a ping system yet, does it?
As far as what do you mean by like ping system?
So like a League of Legends style, like here's where this is where we want to go.
Not just like on the minimap, but like actually in the game field kind of thing.
Yeah, like the raid league can ping, and it's right there, and you go that way.
No, I mean there are waymarks, and back in the day, you used to be able to move them around in combat. There was a little bit of kerfuffle with that though, and they changed it so you couldn't move them in combat anymore. We won't get into that can of worms because it was a can of worms, but you know. Back in the day, I have definitely watched a streamer carry around a waymark specifically for somebody who was learning a fight. They would put down the waymark for where they needed to go, and then they would go off and do their own mechanic. And then they would move the waymark for that particular person again, like, here, go here, do this, and back and forth. So we used to have, you could kind of get away with it that way, but not anymore. You can't move the markers in combat anymore.
Yeah, but hopefully one day, you know, I know that the Final Fantasy devs are the best in the business, IMHO, or one of the best in the business anyways. So it's hopefully something that we'll be able to get to see in the future, and hopefully we get to see more of a future for Unwind and the not having a laser beam destroy your team. Don't worry, Chad, I'm being very careful with my phrasing this time.
Yeah, they don't look like their strategy is unwinding at all. It looks pretty sound. Everything's going off in the right direction. You know, they're waiting for this rewind to happen. It's coming up right now. There's the final one. Everybody's still standing. Good to go. They're in for the stack mechanic. Everybody's up. Here comes the shockwave pulsar. Just an AoE damage. And they're going to start heading into the next mechanic after this.
Yeah, it starts off with a little tank slap right over here.
Yep.
Then that's where you tank has a quick tank buster. Everything is fine. We're all good. We're okay. This is where the difficulties really start coming in. I also like Unwind because they have big cast bars for the boss, and so it's easy to see what's coming up next.
Yeah, my old eyes can read it. It's nice. Thank you.
Like we were talking about being blind, right? It's right there in the center of the screen, and I know exactly what's coming up, so that makes life so much easier. I don't have to take a guess at trying to figure out where it is on the UI. It's in my face.
These guys are setting up for these AoE spreads right now. Ooh. Had a little bit of clip. Gonna try and get them back up. There's a quick res going. Yikes! Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we gotta be a little quicker on those reses, and then you still had to have the tank who needs to bait them away while having to contend with that knockback. But at this point, it's, I mean, good luck, Bard. I mean, they can do it. I got faith. Well, you know.
Well,
you know. Yeah. So, okay.
You know what? Back to phase one. Do it again.
You know what makes me feel better after seeing a wipe, Revan, is a big donation that we had come in from Anonymous for $100.16. That puts us at $13,973 and wait for it, 69 cents. Nice.
Nice.
Chat, we were saying that we wanted to hit 14,000 before the end of mine and Revan's shift. We have another hour to go to make that happen, and I'm just gonna do some very quick napkin math here. It's under $27. I'm not doing anything more than that, but I just know it's under 27. So if you want to push us over that $14,000 mark, here's what's gonna happen at 14,000. Nothing. We're going to give you our undying appreciation, our love. No one's dressing up, no makeup, and most certainly no one is drinking any diabolical concoctions of a popular beverage, carbonated beverage, and dairy product.
Yeah. No, I think we're all right with that this time.
Frosty's not firing me this ultimate, okay, everyone? I've been put on drink watch.
But here, what we are watching is Team DN go back into phase 3 again, doing the ultimate relativity again. Looks like that they're getting their baits out. Their first lasers are fine. Their next stack and spread is good. They're baiting the second set of lasers. We're looking good so far. That snail's running out for his spread. Everybody else is good there. Last set of lasers. It's getting baited. And we're looking away. Everybody teleports. Ooh. Unlucky.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah. It's fine. It's okay. We're good. Hey, the important thing is, Revan, we're all alive. It's good for DN, and they still get to do their thing, right?
Yeah. They use their healer LB. They got everybody back up, and they're gonna start, use this opportunity to see the rest of the mechanics. They might not have the DPS check now, but it took 10 minutes to get here. Might as well use that time wisely. Practice on this apocalypse mechanic with a very, very tight positioning. Very execution heavy on this. They're doing the old swaparoo, making sure that the light parties have the correct amount of timers in the correct order. There goes the first one. There's a spread happening. Very good. Nobody else got hit. They're lining up to where they need to be to spread. Let's see if they got it.
Okay. They're back in the center.
They're collapsing in. Yep. Got their light party stack for the next one. Very good. The tank is running out. There's a knockback that's happening. And then the final light party stack. Looks good.
There we go. But now the big question mark, right, is the DPS there to get to that magical number, the 20% before the enrage timer goes off. They're sitting at 27% right now, trying to chuck as much DPS as they possibly can, but it's going to be by razor's edge if they're able to meet it. Unfortunately for them, not happening, not this pool. But they got there. It's just making sure to clean up and making the possibility of not getting destroyed the reality going on for that go ahead. But before we go any further, Revan, I gotta tell you, buddy, $27 anonymous donation, $14,000.69. Nice. Chat has been broken. We have made it. We have done it. And that is awesome, everyone. Thank you so much. Continue and helping make a child's life out there. To help a child's life and to make it better, right? $1 equals one child helped. So that is $14,000, 14,000 children helped in time for the holiday season. Revan, that is a phenomenal number. And
yeah, it's looking pretty good. I mean, this could go on for a couple more days, and then, there might be some more stretch goals. There might be some other stuff, Maybe chat has some ideas for. Maybe.
Wait, chat. What are some of your ideas? I can't listen, guys. I can't do the drink thing. Okay, Frosty has threatened me. Okay, he's
Did he really threaten you?
I can't say some of the things on stream that Frosty said to me. But let's just say, crit cosplay.